Chapter 2801, A Quintessential Demon. 2. The infinite hyperversal haven seemed to move with its own purpose and conviction as during the forging of the quintessential annals of extremity, one of the first things constructed was an entirely ridiculous feature, the banner of quintessence, near the very peak of the infinite hyperversal haven, a multicolored illusory rectangular banner draped down onto the stellar space as it was the length of a small haven. From any side of the infinite hyperversal haven, entities would be able to see this illusory banner that at this moment has the numeral and words, I, the extremity of quintessence, below it, blank numerals with empty slots could be seen below this as 2, 3, 4, and onward were all empty. Apart from the extremity of quintessence, nobody else was on the list. The vassals saw this scene, their minds buzzed as information flowed into them regarding what the banner of quintessence was and what the rewards were for those whose names ranked on it. The banner of quintessence will be updated automatically through the quintessential annals of extremity, with those ranked highest at the determined end of each 12-hour period being awarded for their feats of quintessence. WAA, to aid in the accomplishments of grand feats of quintessence, different instance dungeon portals of quintessence will be forming throughout the infinite hyperversal haven. Colorless instance dungeon portals of quintessence lead to different locations across the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains where battles are ongoing, while cerulean instance dungeon portals of infinity lead to recreated records of the battles of the extremity of quintessence, with the enemies being the devoured records of his past enemies in the form of quintessential extras. A sensational change began. The minds of all vassals buzzed as when this information flooded into their minds. Some accepted it with much more emotion than others. One example was an entity who had recently obtained a great fortune due to the concepts she had expanded, the daughter of hatred, Lilith. She wasn't among the tight-knit close circle around the true emperor of quintessence. She wasn't one of his women, his family, or those who had the honor to be his closest friends who could even still treat him with such a relationship at this stage. When it came to getting resources, chances, or loot, she was at the bottom of the pyramid, as loot would surely flow down, but she could never have the chance to gain something as profound as what the son of the extremity of quintessence could gain, or his women like Barbados or Adelaide. After her recent fortune of being among the few to be elevated to extremity purely due to the low level of concepts she expanded, she was prepared to work hard while not expecting for such a thing to occur again. She expected that very soon, those closest to the extremity of quintessence would attain extremity with crimson consummate boundaries of extremity, as they would surpass her by miles, and such a scene was affirmed when all of a sudden, the sun of the extremity of quintessence began blazing with a light of quintessence that was brighter than all those before him. This had only affirmed her thoughts, but now, with the advent of the banner of quintessence, with the advent of the instance dungeon portals of quintessence and infinity, she had the chance to change her fate and place her name high in the rankings in order to obtain rewards that could propel her to ridiculous levels. She already knew what she had to do in order to accumulate points contributing to feats of quintessence and place her name on the grand multicolored illusory rectangular banner above, destroying or devouring the records of other entities performing actions deemed quintessential or astounding within the quintessential annals of extremity. Expressing the will of the extremity of quintessence across the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains, there were a great deal of things one could do. These were the thoughts buzzing in the mind of the daughter of hatred. She wasn't the only one, as there were many others in the same position as her who looked at these new changes as a profound opportunity. What if they could rank right below the extremity of quintessence? What if they were placed higher than even prominent entities like Henry, the Emperor Penguin, Kazuhiko, Barbados, or Caitlin? Their minds danced with possibilities as a moment later, massive rifts began opening in space across different locations of the infinite hyperversal haven. A vibrant extremity vein in the shape of an infinity symbol still shone brightly across the Alathian havens as colorless and cerulean instants dungeon portals of quintessence and infinity began to appear. Some led to battlefields of recorded histories of previous battles of the extremity of quintessence, others led to battles going on currently within the vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal domains. The moment these massive rifts began to appear, the visage of the daughter of hatred bellowed out as her body split in two, a profound extremity clone being formed that instantly shot towards a colorless instance dungeon portal of quintessence in front of the Avalon Alathian haven, while her main body shot towards the cerulean instance dungeon portal of infinity near the forming haven of Genesis. She moved with haste to grab an opportunity to change her fate, on the possibility of surpassing those she already considered herself below of, on the possibility of regaining her grandeur in an unfathomable way. The cerulean glow of the instance dungeon portal in front of her blared as the moment it was fully formed and stabilized. The daughter of hatred sank right into it. A millisecond later, other vassals also reacted and began to scramble one after another. Whap! Across the cerulean instance dungeon portal of infinity that Lilith had just entered, prompts rose over her eyes. You have entered a record of the extremity of quintessence named the advent of the quintessential demon. The quintessential extras defeated by the extremity of quintessence will be spread out across an artificial haven that leads you into a random cosmos filled with enemies. Kill as many enemies as you can and forge yourself through the fires of war, rising across the gradations of extremity just like the rancor occupying the top of the banner of quintessence. Chapter 2802, A Quintessential Demon. 3. If your extremity soul and vitality values are entirely drained while in a cerulean instance dungeon portal of infinity, your record will be expelled in the last instant at the cost of barring your entry into another cerulean instance dungeon portal of infinity for 12 hours. These prompts rose before Lilith as it was the prompts that came after that caused her body to tremble, an astonishing feat. You are the first vassals of the infinite hyperversal haven to enter a cerulean instance dungeon portal of infinity. Due to this initiative, you have gained residues of the effects of the quintessential zenith concept of loot of the extremity of loot. With all enemies you defeat granting you 100% more loot for the next 7 days. Your attacks carry a trace of the effects of tyranny for the next 7 days. WAA, the buzzing set of prompts were enough to cause her soul to tremble as her single rapid thinking and movement had already elevated her to obtain something that could greatly increase her edge. But this wasn't all, even more astonishing prompts rose thereafter that caused her soul to nearly freeze. You are the first vassal to have accomplished a feat worthy of being recorded in the quintessential annals of extremity. You have attained the distinction of the second on the banner. You are now ranked second on the banner of quintessence. Her mind buzzed and froze before she quickly reined herself in, her gorgeous devilish figure heaving heavily as her blessed chest rose and fell. The red flaming dress she wore blazed as her demonic horns radiated a profound light, and she quickly contained her excitement as she looked ahead at the dark artificial haven ahead of her. Being first was a distinction. She didn't even have to be the strongest as she only had to act first. Would killing apex ionic lifeforms in an instance dungeon portal of infinity also be a first? Killing a tier 1 quintessential extra, her mind buzzed with possibilities as she didn't even look at the details of what shocking authority her new distinction is, the second on the banner. Her feet taking a step forward as she disappeared, the moment she came to again, she found herself in a small cosmos. The randomized Cosmos 1 would be sent into this artificial haven of the instance dungeon portal of infinity named the advent of the quintessential demon. The cosmos was filled with desolation and shattered stellar objects, and the instant she arrived, Lilith felt multiple auras converging around her as in the far distance, hundreds of thousands of apex ionic lifeforms could be felt as leading them. 3 Tier 1 quintessential extras who stemmed from the records of Tier 1 Avernus extremities, were led by a Tier 2 quintessential extra who stared coldly towards the newly appearing figure of the daughter of hatred. Lilith felt the auras of the enemies around her as her face rapidly changed. Motherfew dash, randomized teleportation into any possible cosmos within this artificial haven as nobody would know which one they would end up in. But, wasn't the difficulty just a little bit too high? And the quintessential extras didn't play around as they made a move as soon as she appeared, with Lilith's gaze becoming firm as rune scriptures of hatred began to circle around her maddeningly. Billowing apocalyptic flames beginning to rise. Let's fucking go! Her bellow was valiant as she delved into battle to etch her own records. Within the infinite hyperversal haven, the figures of Guinevere, Arthas, Ioan, and other entities connected to the past 9 dimensions of the desolate mausoleum with shared an intricate history with Lilith had their gazes change as they saw the name of the daughter of hatred appear on the number 2 spot of the banner of quintessence. 1. The extremity of quintessence. 2. The extremity of hatred Lilith. 3. Clear as day, there her name was. Seeing this, their figures quickly began to move. They weren't the only ones to react as in the far distance, an angry bellow from Barbados could be heard as her figure was disappearing into a cerulean instance dungeon portal of infinity. This bitch dares, and in front of a colorless instance dungeon portal of quintessence. RAA, an emperor penguin bellowed out as he disappeared into the colorless portal, and a moment later, he found himself on a shocking battlefield. You have arrived in the midst of the holy war of the Vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal legions. You are in the presence of a battle that the extremity of quintessence is participating in. An astonishing feat, the Emperor Penguin found himself in the midst of Vitalis hyperversal legions as ahead of him. Endless droves of vacuous hyperversal legions could be seen as currently, many eyes and wills were locked onto the brilliant figure of his master, the extremity of quintessence, who was staring at a certain region that had some extremities exploding into ash and dust. The Emperor Penguin stared at such a shocking reality with trembling eyes as immense pride rose within its existence, gazing at the vacuous lifeforms in the far distance as RAA, his bellow rang out as his flipper thundered down a golden radiance of destruction. All of these unfolding realities and possibilities were what the infinite hyperversal haven was just beginning to accomplish at this moment. The formation of the banner of quintessence and the instance dungeon portals were a product of the infinite hyperversal haven and Noah himself, as they were just in their beginning stages. In the background, the extremities of quintessence, infinity, plot, mana dynamics, systems, skill trees, and the protagonist worked at a tremendous pace, as they were part of the major reason that something like the Cerulean Instance Dungeon Portal of Infinity could be enacted, along with multiple other supporting concepts of extremity. Millions of quintessential extras could quickly be called forth for the apex ionic lifeforms, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 hyperversal extremities. That a brand new system of innovation unfolded within the infinite hyperversal haven is what its results could be were yet to be known. Even as it was being conceived, the extremity of systems asserts its authority and entrenches its grasp into the colorless and cerulean instance dungeon portals, placing and managing them under the umbrella of the dungeon system of extremity. The extremity of the protagonist gazes on from its high seat and nods in affirmation. Chapter 2803, A Quintessential Demon. 4. The dungeon system of extremity came to fruition under the banner of the extremity of systems. At this point in time, it seemed like the insurmountable dead paths Noah expanded were working independently to achieve his tyrannical will, with some moving with much greater levels of independence compared to others. Now, many of his concepts of extremity were spearheading the construct that was the quintessential annals of extremity, and there was now an interface design of a dungeon system of extremity that, simply because so many profound concepts were involved in its design, it had to be something profound and intricate in its details. It generated a profound pathway for the entities moving within the infinite hyperversal haven, with the cerulean instance dungeon portals of infinity leading to recorded histories experienced or inferred from the memories of the extremity of quintessence, or the colorless instance dungeon portals of quintessence leading to currently unfolding reality that was filled with even greater dangers and even more possible rewards. Many vassals were scrambling at this moment to enter these presented paths of opportunities, as in the distance, the visage of Henry danced with crimson hyperversal heavenly extremity rune scriptures that were uniquely painted with golden carvings of destiny, a variation of crimson hyperversal heavenly extremity rune scriptures. His gaze went on the banner of quintessence that after the name of the daughter of hatred appeared, the distinction of the first spiritual beast appeared right below her. Henry gazed at this as his eyes flashed with a chilling light. Since he was born, he had everything given to him. Even now, he was the only one to achieve extremity with crimson consummate boundaries with help that should have only come from his father. With all of this help and resources, if he still could not at the very least be ranked second across the infinite hyperversal haven, he didn't deserve to be that man's son. With a dazzling bellow of power, his body split multiple times over and produced 9 clones, each one shooting towards different instance dungeon portals as he moved with purpose and bountiful emotions. In another direction, there was a pulsing cerulean instance dungeon portal of infinity that happened to have multiple figures converging on it at once. It was the figures of Aurelia, Orion, Ophelia, Maximilian, Xiaomi, and Caesar who emanated great battle spirit. They gazed at each other as the true Empress of Fortune had her intuition flash powerfully, her hands raising and stopping them as she spoke out. "Why don't we enter and conquer this instance dungeon together?" She said these words just by intuition, as the others had nothing to lose. Nodding at her as a millisecond later, they all entered the massive blue rift portal at the same time. A brilliant light formed, and as they reappeared, they found themselves in a region burning with blistering white flames of anarchos, a dazzling set of prompts blooming before them. You have discovered the feature of forming a party to delve into an instance dungeon, an astonishing feat. Due to this initiative, you have gained residues of the effects of the quintessential zenith concept of loot of the extremity of loot. With all enemies you defeat granting you 100% more loot for the next 7 days, your attacks carry a trace of the effects of entropy for the next 7 days. Entering an instance dungeon as a group greatly increases the difficulty and possible rewards, with the records of enemies you face being much grander. As soon as these prompts finished, along with a flood of information on how the domain of the instance dungeon worked, their figures disappeared once more as they found themselves within a massive cosmos filled with floating white mountains that burned with billowing white flames of anarchos. The peaks of these mountains held quintessential extras in the form of vacuous hyperversal lifeforms, as there were 10 massive mountains floating around them, each one holding a Tier 1 vacuous extremity, as 3 mountains held an additional Tier 2 vacuous extremity. They surrounded them in a chilling light as the first part formed within the infinite hyperversal haven bellowed out, Aurelia erupting with a golden light as Xiaomi moved forward valiantly with rune scriptures of ruin erupting all around her. It was a glorious scene, a scene that many other vassals were facing their own version of at this very moment. In front of another cerulean instance dungeon portal of infinity, the visage of the golden-haired Dr. Hall could be seen as a white coat fluttered behind him. His profession was a healer. He was a doctor who sought to understand the profundities of reality and nature, but in order to truly do this, he needed power. He needed the grandeur of the being he could still not fully understand. Because of this, he delved into the vast blue rift as, for the sake of healing, he would do a great deal of hurting. He came to his own conclusion as across the infinite hyperversal haven, other vassals came to their own motivations, and in the midst of all this, Noah's brilliance only continued to shine as within the expanding stretches of his soul, other prompts were blooming. The extremity of harems envisions a reality where its partners have established quintessential achievements. The extremity of harems is moving independently and selecting members of the harem to elevate and grant them 50% of the possible power expressed by your main body, with their existence being exposed to the grandeur and light of colorless and cerulean hyperversal existential and quintessential extremity rune scriptures in an extremely limited fashion. The first chosen target of elevation is the only harem member to grant you a scion, the Frozen Queen, Adelaide. The second chosen target of elevation is the most active harem member in terms of dual cultivation, the Necromancer of Chaos, Barbados. The third chosen target of elevation is the second most active harem member in terms of dual cultivation, the Extremity of Ruin, Xiaomi. Chapter 2804, a quintessential demon. The fourth chosen target of elevation is the one who granted tremendous help for an important stage of the protagonist, the dream inversion bauble, Eon. The fifth chosen target of elevation is the one whose heart aches for the company of the extremity of harems the most, the war princess, Athena. The sixth, prompt after prompt came. A colorless and cerulean radiance also flashed and spread thereafter, whether within the infinite hyperversal haven or within recorded histories or outside of it. A few entities connected to Noah began to experience an unimaginable change as they came across a sensation in power that only a single being truly understood at this moment. 50% of the power of the extremity of harems. It was unchanged from when this concept had yet to attain extremity, but the sheer fact that it was kept while Noah's power rose so much had shocking implications. What was 50% of the power of an entity that has just devoured the records of a being at the fifth gradation of extremity? Adelaide, Barbados, and a few others were about to find out, as the edge they were about to gain would heavily propel them towards the top of the banner of quintessence, and thus, a bustle of busyness ensued within the infinite hyperversal haven as the quintessential annals of extremity neared its completion. Located outside of the Ionic annals of extremity, Noah and his people were in an extremely safe position, as all they had to do at this point was grow stronger as a force that others could not even fathom, and the terrifying concepts of extremity that he held would take them there. Along with the entities he had here, there were also pathways of inclusion of other beings that at this very moment Noah was already working on establishing. Within the vast stretches of the domains of the Sema clan, in an isolated space filled with an aurora of purple liquefied light, Noah's clone gazed at the figure of the seer of Sema, extremity of foundation, and Erickson as he replied to the seer, who realized she couldn't feel him anymore. The next few days will be extremely critical, as many choices will have to be made. The choice I present to the Sema clan now is for you all to truly join the banner of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage. Once this choice has been made, it is irreversible. As he spoke, his 9 pupils radiated a profound authority as behind him, a rift began to tear open in space as it emerged with a colorless light. It was a colorless instance dungeon portal of quintessence, but it was one that led into the infinite hyperversal haven. Noah was confident of leaving this here, as with his records and the records of the infinite hyperversal haven isolated from the Ionic annals of extremity. Only those who held his lineage could enter, as if any entity at the 5th gradation of extremity or above tried to enter, they would come to find their pathway denied, as they could not follow any records back into the infinite hyperversal haven. The rift portal blared with light as the aged figure of the seer of Sema stepped forward, gazing at it while sighing as she spoke out. Primogenitor, you're not trying to put an old lady like me to work, right? If I go in there, is it akin to me finding a place to retire in old age and just enjoy my time, or is there another holy war we're joining the cause of by stepping in? Her uniqueness and majesty emanated out as only the extremity of Foundation and Ericsson were filled with somber seriousness as they gazed at the portal before them. They were part of the Sema clan, one of the 7 clans of the 7 Ionic Havens. When making a decision like this, they had to consult the Sema extremity overlord as it involved too many things. Their history was simply too deep with too many lives involved, and they couldn't just, the thoughts of the extremity of Foundation and Ericsson came to a halt as in the corner of their eyes. They suddenly realized that the seer of Sema was walking forward serenely after saying what she said. "Granny, you can't just dash," Ericsson shouted out towards her as she waved her hands with a harumph. "I've lived for too long and seen too many things. I'm curious about what this primogenitor here has in store, so I'll see you all on the other side." With wanton recklessness and a laid-back demeanor, the seer of Sema stepped into the massive colorless instance dungeon portal of quintessence under the shocked gazes of a father and son. A Tier 4 hyperversal extremity began to traverse across records towards the infinite hyperversal haven. She was the first, and it was unknown just how many would follow after her, as while Noah was living up to his name of a demon of the 7 havens by destroying one of the 7 clans. He was also setting up the pathway to begin devouring the rest of them, and the destruction of the Avernus clan was entering its end stages as in addition to the ongoing chaos and desertions of their forces within the Vitalis hyperversal domains, their legions outside of it were now entirely destroyed as an appalling reality played out outside of the Vitalis hyperversal domains. The vast majority of those belonging to the Avernus clan renounced them after they felt unprecedented danger, as for those who went against their intuition and tried to apply their common sense to the being threatening them, poof, their fate was a deadly one of ash and dust, as all those at the 3rd gradation of extremity and below faced such a deadly fate. There was immense and deafening silence in this region from the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal legions alike. Such a catastrophic chain of death had not occurred since moments ago when an unknown esteemed emperor also reaped the lives of 100 Tier 2 Avernus extremities, but now, all of those who had not renounced from Tier 3 and below perished as following the terrifying words of the true Emperor of Quintessence. The wills of all nearby entities came to lock onto the 2 Tier 4 Avernus extremities who now floated without their legions. Their bodies were trembling as if their very existence was facing an unfathomable and terminal threat. Their faces were ashen as they wavered on the space they floated on. But they didn't fall and turn to dust as some more powerful beings noticed. There was a foreign buzzing of over 100,000 crimson hyperversal heavenly extremity rune scriptures surrounding each of them. This was what was keeping them alive. This was not their own power. Near the visage of the extremity of quintessence, the glorious figure of Emperor Shao appeared as his expression was a serious one. The power stabilizing and keeping the lives of the 2 Tier 4 Avernus extremities was also not his Sisai. An ancient voice echoed out like booming thunder across the battlefield as for the first time, the blaring aura of an entity at the 5th gradation of extremity emerged in this holy war. With it, the visage of an old man shrouded by blinding white light appeared. His might was ever rising as with his appearance alone, a flood of Vitalis hyperversal extremity authority spread out for light years as the vacuous legions were blinded and forced to move back ever closer to their savior's arcs. We should have an extra chap sometime in the next week. Also, Volume 21 is coming to an end in the very near future as Volume 22 will start. Possible volume names as of right now that I'm mulling over are Decimating the Gradations of Extremity, or Eons of Quintessential Extremity, or Existential, or Denying Existence, Decimating the Gradations, or The Codex of Extremity. Adui, Chapter 2805. You do not see the larger picture. A blinding white light of Vitalis spread out with his appearance alone, as this being was one whose very existence was steeped in this existential authority. The white light spread far and wide as the vacuous hyperversal legions felt like scalding flames descended. Apex vacuous lifeforms in the front lines being burnt and turned to ash as the vacuous hyperversal extremities ran back into the folds of the Savior's Arkansas, his appearance alone screamed significance and majesty as he was garbed in a white robe radiating an aura of a middle-grade armament of extremity, his skin sparkling white and filled with the vigor of youth even though he was portrayed as an old man. A messy head of white hair and a long beard could be seen as he looked like a wise man of olden times, his hand grasping onto a crystalline blue staff that also pulsed with the light of a middle-grade armament of extremity. But this wasn't all. The right hand that grasped the staff had dazzling rings around each of its fingers, the same configuration being repeated in his left hand as all 10 rings, also radiated a light of middle-grade armaments of extremity. He was fully decked head to Tow with fantastical relics as he seemed like an overwhelming force of nature that could not be denied, such a being came to float a distance away from Noah as his power and might gazed forth with cold scrutiny. The most recent honored one, this is the distinction you have as very few have attained it in the last few eons of recorded history. You seem to hold your own unique means to hide anything relating to your history as after your distinction spread, you didn't allow us any time to reach out to you and bring you into our folds. His voice only reached out towards Noah, it didn't reverberate to any other entities on this battlefield as the things he was talking about were only ones just any eyes and ears could be privy to, yet towards his words, Noah didn't even seem to bat an eye as he instead locked onto the figures of the two Tier 4 Avernus extremities now surrounded by nothing other than polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of Vitalis existential. This was the extremity authority, this being controlled as he was someone on the same tier as the Sumerian architect if not grander. While gazing at him, his name and distinction already rose before Noah as he already knew who he was speaking to, the extremity of light, the extremity of speed. An ancestor who was renowned and spread his name out across the nether havens of extremity eons ago before he disappeared into oblivion, someone who was actually connected to the Prometheus clan, yet, it seemed like he only disappeared from the eyes of average entities as he appeared in his full glory before Noah. And even after he spoke the way he did, Noah didn't even address the topic he brought up as he replied calmly, "You and I have not crossed paths, nor do we have any enmity with each other. But, my words and promises must be realized. Those who chose not to renounce the clan I am in a war of annihilation with must perish, the two you are protecting included." His dominant gaze was unflinching as he spoke, making the entity ahead of him become extremely stern. Reality congealed all around them as it felt like a single millisecond was stretched out for millennia. The extremity of light floated closer towards Noah as his majestic visage looked like a tiered emperor grading barren lands. You have not seen the larger picture. The records of unimaginable things that only those special at the 5th gradation of extremity and higher may be privy to. The lives of two Tier 4 hyperversal extremities may not mean much to you now, but they are a great loss in the larger picture. The structure and existence of the Avernus clan you are currently dismantling is a great loss for the larger picture. I do not seek to demean an honored one who has their accolades sung by the Ionic annals of extremity themselves, but as someone who has seen and lived many eons more than you, can I advise you to stop this war of annihilation? To spare the remnants of the Avernus clan? It will help you forge better relationships with other esteemed heavenly emperors, and even the esteemed primogenitor will look favorably upon you for taking the high road as it speaks to your character. The words of this entity were filled with wisdom as his head full of white hair buzzed with serenity. His eyes were deep and cold as at this moment, Noah turned his gaze into this being with utmost coldness. His sharp eyes squinted with tyranny as he voiced out, "Where were you when one of the 7 clans, and a major of extremity, sent their forces against a small force whose name hadn't even been heard of? Where were you when shadow extremities were killed along with quintillions of entities across different domains? Where were you when droves of extremity were sent to assassinate me even more I reached extremity? Were they successful? Wouldn't the loss of my life have been a tremendous loss for the future? And yet, I didn't see you interfering then. So, what exactly makes it okay for you to intervene right now?" Noah's words were sharp as they echoed out with maddening grandeur. What gave this being the right, what made him so bold as to stand against the extremity of quintessence and what he sought to do, with the light of tyranny? Noah continued, "I care not for better relationships with heavenly emperors, nor the kind gazes of so-called primogenitors. We do not have any enmity, but I have no qualms in designating you as my enemy if you stand in my way again." At the same time that Noah's words finished, the extremity of tyranny rages with indignation, the extremity of infinity exerts its authority. Chapter 2806, A Ticking Time Bomb. Two prompts came that let it be known that the extremity of tyranny and infinity were blaring with their authority. A colorless light flashed first, and a cerulean light flashed thereafter around Noah's existence as its speed was far faster than even the extremes of light or speed. Noah didn't care which force this being belonged to, he didn't care for his power or standing, nor any of his words about what relationships he could forge if he chose to act a certain way, his will. Reigning with tyranny did not like to be told how to act and what to do in order to succeed or have a smoother path, so it shone first as from him and spreading out for light years towards the Vitalis hyperversal legions ahead of him and vacuous hyperversal legions behind him. Tyranny flashed and pressed down with scrutiny. The extremity of tyranny has expanded its authority across this region. for the next 3 milliseconds, no authority of the fifth gradation of extremity and below may be expressed in any form. WAA, unbound tyranny. It exerted its shocking authority and caused the eyes of the extremity of light to pulse with a powerful light, with the visage of Emperor Sha not too far from them changing his gaze to become somber along with all the powerful entities in this region who all of a sudden felt their extremity rune scriptures isolated and oppressed to the bottom of their souls. After the light of tyranny was laid down, a gorgeous blue flashed as its target were two protected entities whose protective light had dimmed around them. Two targets have been exposed to the immeasurable light of infinity. Noah could seamlessly wield it as he had taken this concept to extremity after waves of ordeals. He could handle it, but if the light of infinity ever filled the existence of entities who could not even fathom it, a terrifying result would bloom. The two Tier 4 Avernus extremities felt their existence filling with an endless light that overwhelmed them utterly and completely, a light that even overwhelmed the very concepts of extremity, granting them their power as if they were overloaded with something top pristine. This brilliant light of infinity only flashed within their existence for a millisecond as it entirely filled their records. The effect stretching, expanding, and shattering everything before the light retracted a moment later. A millisecond passed. It seemed as if Noah hadn't done a thing, and yet the bodies of the two Tier 4 Avernus extremities became entirely lifeless as they began to float listlessly in the space they were in, the mixture of vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal authority around them compressing their bodies and causing them to fold into themselves before they were erased from existence. All wills were breathless. The true Emperor of Quintessence stated that all those who did not renounce the Avernus clan would perish, and he did exactly this, as even the appearance of a terrifying ancestor did not stop it. Far ahead of Noah, the visage of the extremity of light gazed at the perishing figures of the Avernus clan as once more. Sigh, he let out a single expression of age and tiredness. Far from the battlefield where vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal legions were mixing, within the vacuous hyperversal domains, more specifically, across its eons of recorded histories within the vacuous annals of extremity, inside a certain recorded history, the figure of a woman with exceeding beauty and intellect could be seen as she stood at the very peak of a mystical black mountain that gushed vacuous hyperversal authority. All around it, her lush hair flowed with black and gold strands of light as her fair skin shone with a lustrous beauty as on her forehead. A unique runic écriture of indeterminate origins was etched. She was the main body of none other than the Sumerian architect. She wasn't alone at this moment, as behind her, obsidian grasslands sparkling with spirituality swayed as there was a small hut on the left and a fairly sizable crimson gold forge on the right. Two extremely powerful auras exceeding even the most honored and powerful entities at the fifth gradation of extremity could be felt in front of this hut and within the crimson gold forge, where a constant hammering could be heard. The visage of a burly man with obsidian skin could barely be seen working on the forge, while a woman adorned in a violet dress sat on a throne in front of the hut as she finished forging a middle-grade vacuous planolith crystallos after months of refinement and hard work. She inspected it with scrutiny as ahead. The voice of the Sumerian architect rang out playfully. The most recent honored one is interesting to say the least, with him already grasping an existential authority. But, how do I say this? I feel like it is not so simple. Her words caused the hammering within the forge to stop as the woman in a violet dress in front of the hut on her grand throne gazed up at her. The Sumerian architect had a carefree expression as she began walking towards them, her face expressing curiosity and a trace of excitement as she continued. I feel like he grasped an existential authority, and yet it is not vacuous or vital BOM. Her words didn't finish. They weren't allowed to finish, as an instant later, millions of polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of vacuous emerged and bloomed from the forge and in front of the hut as they covered everything in their surroundings at maddening speed, obscuring reality and distorting space and time. Elodie, WAA. Her name was called out while filled with a shockingly hard rebuke from the crimson gold forge as the burly man within came out with a grim expression. His eyes were gazing around him in the area now filled with millions of swirling polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures, as if he was expecting something to descend. But when things remained calm, his eyes turned towards the Sumerian architect, who was rolling her eyes at their actions. Why would you speak of such a thing freely? The moment that such things are even theorized, they may be listening in. Elodie, there are some things you cannot be laid back about. His voice was rough as he was filled with billowing smoke and flames, an aura that had successfully climbed over the fifth gradation of extremity and into the sixth swirling around him, and yet in the eyes of this being as he looked around, one could see a trace of hidden fear. In front of the hut, the woman rose from her throne as she threw an angry look of reproach towards the Sumerian architect. The ones above extremity, We have implored you again and again to take matters with extreme prejudice whenever it relates to them. You can joke about it now, but understand that one of these days, you may risk your life and ours with your careless words. The power of these beings wasn't low, they were far more advanced across the gradations of extremity than many others, as they could claim to be above the vast stretches of beings across the annals of extremity, and yet even they held their fears. The visage of the burly man once more stared at the space around them, swirling with existential extremity rune scriptures as he spoke out in a low tone. The last time a primogenitor tried to theorize and put into practice a concept other than vitalis and vacuous to the existential level, he disappeared days after. His records were erased as if they never existed, with his companion even being beside him the whole time, as when she came to, he was just gone. His words were shocking once to hear as he moved his gaze from the surroundings and looked imploringly towards the Sumerian architect. Elodie, I implore you to exercise more caution. And this Osmond, just leave him to his own ordeals, no matter what he has attained. Amongst all of us, honored ones are those with the highest mortality rate, as they always try to reach for things out of their grasp. I do not envy him, nor do I want to be anywhere near him. Depending on what he does, he is just a ticking time bomb that when it does explode, the only thing that matters is what he will drag down with him. Chapter 2807, A Ticking Time Bomb. 2. A ticking time bomb. This was the term given to the newly honored one whose name rang out across the annals of extremity. Depending on how he moved and how extravagant his actions were about to be, he may perish quicker and in a more brutal way than animals in a butchery, and if what the Sumerian architect theorized was even close to being true, he may already be dead. He just didn't know it. He may come to find out of nowhere that his whole existence was slowly perishing, as he wouldn't even be able to understand why existential extremity authorities were that terrifying as for those who truly grasped vacuous and vitalis. Anything was possible, after all, they were existential, they could truly alter the very state of existence in ways other beings could not even fathom. The Sumerian architect gazed at the figures before her as she felt immense sadness when she saw the way they were acting. They were entities that had crossed the threshold into the insurmountable sixth gradation of extremity. They held unimaginable power at their fingertips, and yet they seemed to be even more fearful than an apex ionic lifeform who didn't know any better, who didn't have any knowledge of what was out there. When the Sumerian architect saw such a reality, she questioned what the purpose of it all was. Why work so hard to attain so much power when at the end of it all, you live with such caution and fear? What use do all of them have for expanding their pristine concepts to their extremes at the end of the day? Even with these concepts, they chose to hide in the dark under the shadow of beings they didn't fully understand. The question caused her emotions to fluctuate as her extremity of intuition buzzed within her soul, guiding her in a way even entities at the sixth gradation of extremity couldn't fathom as she gazed at the man she had known all her life, a being who forged armaments of extremity in his sleep. He continued to talk while gazing at her imploringly. You know a great deal about the ones above extremity, you may even know more than us. But that should only make you more careful of them. One could be standing right in front of you, and you won't notice. One could take on the form of your closest ally, and you wouldn't know. For them, killing us is as easy as butchering chickens, and that's on a bad day. Their goals are not ours, nor do they care how we live so long as we don't encroach upon their authority. So do not encroach upon their authority. Do not even get near entities or subjects who don't know better, as you could simply be thrown in as collateral damage. A deafening silence descended as the Sumerian architect looked at the figure of blacksmith and refiner before her with an interminable gaze as she only shook her head and turned away from them. She stared at the millions of existential extremity rune scriptures around her in silence. She only wanted to mention how she didn't think the existential authority that Osmond expressed was either vacuous or vitalis. It had grand implications, as it meant he may have managed to do the impossible. And yet, the result was this talk and reminder she had heard a few times before. And as if the two pristine entities behind her didn't think she had truly gotten it, the woman who had just forged a middle-grade vacuous planolith crystal rose from her grand throne and spoke out with a sharp light. Elodie, have you come across any records of entities stepping in the ninth gradation of extremity all these eons? Have you heard of any grand tales of achievements and honorariums for the honored ones of the past? You know why this is so. You know what happens to those who think they can deny the fate granted to them. So just take a step back and revel in the extremes you have achieved. Revel in the wonders out there. The ionic annals of extremity are so vast that even now, we haven't explored all of their records. Why jeopardize everything for mere possibilities? For slim chances of nothingness, her words were grave ones as after they finished, the Sumerian architect found herself growing increasingly frustrated. Her body began to shimmer with a spatial light as she couldn't even manage to keep herself here at this time. As she was about to leave, she turned around and spoke lightly, "I won't delve into anything. And by the way, that Prime Devourer may just die to this newly honored one. I know he's just one of the latest pawns to launch a widespread existential war." If he perished, her words were met with a dismissive wave from the burly man as he also turned around to head back into the forge. If he perishes, then that is his fate. Everything stems from Vacuus and Vitalis, and everything will return to Vacuus and Vitalis. That is existence. His death may only be the spark to have those in the middle stages of the gradations of extremity test each other's extremes early. From this existential war. Who knows how many new distinguished beings will enter the 6th or 7th gradations of extremity? His words were callous ones as the moment he finished, the refiner also sat back on her throne and nodded while she added on, "The appearance of a new honored one is also an indication for the emperors of Vacuus and Vitalis' hyperversal authority stretched out across recorded and unrecorded histories to get together once more. They may use that stage for this existential war as this Osmont you were mentioning. His actions may spark and accelerate all of this, but he may not even be alive to participate in it." A stream of information flowed that only irritated the Sumerian architect as she wanted to swear and curse, but she respected these beings before her just a little as she didn't want to do that to them. Chapter 2808, A Ticking Time Bomb. 3. So, the Sumerian architect could only leave this domain as she wondered, the Noah Osmont that even entities at the 6th gradation of extremity believed he wouldn't live long if even an ounce of her theory was correct. If he truly did take another concept to the existential level. She wanted to know how he was still alive. Others even attempting such an action had long since perished. The Vacuus and Vitalis annals of extremity watched and recorded everything as the moment and achievement of creating an existential extremity rune scripture came and was etched. The ones above extremity would know, and it wouldn't even take a fraction of a nanosecond for them to erase everything about such an existence. So what was it that Noah Osmont did that made him an exception? Or was she actually mistaken and he hadn't taken a concept to the existential level at all? With such questions in mind, the Sumerian architect came to a profound conclusion as around her existence, polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of Vacuus began to swirl with activity and purpose. The quintessential annals of extremity near a profound completion, the resultant effects of its design are unfathomable and not yet understood as at this very moment. A clear line of distinction has been drawn between you and the records of the existential extremity authorities of Vitalis and Vacuus annals of extremity. Within the depths of Noah's mind, there were always prompts surging within his mind for one thing or another, but the more profound ones related to himself and the birth of the quintessential annals of extremity that took him outside the scope of Vacuus and Vitalis. Noah understood very well the possible implications of this, and his mind was computing millions more theories as even more astonishing prompts continued to rain down, new existences born within the infinite hyperversal haven. Covered by the quintessential annals of extremity will have at their source either the existential extremity authorities of quintessence or infinity. Current entities within the quintessential annals of extremity have been branded by the existential extremity authority of quintessence and infinity. While their brandings of Vitalis or Vacuus have had their cognizance erased, the existential extremity authorities of quintessence and infinity will only continue to be further elevated from their usage, refinement, and ascension by you and other existences. The higher up the gradations of extremity entities traverse with quintessence and infinity, the grander and more potent these existential authorities will become. The quintessential annals of extremity have placed more focus on the dungeon system of extremity in order to propagate the usage and refinement of quintessence and infinity. You are walking an unfathomable path full of unknowns, glory, and danger that cannot currently be extrapolated. The massive infinite hyperversal haven shook with brilliance as a profound record was established, his very own annals, his very own set of recorded and unrecorded histories. Along with them, there came shocking implications and possibilities. His own existential extremity authorities would only become grander as he and those he had within his quintessential annals of extremity rose across the gradations, as the authorities were refined to become ever purer and more pristine. At this moment, with his connection to the infinite hyperversal haven and quintessential annals of extremity, Noah felt a profound phenomenon as on the bodies of all entities here. He felt a twinkling of quintessence and infinity around them. They may soon begin to touch upon these authorities, and even possibly undergo quintessential and infinity awakenings, but in the midst of all of this, he saw that would return even more to quintessence and infinity. The quintillions upon quintillions of entities would only make these two existential authorities even purer, ever more perfect, ever more powerful. Now, this left behind the implication of this in relation to Vitalis and vacuous extremity authorities. They were existential extremity authorities, but they were not Noah's existential extremity authorities. It meant they belonged to someone else or a group of entities that could be in the dozens, thousands, or millions. He didn't know, there was still too little information, but this made him look within himself and gaze at vacuous and Vitalis' hyperversal authority flowing within his very origin, body, and soul. They made major parts of him at this moment. His foundation held them at his very core. As at this moment, Noah found himself questioning, did he make an error? Should he have incorporated Vitalis and vacuous to become such a major part of him, based on what he knew now? Was it even safe for him to have these authorities? For him to further traverse on them and even attain the existential extremity rune scriptures of vacuous and Vitalis, rumble, the question caused his soul and very existence to buzz as at this moment. Noah did not have an answer. He needed more information as it would determine just what path he would take from here on out. His soul buzzed with brilliance. His will flashed as another scene came to focus. It was in the isolated domain surrounded by droves of talismans, his dream and Apollyon havens, and multiple buzzing existential extremity authorities. His colorless and cerulean hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of quintessence and infinity were silent and filled with power. The polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of vacuous buzzed around the Sumerian architect. In the distance, the titanic figure of the Prime Devourer was eating up time and space itself as he sought to make an exit from this domain. The figures of the four esteemed heavenly emperors bellowing out and surrounding him on all sides as they further chained him down. The Bard of Vitalis was playing a shocking soliloquy that roused intense emotions as Noah's figure was behind the quintessential extra that was Tatiana Nikolaevna, the Annals Inquisitor. At this moment in time, the visage of the Sumerian architect exploded out with even grander waves of power as she withdrew the polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of vacuous and instead released infernal extremity rune scriptures of chronology, time, and epoch, hundreds of thousands of such rune scriptures unfurled in the surroundings as their target wasn't any specific beings, but this space itself as the flow of time was altered tremendously to the extent that a day could pass within this domain now, and only a millisecond would have passed outside of it. The circulation and usage of authorities were also affected as the veiled visage of the Sumerian architect breathed out a sigh of tiredness while craning her neck. Even the four esteemed heavenly emperors, Tatiana Nikolaevna, and the Prime Devourer all seemed like they were caught in this slowed time as everything about their reactions became infinity slow. Only two beings could fully and cognizantly move and think rationally in such a space of slowed and even absence of time, Shuring, and from the far distance, the figure of the Sumerian architect disappeared and trapped outside of the buzzing 9 infernal superius wheels of extinction. Her tremendous power spilling out as Noah coldly gazed up at her with quintessence and infinity beginning to blaze in his eyes, and yet this powerful entity didn't attack. She gazed at Noah quizzically as her voice echoed out in the form of wavelengths perceptible only towards his will, as if the thing she was about to say needed to not be heard by anything or anyone else. Why aren't you dead? I'm confident the existential extremity authority I clashed with is neither vacuous nor Vitalis. Which leads me to ask, why aren't you dead? Chapter 2809, a heavy choice. As the Sumerian architect's voice reverberated within Noah's mind, he felt a surge of profound brilliance mingled with waves of uncertainty. Her words echoed the doubts that had been lingering at the edges of his consciousness, especially the doubts of possible dangers. Why am I not dead? Noah mused silently, his thoughts racing as he considered the implications of the architect's question. He stared at her figure shrouded with power and mystery as he could erupt with quintessence and infinity at any time if he wished, but there was no harm in obtaining more information that others were not privy to. From the records of the Annals Inquisitor he had devoured, he gained a semblance of knowledge on the ones above extremity, mere rumors and scattered records, but they were there. He already theorized for himself the many possibilities and probable dangers. But the entity before him was much more equipped with knowledge, as she was on a whole other tier of importance in comparison to the Annals Inquisitor. But she floated close to him right now without the intent to battle, as she seemed intent on a discussion. Should he just kill her and devour her records entirely to obtain all of this knowledge and not have to go through a back and forth conversation? Such a dangerous thought arose as the brows of the Sumerian architect quickly flashed with brilliance. Yo, what the hell were you just thinking? Were you thinking of trying to fuck me up when the things I could tell you could possibly save your existence? Because you wouldn't be waving around another type of existential extremity authority freely if you fully understood just what it implied. Her perception was a profound one as the slight eruption of killing intent was felt by her, Noah's mind calculating the risks and benefits as her voice echoed out again. I'll give you the respect as the most recent honored one to try and hold a discussion, and you can try to reciprocate that same respect and see what we gain from this. Otherwise, we can go back to trying to kill each other. It's fine for me either way. WAA, her words were resonant ones as at them. Noah smiled. He analyzed the risks and benefits as he waved his hands. The extremity of Chronos exerts its authority. The extremity of continuity emerges with indomitable brilliance, basking in the light of infinity and taking this instance of time and expanding it endlessly. Their surroundings slowed down even more until the flow of time entirely ceased in this domain. Even the visage of the quintessential extra who was the Annals Inquisitor seemed frozen in time as only he and the Sumerian architect could move freely. With a wave of his hands, a solidified cerulean crystalline throne appeared behind him while pulsing with glory. He sat down with majesty on such a throne while waving his hands toward the Sumerian architect. All right, Sumerian architect. Let us see what will come from this discussion. The air congealed as the veiled figure of the Sumerian architect became serious. She was here as the primogenitor of talismans. Her identity as the Sumerian architect was not guessed even by the prime devourer. Yet this being spoke about her so freely as she harumphed and conjured a dazzling obsidian crystalline throne, sitting atop it grandly as the veil over her faded, her true form and face being revealed. Black and gold strands of hair flowed freely to her shoulders. A runic écriture of indeterminate origins was inscribed on her forehead as her fair skin pulsed with a light of extremity, the beauty she expressed having been refined for innumerable years across the gradations of extremity. She was exquisite in all accounts as putting her right hand on her chin, she began to speak calmly while waving her left hand to conjure a dazzling ball of light. Since you can at least figure out who I am, you may not be an entirely lost cause. Here, unlike what others may believe, I'm not that much of a talker, so peruse this present of mine for information. The ball of light from her left hand floated the few feet between them as the colorless light of quintessence flowed to receive it, the appearance of this light causing a piercing light to flash in the depths of the eyes of the Sumerian architect as after quintessence found nothing wrong, Noah's will absorbed this bundle of light. A light dot that was more like an intricate database of information regarding things that were of utmost importance for Noah right now. This ball of light eliminated a back-and-forth dialogue of at least 2 pages as Noah attained more background information on the ones above extremity. Prior records or mere whispers of anything to do with them, and the eons of history of entities who had sought to elevate their concepts to the existential level. In their sudden disappearance, Noah perused through this bundle of information as the question of the Sumerian architect buzzed in his mind once more. Why wasn't he dead? His eyes flashed with solemnity as he came to realize the answer right away. He wasn't dead. Because of the quintessential annals of extremity, he wasn't dead. Because his records were sealed and pulled into their own separate databases were he to still be getting recorded in the Vitalis or vacuous annals of extremity, he truly couldn't say for sure if he would still be functioning and alive right now. The empire he had built all these months, the infinite hyperversal haven and all of its intricacies, his family, his vassals, it was all hidden within the recorded history within the Ionic annals of extremity. It could have all been eradicated in less than a nanosecond. Such a thought was a solemn one to come across, as such a threat should have never been this close to bringing an end to his story without him even knowing it. It was too close for his comfort, and even now, the danger was much greater than even what the Sumerian architect believed. Noah didn't just forge an existential extremity authority, he forged two, and he had gone even further and enacted something that the ones above extremity, the unfathomable force behind Vitalis and vacuous existential authorities. He had enacted something that they would consider blasphemous and utter overarching into their authorities. Chapter 28:10, a heavy choice. 2. Compiling all of this information together, Noah's will moved rapidly as his internal discussion about Vitalis and vacuous existential authorities returned. He had entrenched these two authorities in his very existence as they flowed across his meridians, they flowed across his body, origin, and soul as they were even a part of his lineage, and yet at this moment, they felt like scorching molten flows of lava coursing across all his vessels. His existence trembled, his soul buzzed with unfathomable majesty as at this moment, the extremity of quintessence and infinity rise to support the extremely difficult choice and path ahead. The extremity of plot rises and says such a path would be the only acceptable one going forward. The extremities of the past natural laws and decreed it expressed their willingness to act as the greatest pillars of support if need be. the extremity of tyranny shines with unblemished glory and states that the vitalis and vacuous existential authorities are too dangerous to make up such a core part of your existence, a heavy choice. One that Noah didn't even fathom hours ago, but when all of the information lined up, it was leading to a future where if he didn't correct something right at this moment, his path could be ended at any point in time by unfathomably powerful forces that very few beings understood. The extremity of plagiarism states that the sources of vitalis and vacuous existential authorities are nowhere close to your grasp as they cannot even be commandeered or stolen. The extremity of cheats rises from its slumber, from the depths of his existence, a concept rose and looked at everything as it stated its position a moment later. The extremity of cheats affirms that while it would be a difficult process and a momentary loss, vitalis and vacuous must be scorched from your existence. The extremity of the protagonist gazes from its high throne and states that the protagonist cannot be under the influence and control of existential extremity authorities that are not of your own control. The insurmountably heavy decision was made unanimously from all parts that made Noah, with a steely resolve, Noah turned his gaze toward the Sumerian architect, his eyes blazing with quintessence and infinity. Gazing at her figure on the throne, he sighed and turned upwards to stare at the polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of vacuous that the Sumerian architect had purposely left in the back while bringing forward her runic scriptures of epoch, time, and chronology. This being had advanced the hyperversal authority of vacuous to extremity and even turned its scriptures existential, and even she didn't trust it enough as she called upon other concepts of extremity that could lay out the effects of the absence of time. Even though she had reached such a high gradation of extremity and refined this existential authority to such a level, even she didn't trust it, so how could Noah, who had now forged two other separate existential extremity authorities, ever come to trust vacuous or vitalis? From the records of the Annals Inquisitor, he had the choice to begin embarking on expanding the vacuous hyperversal authority towards extremity. Until now, there was a prompt buried among many that stated the words: simply, you have gained the authority to embark on the path of extremity for the existential authority of vacuous. Such a prompt had appeared within Noah's mind milliseconds ago. He had not embarked on this path then, and it now seemed like he would not be embarking on this path for the foreseeable future, unlike the time when he could take a concept and expand it himself to make it his own, like when he expanded Genesis, and it was entirely different from what the true emperor of Genesis held. Existential authorities were not treated the same if he tried to expand vacuous or vitalis. It would always be connected to the vacuous and vitalis existential authorities that were the backbone of the vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains. This was an authority and majesty granted to existential extremity authorities. At such a reality, Noah sighed once more as his gaze returned to the Sumerian architect while voicing out majestically, "What a fucking mess!" The eyes of the Sumerian architect were roused as her voice echoed out with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. "What is it? What realization did you come to? Why? Are you not dead? The moment you succeeded in something that has gotten honored ones killed before, your existence should have been over then and there. So what is preventing it even now?" She reiterated her question again. She was curious to know if this being had any possible answers to her conundrum. Was the mere thought of challenging the ones above extremity actually feasible? Or would the eons continue, or even the most powerful entities across the gradations of extremity moved carefully and with a sense of fear? She wanted an answer from this entity before her as at this moment. His reply was one that angered her. "I will repay this favor with an answer soon enough, but for now I have to take care of something. You." Immense frustration and anger were roused in the mind of the Sumerian architect as a moment later, she saw a heavy and unseen authority erupt and veil the figure of Noah Osman entirely. This was the same authority that she felt was unlike vacuous nor vitalis, as at this moment, it seemed like a gap in existence that couldn't be seen or fathomed by others. She could not see what was happening within such an enclosure. At the same moment, time began to flow ever so slowly as the quintessential extra who was the Annals Inquisitor somberly came to float in front of the cocoon, gazing at the Sumerian architect with sharp eyes, while in the distance, the four esteemed heavenly emperors had their authorities pierce space and lock onto the prime devourer. At such a moment, on the 125th millisecond since Noah took his records and stretched them towards infinity, his whole existence began to buzz. But it wasn't him alone, the whole infinite hyperversal haven began to buzz as around it. A heavy apocalyptic light of Armageddon began to wade through, and apocalypse began. It began with authorities that had brought Noah to where he was today, their help being critical for him to do all the things he had grown capable of doing that brought him here. But at this moment, all of it was about to be eradicated and forever scorched out of his existence. the extremity of apocalypse initiates the destruction and cataclysm of everything to do with Vitalis and vacuous existential authorities within your existence, and the infinite hyperversal haven, quintessence and infinity existential authorities move to support and replace the gaps that will be left behind. After becoming exposed and coming to understand Vitalis and vacuous in the last few weeks since he stepped into the 7 ionic havens, integrating them to become major parts of his existence, and even coming close to expanding them to extremity, Noah made the choice to entirely scorch these foreign existential authorities out of his existence. Chapter 28:11 The Apocalypse of Vitalis and Vacuous Hyperversal Authorities. Choices. All entities lived or died by the choices they made. On this day, the extremity of quintessence made a grand choice as the two existential authorities that made up a key part of existence itself. He began to wage an apocalypse on them within his body in infinite hyperversal haven. Every trace of Vitalis' and vacuous hyperversal authority within him was rapidly being scorched and burned out of his records, as the implications of this were far too grand. His lineage would change. His body, origin, and soul would change, his awakenings would be gone, the products he attained by having withstood vacuous and Vitalis' hyperversal authority within his existence together would disappear. Would his distinction of inscrutable existence have any of itself remaining? The units of heavenly aurora? His heavenly organ? His enneagonal existential jewel? There were so many things that would be involved that thinking about it alone was enough to overwhelm the common mind, and this wasn't something that would just be applicable to him, as this effect would be carried out across everything connected to Noah, his vassals. The extremities stretched out across the Vitalis hyperversal domains who had just attained the first Vitalis awakening through their enneagonal existential jewels. Everything was about to change. In the infinite hyperversal haven, Noah's body floated at the center point of the massive extremity veil that cycled with waves of authorities. His body was currently buzzing as he seemed like he was destroying his very existence, and he truly was, as Vitalis had bathed his soul and other parts of his existence deeply, vacuous had bathed his body and physiology deeply, and they both made his origin go towards becoming existential. Now, he brought apocalypse to all this. It would have been a major and irreversible loss for any other being, but for Noah. As soon as things were broken and erased from his existence, the colorless and cerulean light of quintessence and infinity came in to make it shine ever brighter. He was undergoing an apocalypse of his existence, while in its place a rebirth with quintessence and infinity followed. At the same time, the extremity of the protagonist sees an opportunity for an elevation in the wake of this apocalypse and rises from its high throne. The extremity of plot says its importance is insurmountable and seeks the same opportunity. The extremity of tyranny blazes with mad grandeur while expressing that such an opportunity should be theirs. The extremity of apocalypse rages with cataclysmic light while asserting that its current actions make it the more suitable candidate for this opportunity. The major concepts of extremity making up Noah's existence took this terrifying ordeal and time as an opportunity to see if Noah's soul could handle the rise of another existential authority after Vitalis and vacuous were eradicated. And they blared with their own might and profound extremes as they sought to elevate themselves and achieve the same stage as quintessence and infinity. His main body underwent tremendous changes as it floated amidst the very center of the forming extremity vein, countless units of authorities surging around him as he felt like all parts of his existence were being torn apart and replaced. Quintessence and infinity radiated their existential extremity authorities as they burnt everything. There was about vacuous and Vitalis, the extremity of apocalypse, borrowing their power to bring about their ultimate demise. This was Noah undergoing this change, but he was in no way alone. At this same moment in time, the seer of Sema had entered the colorless instance dungeon portal and arrived into the infinite hyperversal haven for the first time. She should have at least been given time to understand and fathom the domain of the primogenitor of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage she was now a part of, but the moment she arrived, she stared at the wonder that was the infinite hyperversal haven. She saw the massive infinity-shaped extremity vein that bound together multiple Alathian havens, and at the very core of it all, she could see an outline of a figure. Tendrils of heavy and astonishing authorities swirled around his visage as she could distinctly feel and see milky white and obsidian authorities being turned into flames and ashes in their place. A colorless and cerulean light blazed with glorious magnificence. This Tier 4 hyperversal extremity looked at such a scene in a daze as she spoke out. Primogenitor. The connection she couldn't feel all of a sudden seemed like it was right in front of her, but before she could understand it and the situation around her, BZZT, she felt a part of her existence burning. It was a tingling sensation as if an itch was being scratched, but the seer of Sema quickly located where it stemmed from. As within her very bloodline, she felt an intricate and core part of it being burnt and replaced, and this wasn't all. Prompts began to appear before her. The existential authority within your existence is being expunged and altered. You have lost any attained Vitalis awakenings. Within the root of your existence, seeds of quintessence and infinity bloom as you can choose which existential authority to awaken with. Prompts with utterly disastrous implications boomed within her mind, the seer of Seema's cane falling from her hands as her aged figure gazed around in horror. As if she expected the very space to crack open and for her to be struck out of existence, yet nothing occurred, only the changes within. Her body continued as she gazed towards the distant figure of the primogenitor in the center of pulsing havens in shock. Existential authorities? Different from vacuous and Vitalis? Primogenitor. What the hell are you doing? Her voice was hoarse as she wanted to ask, but her very existence was trembling with excitement as it told her to choose between quintessence and infinity. Her very existence seemed drawn to it and immensely sought it as she had to take this decision, while at the same time, she felt every trace of Vitalis' hyperversal authority being erased from her records. She was inclined towards something as ridiculous as infinity, a dead path, but then she remembered. And knew very well how the primogenitor had introduced himself, the true emperor of quintessence, the primogenitor of quintessence and infinity. Chapter 28:12 The Apocalypse of Vitalis and Vacuous Hyperversal Authorities. 2. With such a distinction, the seer of Seema sighed while making a selection that would drive the direction of her existence. You have selected quintessence to be at the core of your existence. You are undergoing your first quintessential awakening. Boundless brilliance coursed within her existence as a phenomenal change unlike any other she had experienced before began to take place. This was one vassal. Such profound changes were occurring to all vassals within the infinite hyperversal haven as its will, Noah's will, and the nearly complete quintessential annals of extremity were all working together to lay out rules and distinctions on how the purging of Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authorities would be carried out, as well as how much of quintessence and infinity would be spread outside of the infinite hyperversal haven. Within Noah's mind, dense sets of prompts were flashing in a constant fashion. The extremity of quintessence and all vassals within the infinite hyperversal haven will undergo complete expulsion of foreign existential authorities, with the vassals granted a choice between quintessence or infinity at their core. The vassals or those containing the lineage of the extremity of quintessence outside of the infinite hyperversal haven will undergo an incomplete expulsion and transformation that will only be complete when they enter the infinite hyperversal haven and have their records anchored to the quintessential annals of extremity. It was intricate. Those under the complete umbrella of the quintessential annals of extremity were safe from expressing and utilizing the existential authorities of quintessence and infinity as those who still had even a portion of their records within the ionic annals of extremity. They were stuck in a place where they couldn't enjoy the full benefits of what was currently occurring. It did mean that eventually, all those who had his lineage, any of those within the 7 clans or major inheritances, Noah would eventually have to absorb them into the infinite hyperversal haven. This would directly mean that he was taking an influx of beings who used to utilize and refine vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal authorities within the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains, and he would be taking them to refine and utilize his own existential authorities. He would directly and very clearly be making enemies with those behind vacuous and Vitalis. This was something that caused Noah's soul to buzz with contention. How he should navigate something like that is in the very near future. The ones above extremity would see what was happening and they would make a move. When they did make a move, would Noah be ready? Would those of his lineage he was connected to be safe? It was an ordeal to ponder and be ready for. As for now, there were only the profound changes occurring within his existence that mattered. Your soul lives and breathes quintessence. As Vitalis leaves you, quintessence fully blooms within your soul and illuminates the dark path ahead of you. Your body has been forged into a physiology capable of rivaling even middle-grade armaments of extremity. As vacuous leaves you, infinity courses within your body to give you a physiology that is interminable across existence. His body and soul changed greatly as the colorless light of quintessence covered every part of his soul that was undergoing an apocalypse of all the Vitalis hyperversal authority he had been bathed in whenever he was honored. His body experienced the same thing as Noah felt, that the change was beginning at a fundamental level. Your very makeup is changing as your cells are being altered to become epical ion cells of infinity. Each of your cells will carry the interminable authority of infinity, as when every part of your body is filled with them, a mere movement of your body can express the profundities and might of infinity. His very cells tore and split as new ones blazing with a cerulean light took their place. such a change began in the depths of his bone marrow as one cell changed and propagated to another, with every trace of vacuous being scorched, leaving millions more cells undergoing apocalypse. And rebirth as within his body, billions upon billions of cells began to proliferate. The cells were uniquely taking the shape of infinity symbols as they cycled the terrifying existential extremity authority of infinity. And by the time trillions of Noah's cells continued within his bones became epical ion cells of infinity, his skeletal structure released a blinding cerulean light, his bones glowed a stellar blue as very few beings in the infinite hyperversal haven could even see his body clearly right now, but for those who could, they would come to see an illusory skeletal structure radiating an endless blue light superimposed on his body, and its brilliant ultramarine light only spread out to the rest of his body as the cells within his very blood died and were reborn as brightly flickering infinity symbols, with his blood beginning to flow across his vessels and into his organs as they caused their own subtle changes there. Thump, the beat of his heart was wild. With each beat, the authorities around him surged as at this moment, for the first time in recorded history, a resonating best resounded from the quintessential annals of extremity as the beginnings of a symphony bloomed, a symphony of a profound honorarium for what the extremity of quintessence was undergoing. Thump. Trillions upon trillions of his cells all became epical ion cells of infinity as his body emanated an endless light that went as far as to bathe the Alethean havens around him, with even more grandiose prompts echoing out thereafter. The innate vitales and vacuous hyperversal meridians within your body are being broken down and changed into innate infinity and quintessence existential hyperversal meridians. Your body is unlocking a physiology unrecorded in the quintessential annals of extremity. You are bringing to light the unrecorded epical infinity existential hyperversal extremity physiology. Your soul blazes with quintessence. You are bringing to light the unrecorded tyrannical quintessential existential hyperversal extremity soul. Chapter 28:13 Existential Tyranny. His body and soul blazed with profound brilliance as they both went towards stupendous stages of power, an epical infinity existential physiology, a tyrannical quintessential existential soul, and his origin that had been bathed in both vacuous and vitales. You are bringing to light an unrecorded quintessential infinity existential hyperversal extremity origin. A mixture of both quintessence and infinity in equal weight, two existential authorities made up his being as at this moment, nearly all of vitales and vacuous within Noah's existence and records were being entirely erased. In their absence, other concepts of extremity within Noah tried to claim a profound elevation from their current stages and towards existential. One concept was at the forefront as it was the one actively destroying both vitales and vacuous with the aid of quintessence. And infinity, the extremity of apocalypse, radiates a profound brilliance while leaping towards the stage of existential left by the gaps of vitales and vacuous, apocalypse, since it was destroying existential authorities itself. It felt that it should naturally take the lead, and yet, the extremity of ascendancy pulses with halcyon radiance that envelopes all ongoing transformations and seeks the state of existential. The extremity of blood rises and says its lineage is too critical to remain in the back seat. The extremity of the protagonist exerts its overwhelming authority. The protagonist says it best defines the extremity of quintessence and seeks the seat of existential, multicolored. Waves of light erupted around Noah's body that was currently releasing endless cerulean brilliance, with protagonist, ascendancy, and apocalypse fighting for hegemony when all of a sudden, the extremity of plot says it moves everything forward. The extremity of plot states that since the very beginning, it has always been a heavy and profound crackling of purple light of utter regality and majesty boomed from the very depths of Noah's soul, coursing through his newly forming soul as a moniker within it was pulled at, a designation of his new soul that was already existential was pulled upon as currently, Noah was bringing to light the unrecorded tyrannical quintessential existential hyperversal extremity soul. The distinction of tyrannical within his soul blared, it domineeringly grabbed onto the existential authority of quintessence within the melding of Noah's soul and used this authority to instantly overwhelm all others. In an utterly tyrannical fashion, as it never allowed the extremity of plot to finish its words, the extremity of tyranny rises above all others with indomitable brilliance, the extremity of the protagonist rages with indignation, reality cracked and splintered around Noah as wild waves of extremity authority clashed and rebuffed each other. But a burning royal purple light was encompassing all others as it gained more and more dominance with every passage of a millisecond, until finally, a blinding royal purple light blazed out for light years, and a booming symphony accompanied it with profound veneration as the extremity of tyranny imposes its authority. A new emperor rose aside from quintessence and infinity, the amethyst hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of tyranny have begun to proliferate, deeply purple, immeasurably brilliant, tyranny unfolded rapidly and in full bloom while pressing down all others below it, grabbing onto the chance to elevate itself to existential with the fall of Vitalis and vacuous within Noah's body. And as soon as it arrived on this stage, the extremity of tyranny takes reins over the eradication of Vitalis and vacuous existential authorities. The extremity of tyranny states that at this point in time, we have already been clear enemies of the vacuous and Vitalis existential authorities, and that there is no need to wait cautiously to see how they react. The extremity of tyranny states that the enemies may already be on the move, and by the time reactionary action is taken, it may already be too late. Tyranny asserted itself actively and with shocking dominance as after stating its reasons, it carried out actions, terrifying actions. All entities carrying the lineage of the extremity of quintessence cannot coexist with Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authorities, and nor can they continue to stay within the vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal domains. WAA, under Noah's guidance, those who had entered the infinite hyperversal haven would gain the full blanket of the quintessential annals of extremity and have a complete transformation under quintessence or infinity. Those outside of the infinite hyperversal haven would have to make their way here in order to gain the full benefits, just like what the seer of Sema did, but at this moment, under the blazing will of tyranny, all entities carrying the transforming heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage will immediately be warped into the infinite hyperversal haven and removed from the ionic annals of extremity. A terrifying move was made as the whole infinite hyperversal haven buzzed. The extremity of tyranny moves to rename its lineage into the tyrannical quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage. Tyranny moved quickly and renamed Noah's lineage by removing the moniker of heavenly as moments after. Across the infinite hyperversal haven. Miniature amethyst hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of tyranny flashed, and with every flash, an existence who had just had their Vitalis or vacuous hyperversal authorities wiped out along with the removal of their records from the ionic annals of extremity appeared. The gorgeous royal purple flashes of light were in the millions and only continuing. Rumble, in front of the buzzing Alethian haven of Avalon, astonished and shocked. Figures of Ericsson and the extremity of Foundation clutched their chests while feeling the profound changes in their existence, turning up to gaze around them in shock as one after another, extremities and apex ionic lifeforms from the Sema clan that had taken the blood sources all began to appear. Near the dream Alethian haven, the figure of Iam and her grandfather appeared as they gazed around them, other figures from the infinite extremity looking around and suddenly falling to their knees as they saw the massive extremity vein shaped in the form of an infinity symbol. Infinity. Iam's grandfather spoke in a raspy voice as if he hadn't had any water for eons. In another region, extremities and apex ionic lifeforms from the Heavenly Moon clan appeared one after another. Those from the Prometheus clan, those who had renounced the Avernus clan, those from the Curregulus of extremity that had taken Noah's blood sources, those from the Senatus of extremity that had attained Noah's lineage. The members of the cult of endless shadows who obtained blood sources, the adjudicator of dissolution, every single entity belonging to any of the 7 clans and inheritances of extremity who took the blood sources Noah spread was warped across space and time, across recorded and unrecorded histories, across ionic annals of extremity. And into a domain obscured from Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authority, into a domain outside of the ionic annals of extremity, into the infinite hyperversal haven that was surrounded and covered thoroughly by the quintessential annals of extremity. Chapter 28:14 Existential Tyranny. 2. An action true to the name of the extremity of tyranny was taken as extremities ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 4 who had taken Noah's blood sources were all forcefully warped into the infinite hyperversal haven, their records scorched of anything to do with vacuous or Vitalis whether they wished for it or not. The structure of power laid out across the nether havens of extremity for eons, the 7 clans and major inheritances stretched throughout the 7 havens. The extremity of tyranny took an action that effectively broke apart all of this intricate structure as it considered the reality that they were likely in a time of a great and unfathomable war, and they couldn't wait for their enemy to make the first move. Because with their enemies, there were too many unknowns. The moment they made a move, everything could be over and done. All vassals that have entered colorless instance dungeon portals of quintessence have been forcefully recalled, any trace of quintessence, infinity, and tyranny within the vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal domains is being recalled and erased. Until Noah understood what enemies lay ahead of him, tyranny moved to contain and not expose him under the gaze of authorities they didn't fully understand. It was a move on the border of an overabundance of caution carried out by tyranny. But this one move had greatly altered what would have otherwise been catastrophic results. because around the same time that tyranny carried out its shocking, well, unimaginable and unexpected changes began that nobody, not even those who had taken their version of destiny to the highest gradations of extremity, could have predicted, in the domain isolated from time and space when talismans covered its outer exterior, and havens of dreams and Apollyon covered everything else, for esteemed heavenly emperors had chained and were dragging down the prime devourer, his huge worm-like figure wriggling and wishing to leave this domain after his plans entirely fell apart, and at the very center of this domain, the quintessential extra who was the Annals Inquisitor stood before Noah's body as she stared with caution towards the visage of the Sumerian architect who was currently cursing non-stop, "Fucking hell. What would you have to do at a critical time like this? All I asked was a single damn question, and I even provided information you sorely needed. And now fuck." Immense frustration could be heard in her voice as the issue at hand was truly a major one. Why was he not dead? What did he have to do at this time? As soon as he received the information she gave him, what her thoughts came to a halt, her pupils dilated in a shocking fashion as her heart, her very soul, felt an unprecedented and unimaginable danger. She wasn't the only one as within the cocoon. The head of Noah's clone was barely able to rise an inch before, ungrateful, HUUM. A booming voice shattered the barrier of talismans, the havens of dreams, and Apollyon. Above, a voice, a word, it held no emotion within it as it was filled with profound apathy, indifference, and aloofness. But what it carried, it carried such immense and unstoppable power that the moment this word was uttered, the surroundings congealed as if the very reality was against them, and in this instant, austere and utterly pristine milky tendrils of light instantly bloomed and descended from the very crevices of reality as they seemed like celestial judgment raining down from all around. Each tendril of milky white light was akin to a river of reality as its composition were unique existential rune scriptures whose origins, shape, nor form could be easily discerned, from above and below, massive and intricate circles filled with layers of existential extremity rune scriptures of Vitalis bloomed, grinding downwards and upwards as from them, even grander tendrils of smiting lightning of destruction unfurled. Noah's brief glance of these massive rune scriptures reminded him of the same ones that appeared above the infinite hyperversal haven to grant him a baptism of Vitalis' hyperversal authority for his honorariums. Now, their purpose here was much different. When they appeared, the 9 infernal superious wheels of extinction were instantly splintered and shattered as the tendrils of white lightning seemed like unstoppable smites of judgment. They were raining down all around as their target was not singular. No, rage and horror were apparent on the face of the Sumerian architect as she saw boundlessly large milky white tendrils of light converge on her from all around. Her polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of vacuous did nothing to prevent them from coming close. These scriptures even moving and making way seamlessly as the milky white tendrils of smite thundered down. Her rage was immeasurable as when her eyes turned to the man opposite her, she could see his still calm gaze in the cocoon as her extremity of intuition buzzed its utmost in all her life, and she moved, her hand reaching out towards Noah as her voice angrily echoed out, "Make all of this fucking worth it." Her hand reached out, and Noah stared at the coming tendrils of milky white smites that seemed to be coming across space and time, as if they had been coming milliseconds ago and they would keep coming milliseconds later as he knew they weren't avoidable. His will was only able to wrap around the quintessential extra in front of him and the outstretched hand of the Sumerian architect before an instant later. Boom! Boom! Like an unending cluster of thunderous judgment, Noah felt the unstoppable might of the foreign and unknown scriptures contained in these tendrils of smiting lightning shred across his colorless and cerulean hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures, their might tearing apart his body that was expressing a might of the middle grade zenith level as if it were paper. This terrifying light. They sought his records. But this was where things ended, for the consciousness within this clone, everything turned dark as they would never come to find his records. Even if they searched all of the Ionic annals of extremity, he would not be found. Chapter 28:15 Cleansing. The thundering waves of judgment continued. Noah's figure was shredded out of existence as before this entire scene faded from his eyes, he was able to catch a glimpse of a terrifying scene, a scene of the Sumerian architect bellowing out as her existential extremity rune scriptures of vacuous did nothing against the retribution of white lightning around her. The target of all of this was Noah, yes. But thereafter. The apathetic voice that uttered a single word seemed to then target any of those connected to or had aided Noah in any way. Their gaze sought everything across the Ionic annals of extremity as any records, cause and effect, and the usage of vacuous and Vitalis' hyperversal authority was perused and acted upon with callousness and extreme apathy. Apart from the Sumerian architect, Noah saw the unfiltered shock and horror on the face of Extremity Solarium as the very Vitalis hyperversal authority within her body seemingly constricted and held her in place as tendrils of milky white lightning scorched everything. She wasn't alone, as the other three esteemed heavenly emperors she had called forth to aid Noah in his endeavor also faced the same fate. It was a surreal and shocking scene that very quickly escaped Noah's gaze. For him, in this region, everything went dark, and the moment Noah's consciousness was cut off from this domain along with every shred of his authority, the two circling intricate formations of extremity rune scriptures and boundless white light of judgment all faded within an instant as if they were never there. All that was left behind were a few spots where the four esteemed heavenly emperors used to be. What was left behind of their existence was a bundle of the source their existence stemmed from, as very soon it dispersed into whispers of Vitalis that sank into the surrounding reality. What was born from Vitalis returned to Vitalis. There was no loss, only a cycle. In utter shock, the massive figure of the Prime Devourer gazed at this terrifying scene as he was untouched, his worm-like figure wriggled with shock and emotion as he saw the deaths of all his enemies and the primogenitor of talismans as he questioned whether he was actually alive. In another corner, the Bard of Vitalis held a sorrowful expression as he played a slow and heart-rending melody. A melody of extreme loss that had just occurred, and the immense loss that would follow. This was because what occurred here was not a singular event, it was something occurring in many other places, simultaneously and across spacetime. Everything to do with and connected to Noah Osmont was being cleansed out of existence, in the supernal haven of Helios where Noah was with the main body of Extremity Solarium. He was here waiting to enter the heavenly hyperversal gauntlet of gradation. His eyes were only able to flicker with brightness as his will reached out towards Extremity Solarium, whose face was ashen with horror as above and below them, massive spinning intricate circles of milky white scriptures ground down, instantly shredding the records of Extremity Solarium at the fifth gradation of extremity in Noah's clone mercilessly. But this wasn't all. In the obsidian Sarischian archipelago, the space above this massive floating landmass of utter beauty and magnificence opened as a single massive strike of milky white lightning the size of multiple minor havens rained down with a cataclysmic light, shredding everything below it as after a nanosecond, glimmering stellar dust was all that remained. The entire archipelago disappeared as if the traces of Noah appearing within it had to all be entirely erased. Along with its disappearance, trillions of figures who were simply going about their day disappeared with their records wiped as if they never existed. Simultaneously, in the far distance where the golden Smilodon archipelagos were, a burst of blinding light bloomed as the moment it passed. Everything on this landmass was scorched, and at the same time, across the supernal haven of dissolution, Noah's floating islands that held his clones acting under the guise of the infernal heavenly commerce, BOM, faced a raging burst of blinding white light from all directions. For all islands where he had distributed blood sources before, and all the entities continued within these islands, it was a heavy and irreversible action, and it was occurring simultaneously across different areas as outside of the Vitalis hyperversal domains. Noah's clone that was facing the fifth gradation of extremity, the extremity of light. A blinding beam of white light tore across spacetime to instantly sunder him out of existence as an instant later, Emperor Shao and Extremity of Light along with the Vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal legions could only stare blankly in shock and horror. His will within the extremity bridge connecting to Anarchos, his will that had stepped into this infernal domain. The bodies of vacuous malignancies near the extremity bridge of Anarchos that he had infected with his Varions, anything and everything connected to Noah faced a thorough and utter annihilation as if all of the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains were being cleansed of Noah Osmont, cleansed of anything to do with quintessence and infinity. The effects were widespread and far-reaching, far in the depths of the vacuous hyperversal domains, within layers of veiled records twisted in time and space, in a domain where a hut and a forge stood stably, a refined and a blacksmith were carrying on their own business when all of a sudden, their gazes changed heavily as the records they were hidden and trembled while buzzing with an obsidian flash of light that was followed by a single reverberating word, ungrateful. A trace of interminable shock and disbelief overcame them as they quickly turned into streams of light that weaved across multiple pathways and records, their figures coming to arrive in what should have been a record of a paradisiacal haven that was recorded eons ago, a haven that the body of the Sumerian architect normally stayed in. Yet at this moment, when they arrived, all they could see was a scorched reality and landmasses breaking off into a cataclysm as the aura of the Sumerian architect was nowhere to be felt. Noelity. Chapter 28:16 Cleansing. 2. The female entity at the sixth gradation of extremity bellowed out with immense pain and shock as the blacksmith beside her trembled. His hand moved as polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of vacuous unfolded, his will searching for records of the Sumerian architect, of any records to do with Elodie, and nothing. His massive burly body seemed to age immense as it trembled, because he shockingly came to find the records of Elodie were entirely absent in the vacuous annals of extremity and the Vitalis annals of extremity, as if she had never even existed. His burly figure trembled, his power at the sixth gradation of extremity was immense and boundless as he gazed upwards. He gazed at the silent space all around as his gaze was fierce as if he wanted to rebel against it, but an instant later his gaze became cloudy as he looked down. Age and weakness filled his body as he couldn't find it within himself. He couldn't do it, even such a powerhouse at the sixth gradation of extremity. Felt immeasurable weakness and power as a moment later, he roared out in helplessness as his bellows shattered the recorded history around him, across the absence of space and time, within the vacuous hyperversal domains inside the haven of perdition. A man waved his hands to cause the disappearance of multiple figures around him as silent waves of perdition roared around him. A hint of extremity was covering his body unstably as at this moment, his gaze was filled with solemnity, ungrateful. A single word boomed out from all around as an instant later, a dazzling obsidian circle filled with swirling existential extremity authority bloomed and came crashing down towards the figure of this man. His eyes shone with tendrils of cerulean light as he came to place his right hand on his chest. He felt the last beat of his heart, he felt the intricate layers of systems he had forged within his existence, and what he had done in order to create a safe haven for himself and those he loved from ever facing certain death. His safeguards were activated automatically a moment ago as he didn't know who the enemy was. But it didn't matter now, he only hoped that what he had set up would be enough. BOM, with an apocalyptic glimmer, the rotating circle buzzing with existential extremity authority arrived above the visage of the great usurper. Cataclysmic authority crashed down on Noah Eckert as the moment it dawned on him, his body turned into tendrils of blue light that scattered freely. A large amount of these tendrils of cerulean light tried to arc and wrap around the descending obsidian circle of destruction before ultimately, they were seemingly entirely destroyed into oblivion. Immense silence and nothingness remained thereafter as the seas of perdition flowed freely, where Noah Eckert used to be. Nothing remained. A thorough and indeterminate cleansing had occurred for anything and anyone related to Noah Osmond, with this moment in time being a major turning point and a moment that would be etched in the minds of many as across the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains. A single one had thundered out that had come with it immense fear. A single word that seemed to show off great power and act as a reminder to all others at the same time, the actions carried forth simultaneously across existence at the same time only further cemented the power of this single word as with it, the landscape of the nether havens of extremity was entirely changed. The structure of clans and inheritances were fractured and desolate. Quintillions upon quintillions died, no matter if they were extremities or apex ionic lifeforms, and most of all, resonating waves of Vitalis hyperversal authority bloomed as in the isolated domain where only the figure of the prime devourer and bard of Vitalis remained. Space twisted and warped as a burly entity walked out of it. With devilishly handsome features and great age and power. It was actually none other than the primogenitor of steel. Whap, whap. He wasn't the only one to arrive as moments later, a burst of vacuous hyperversal authority bloomed, and a burst of Vitalis hyperversal authority followed thereafter. With flashes of white and black continuing thereafter as within a nanosecond. This space was filled with terrifying auras in the upper tiers of the gradations of extremity. Some were wrapped heavily in existential extremity rune scriptures of Vitalis, while others were wrapped in vacuous, different races and creeds all adorned variations of humanoid forms as some gazed towards the primogenitor of steel and nodded in recognition and respect, and they did the same to a few select entities that had just arrived here. All of them had their gazes focused on where the figure of Noah used to be, off to the side. The figure of the prime devourer trembled at the arrival of these terrifying monsters steeped in history as at this moment, the voice of one of these entities rang out with a hint of sorrow. "Little bard, you saw everything?" The question of this feminine voice was directed towards the bard of Vitalis, who calmly packed his instruments and tools as if his job here was done. The monkey-like visage of the bard of Vitalis nodded without any emotion as he prepared to leave. The symphony he had forged this time was a grand one, but it left a particularly bad taste in his mouth. Before he left, the primogenitor of steel calmly spoke as his words stopped the bard of Vitalis in his tracks. "How was the most recent honored one?" A heavy question, one that caused the expressions of other powerful entities here to change as they didn't respect the primogenitor of steel to be so bold as to ask such a thing. Some entities even chose to leave right away when such a topic was asked, as they had just affirmed how trillions of others just loosely connected to this most recent honored one had just perished with him. the Bard of Vitalis was silent for a moment before he spoke slowly. Milliseconds after achieving extremity, he could already butcher those at the 5th gradation of extremity. Who knows how far he could have gone, WAA. While leaving behind such words, the Bard of Vitalis disappeared, in this space that was now filled with a number of shockingly powerful entities who were always stretched out across recorded and unrecorded histories. Another voice boomed out, he fell down just as quickly as he rose. Rest in peace, Osmont. An entity of an unknown gradation echoed out such words before he disappeared. Others were silent and contemplative at this whole ordeal as they watched on with a myriad of their own thoughts and emotions. All they could confirm was that the most recent honored one had already fallen. Chapter 28:17 An existential declaration of war. The most recent honored one had fallen. It was a reality cemented in stone for many. For any beings who had lived across eons of history, this was not a first. They had lived across records of honored ones killed before, entities who achieved grand honorariums, and yet they reached for a place they should have never even thought about. It was a heavy moment in eons of recorded history. On the 500th millisecond after Noah had expanded his records towards infinity, Fuak, a bellow of rage and pain echoed out across records as the very existence of an entity at the 5th gradation of extremity had to actually lower all her defenses and allow another being to guide her, otherwise she would find herself completely perishing. It felt like just moments ago, her hand had reached out towards Noah's existence. With her single reach, she threw out her records and very existence towards him, as at this moment, it wasn't a matter of trust, it was a matter of life and death, as her actions of sharing information with Noah had landed her among the many beings who were cleansed out of existence. She didn't know if she was escaping the death of the predicament she had placed herself in, or if the entity she reached out to would even be capable of helping her to evade it, but he was alive after creating an existential extremity authority, and he didn't show fear and horror even as an existential night filled with undeniability reigned around them. All of these clues forced the Sumerian architect to very quickly and defenselessly transfer her very existence towards this being, where his will was even able to connect to her main body, as currently, she was being pulled across records as she found herself asking many questions. First, she fully opened herself and laid everything bare, as any trace of vacuous and vitalis within her existence was currently being scorched and erased by the foreign existential extremity authority she felt around Noah. But then there came the most important question. She was being pulled across records, yes, but where to? There was always the Ionic Annals of Extremity containing the vacuous and vitalis Annals of Extremity. This encompassed all of existence, all of them under the light of vacuous and vitalis. So where could she and Osmont go to escape existence itself? It was a complex question that was also very easy to answer at the same time. The Sumerian architect didn't have the answer, so she only focused herself even more as she willingly lost all traces of vacuous hyperversal authority she had elevated across 5 gradations, and her existence felt a brilliant colorless brilliance cover her as she was pulled somewhere. But where exactly? Noah's will was robust and filled with immense coldness at this moment as he carefully pulled in the Sumerian architect. He reached out towards her because Quintessence felt she held critical information that she was a being who knew much more than others, as it would benefit him to save her from the cleansing occurring because of him. So he pulled her towards the infinite hyperversal haven while erasing everything to do with foreign existential authorities. This brought to light the critical question of exactly where the infinite hyperversal haven was currently. Not too long ago, it was contained in a recorded history within Noah's memory that was within the Ionic Annals of Extremity. His glorious spiritual land was hidden within layers of records, but they were records bathed under the light of vitalis and vacuous nonetheless. When the quintessential Annals of Extremity began forming, his records were erased from the Ionic Annals of Extremity and were recorded in the quintessential Annals of Extremity. Naturally, everything was pulled into himself as they were his records. And now, the infinite hyperversal haven was within Noah's records, but his main body was also within the infinite hyperversal haven. As this begged the question, where did everything actually exist in? Was he truly outside of the scope of the Ionic Annals of Extremity? Outside the scope of all existence? If so, where exactly was he in the infinite hyperversal haven? As the quintessential Annals of Extremity neared their formation, this question had to be clearly outlined and answered, and it was answered in the most obscene way possible while outlining just how Noah had removed himself from the vitalis and vacuous Annals of Extremity. The answer lay in quintessence and infinity. What exactly could quintessence do? As a concept, its usage was very abstruse, as it could do any myriad of things for Noah. It could grant him the capability of offensive and defensive moves while at the same time providing something like the sporos of extremity and ash tree of gradation. Its usage varied greatly. And now, it was existential, it was at its very extremes as its first actions were working in conjunction with infinity to set up the quintessential annals of extremity. But was this it? Was this the extent of quintessence? And then there came the question of infinity. This concept was grand as surely, its capabilities were more than overwhelming other entities with a sense of the vastness of infinity. At this moment, these two existential authorities answered these doubts of their shocking capabilities as this whole time as Noah stretched his records to infinity. Endless existential authority flows through infinity and courses through quintessence to allow for the paradoxical existence and non-existence of the quintessential annals of extremity within Noah Osmont and the gaps of the ionic annals of extremity. When more existential authority is obtained and infinity and quintessence are further elevated, more knowledge will be obtained on how to entirely break free and exist outside the scope of currently established existence, outside the scope of existence, outside the scope of the ionic annals of extremity, outside of vacuus and vitalis. This was the main goal as currently, the newly born existential extremity authorities of quintessence and infinity were not powerful enough. Quintessence, infinity, they were currently acting in conjunction to flitter across the line of existence and non-existence as Noah figured out just where to be in all this, as he sought to understand where he fit and what landscape he was in. Chapter 28:18 An Existential Declaration of War. 2. Currently, while utilizing tremendous existential extremity authority, infinity and quintessence had been working at all times to make it so that the quintessential annals of extremity were masked by a never-ending paradoxical light where it did not exist within the ionic annals of extremity. And it also existed at the same time. And no records of the quintessential annals of extremity could be found by the vitalis and vacuous annals of extremity, no records of the infinite hyperversal haven nor Noah and those he was associated with inside it could be discerned in this paradoxical state of existence and non-existence, and thus the incongruity of the current state of existence of the quintessential annals of extremity, infinite hyperversal haven, and Noah Osmont paired with quintessence has given birth to a new concept of extremity. You have attained the extremity of paradox, a brand new extremity arose from an ancient slumber, its authority was there and not there, present and ever absent. Its rune scriptures took one color in one instance, and took another color in the next. It was unfathomable. It was paradoxical. The extremity of paradox gazes at the many incomprehensible concepts under the banner of the extremity of quintessence and nods in appreciation. The extremity of paradox blares with brilliance and states that sometimes that which is least understood and makes little conceptual sense is the strongest. The extremity of paradox inserts itself into the conundrum of the quintessential annals of extremity, infinite hyperversal haven, and its master as it activates the feature of quintessential Schrödinger's paradox. Quintessence burns with colorless brilliance, infinity burns with cerulean grandeur. Tyranny bellows with amethyst resplendence, all three of Noah's current existential extremity. Authorities blared forth as paradox urged them towards a fantastical conclusion, until a stellar prompt bloomed within Noah's mind, until they can be quantified, measured, fully understood or analyzed by others. The infinite hyperversal haven, quintessential annals of extremity, and the extremity of quintessence are all in a state of existence and non-existence, a state of quantum indeterminacy, a bold statement, a temporary solution, and a pillar for Noah to rely on until he truly understood what existential represented, what vitalis and vacuous represented. And what those above extremity represented. So long as they did not understand him, his quintessential annals of extremity, and the infinite hyperversal haven, they would never be capable of finding him in a state of existence and non-existence, in a state of quantum indeterminacy. It was a unique state powered by all of his existential extremity authorities as a newly emerging paradox provided a framework. It showed that the tier of this concept was not low. The extremity of the protagonist gazes threateningly towards the extremity of paradox. It was to the extent that Noah's authorities seeking the pristine status of existential gaze towards paradox with caution due to its unfathomable means. Boom, at this time, his concepts utterly cleansed the Sumerian architect at this moment as finally, after crossing layers of records, safeguards, and protection from endless waves of authority, emerging from infinity. Fuck, her voice was resonant as the Sumerian architect blinked, and she found herself in a place where her billowing will of an entity at the fifth gradation of extremity spread out as the first thing she saw was the blinding construct of an infinity symbol stretched out like a massive extremity vein, and the stacks of haven rotating and expanding in real time. Along with this, trillions of auras of entities could be felt stretched all around, with a great number of extremities and apex ionic lifeforms. But she didn't care about this. What she did care about, existential, was what she could directly feel. Her wounded soul could no longer find a trace of Vitalis or Vacuous. Instead, she could feel the potent aura of other existential extremity authorities, and multiple ones at that. It was an impossibility she couldn't fathom as her throat felt dry when gazing at it. With her soul quickly establishing herself as intuition blared, her gaze looked at the depths of the center of the infinity symbol as there. She could feel the one at the source of it all. She wanted to reach out to him, but in the next moment a set of words appeared over her eyes, an astonishing feat. Your unique soul is one of the strongest ones within the recorded history. The number of concepts you have taken to extremity exceeds many others and gives you great distinction in the banner of quintessence. Her pupils widened ever further. What she saw before her was records, but it wasn't records of Vitalis or Vacuous, it was records etched in something else entirely. As the moment she saw it, a shocking affirmation dawned on her soul. Why, he wasn't dead. He didn't just forge an existential extremity authority. He actually separated himself from the very ionic annals of extremity and enacted a new database of records, an entirely new annals. In her shock and disbelief, she wanted to peer more into the shocking new reality when all of a sudden, another voice rang out not too far from her. What is this? A similar voice of utter astonishment as when the Sumerian architect turned her gaze. She saw the visage of Extremity Solarium, whom she was fighting against not too long ago, both of them. And many others had just arrived in this unfamiliar new location filled with unknown shocks, as they were not the only ones. There were trillions of others, all those who had been bathed in the past lineage of the extremity of quintessence. And at this moment, as they were trying to get acclimated, a booming authority and symphony blared out across the endless stretches of havens they could see as a voice filled with tyranny echoed out. The extremity of tyranny has broken the bindings of Vitalis and Vacuous, hyperversal authorities that have just rained down cataclysm on trillions. Vitalis and Vacuous encompass life and death, beginnings and endings, reality and non-reality. From this moment onwards, the existential authorities of quintessence and infinity will replace these unworthy authorities, being utilized and placed under the callous beck and call of those designated as the ones above extremity. What Vitalis and Vacuous stood for. Quintessence and infinity will elevate and bring to a grander level. A shockingly amethyst resplendence bloomed across the infinite hyperversal haven as a heavy authority and voice boomed out. The extremity of tyranny has laid down a tyrannical existential judgment after the recently unfolding reality. An existential declaration of war has been issued against Vacuous and Vitalis and all those utilizing these existential authorities to carry out their obscene oppression. WAA. Declaration of war, an existential declaration of war against the ones above extremity. Chapter 28:19. The existential paths to follow. The ones above extremity. Little was understood about them. And even less was understood about their connections to the existential authorities of Vacuous and Vitalis. Entities on the gradations of extremity spoke of them in rumors and whispers, not daring to speak too loudly against who they were or anything about them. Some entities had even caught glimpses of the ones above extremity, or mere glimpses of records that held such beings, but one thing was clear. Their authority was inviolable, their mere existence was awe and fear-inducing. They could be standing right before you, and you wouldn't even know. They could take on the form of any entity and very clearly replicate their records to the extent that one wouldn't be the wiser on who exactly stood before them. At least this was among the little that was known about them. The Sumerian architect gazed at the burning words and voice echoing out around her that laid out an existential declaration of war as her breathing was slightly heavy. She was an entity of immense power and pride, as her knowledge could rival those at the 6th or 7th gradation of extremity. She knew a great deal of secrets as when it came to the ones above extremity. Even she was cautious. She had thrown this caution to the wind when she met this entity who had forged his own existential authority, as this led to a near true death, and she somehow ended up here, in a place where, unlike Vacuous and Vitalis, the existential authorities here seemed to be filled with even more life. Yes, this was the closest she could think of it, as she knew the reason why. The existence who enacted and forged this amethyst existential authority was right before her. And even more astonishing, he had multiple authorities established as 1201, existential. Was it always such an easy thing to do? Yes, they weren't as potent as Vitalis and Vacuous, but this distinction alone was something that had escaped the grasp of many others, and there had been a few honored ones that came close. So what exactly was this entity she had initially thought was interesting, but was now turning out to be someone even she couldn't fathom? And the even more important question was, did he truly believe he could wage a war against the ones above extremity? That he would actually win. At this moment, she didn't have an answer. But she wouldn't doubt just yet. She needed more information. She had to understand this being first, and the best way to do so was to grasp exactly what his existential authorities held, and just what depth the so-called quintessential annals of extremity where she had begun to have honorariums recorded in were, the moment this thought came. And before she could do anything else, bells rang out across these starry domains filled with tendrils of multicolored light as the Sumerian architect and solarium turned their heads upwards, noticing a bundle of light appearing above them in the form of a treasure cache. The Sumerian architect squinted her eyes as she reached out towards this cache that shone with multicolored light. As the moment she touched it, it exploded into a stream of prompts that washed over her eyes. You have unlocked the newcomer treasure cache of quintessence. Within it lies introductory information of the infinite hyperversal haven you are currently located in, the banner of quintessence, the quintessential annals of extremity, the existential extremity authorities of quintessence and infinity, and more. The extremity of tyranny provides this information to you so that you can have no excuse when it comes to traversing across the gradations with quintessence and infinity. The only states of existence currently available to traverse in are quintessence and infinity, with every inhabitant of the infinite hyperversal haven being given a choice between a state of existence to dedicate their path of extremity on. Once a state of existence has been chosen, one will attain a source of the tyrannical quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage and undergo a transformation to prepare their existence for quintessential awakenings or infinity awakenings. The information from the newcomer treasure cache of quintessence was abundant as waves of information flowed into the mind of the Sumerian architect. Her eyes shone brightly as she shifted through everything. Taking less than a millisecond before she spoke calmly, infinity, her decision was resolute as for her, even though quintessence burned with a shocking allure. Her intuition told her to embark on infinity. She was a reader of records. She sought to understand and analyze countless records of all things. For this, she could only touch upon infinity and see just what this existential authority held in store. She wasn't the only one having to make a decision at this moment, as all newly arriving entities obtained a newcomer treasure cache of quintessence, with the visage of extremity solarium beside the Sumerian architect being difficult as she still found it hard to accept that she was nearly scorched out of existence by Vitalis. All the while her own polychrome hyperversal heavenly extremity rune scriptures of Vitalis acted as if they weren't hers to begin with. Feeling this fresh sense of betrayal, Solarium closed her eyes as her soul led her towards quintessence. From her and the Sumerian architect, blinding lights began to shine. One with a colorless radiance, the other with an endless blue light. They were on the fifth gradation of extremity as their light was much brighter than most, but across the infinite hyperversal haven, many beings made a choice as they received an introduction and acclamation to the infinite hyperversal haven, a distance away. A unique existence formerly known as the Seer of Sema looked at this scene as her own soul coursed with the tyrannical quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage. Bursts of quintessence coursing across her vessels as she shook her head with a wry smile while gazing around her. Primogenitor, you really do have a ridiculous holy war in store for these old bones. But, at least the existence here seems fun. Chapter 28:20 The Existential Paths to Follow. 2. Trillions of entities from the 7 clans and major inheritances of the nether havens of extremity were acclimating and learning about the new lands they were in. While this occurred, with the pillar of quintessential Schrödinger's paradox and state of quantum indeterminacy, the quintessential annals of extremity near the completion of their intricate construct. Quintessence and infinity are the biggest pillars supporting the quintessential annals of extremity as a backbone. With the extremity of quintessence benefiting greatly from the advancement and elevation of these annals, Noah's grand ideals and constructs were coming to completion as he was faced with a heavy and dark future ahead, a future where at this moment, his mere presence in the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains was met with an existential judgment, and would likely meet such a reaction should he ever appear again. What did this mean? That he could never again appear in the domains of the 7 havens of extremity, that he would have to be fearful of even stepping out of his home, his very existence buzzed at such questions as tyranny roared with silent indignation. No, his path was a grand one, a miraculous one, and one filled with innumerable trials, but it was never a weak and cowering one. With this in mind, his body within the center of the extremity vein released an untold splendor as he thought of the information he had obtained from the Sumerian architect, information on the ones above extremity. And he then paired this information with the rise of his extremity of paradox and the quintessential Schrödinger's paradox and state of quantum indeterminacy. All of this came together and was then infused as mere ideas into his existence as moments later, your unrecorded epical infinity existential hyperversal extremity physiology has successfully formed. Your unrecorded tyrannical quintessential existential hyperversal extremity soul has successfully formed. Your unrecorded quintessential infinity existential hyperversal extremity origin has successfully formed. Boom! At the center of the extremity vein of the infinite hyperversal haven, Noah's body was seemingly about to erupt with cataclysmic waves of extremity when an instant later, whap! Everything was calmly contained in his body as not even a trace of an aura leaked out. And yet, he carried an air of glory and honor as very few beings would even be capable of gazing at him from afar, with any who were closer to him forced to lower their gaze. He felt the power of his body. The trillions of cerulean cells in the form of infinity symbols making it up caused him to feel a sense of overwhelming power and strength as the cycling of blood across his vessels was akin to a high-speed engine. He resonated with his soul and felt an interminable bastion of quintessence surrounding it, with intricate runic scriptures weaver across his soul that interlinked and resonated with each other. Then there was his existential origin. It was no longer in the form of a massive tower-like structure of layered havens as currently. Noah's own extremity vein of quintessence was reflected across his origin, as this was where his havens centered around, not in stacks of havens. But the massive Alethean havens within his origin were akin to mystical floating landmasses that rotated around the radiant multicolored infinity symbol. 9 majestical Alethean havens followed the coursing authority within the extremity vein as they were in constant movement, and the type of authority continued within them was not isolated anymore as within a single Alethean haven. Noah could see the authority of dreams, Genesis, Avalon, Elara, Penumbra, Elysium. And more. His Alethean havens were equilibrated and altered as equal amounts of authority flowed across all 9, with the heavenly authorities of the 7 havens being kept within Noah as since the moment he obtained them. Quintessence had altered them to make them his. They did not belong to Vacuous or Vitalis as these authorities he kept. Their existence also shed light on Noah's undoubtedly dark path ahead, as there was the question of how he could fight enemies that he could not see. Enemies he had no information about, and enemies who could see him right away in the domains of their existence. There was no clear answer. But the heavenly authorities provided a point of attack. If he could make the heavenly authorities his already, then his war against Vacuous and Vitalis could be waged on the very 7 havens they supported, those outside of the extremity vein and the supernal havens within it. And the moment this thought came to Noah, the 9 existential Alethean havens of extremity rotate around the extremity vein of quintessence and receive constant nourishment. The extremity vein of quintessence paves the way for advancement and states that within it, new Alethean havens can now be built on the basis of any possible authorities of your choosing. Your existential origin is now of insurmountable importance as this, and your advancement across the gradations of extremity will be a key factor in the elevation of your existential extremity authorities. The usage, refinement, and advancement of the existential extremity authorities by your vassals is secondary, but also of insurmountable importance, as depending on the sheer number of beings involved, the advancement of your existential extremity authorities can progress rapidly. The path forward for his origin was laid out, and the importance of utilizing other beings to further elevate his existential extremity authorities was laid out. Noah's eyes shone brightly as he gazed around the changing infinite hyperversal haven. Currently, he couldn't step out of it, nor could any of the inhabitants within it. It meant that the cerulean instance dungeon portals of infinity were about to be of great importance, as they would allow the progression of his people and for them to use, refine, and further advance his existential extremity authorities by their means of warping entities across records. But was it intricate enough at this moment to allow the volume of beings that had just stepped into the infinite hyperversal haven? The extremity of systems raises its head with pride and states that the dungeon system of extremity is advancing to an unblemished state. His concepts were himself, and he was his concepts. His will lay dormant as his concepts followed it, even without him having to exert himself actively. This was the wonder of his concepts of extremity, and as Noah theorized how to move forward, his existence began to buzz and resonate as new sets of prompts descended. Due to the nature of your existence, you have gained the distinction of indeterminate quintessential existence. You are in a constant paradoxical state of uncertainty, of existence and non-existence as apart from the quintessential annals of extremity. It is nearly impossible for other entities, authorities, or annals of extremity to perceive you. Chapter 28-21 Eons of Change Indeterminate Quintessential Existence. It was a state of distinction granted to Noah due to his existence becoming reforged under the light of quintessence and infinity. In the past, he had the inscrutable two-existence distinction from following the path of Vitalis and Vacuous hyperversal authorities. But the mere first distinction of indeterminate quintessential I eclipsed inscrutable by light years, its usage may just be critical in allowing Noah to do what he sought to do in the future to come. There were many more prompts that arose afterwards as Noah needed to consolidate all of them and understand just how powerful his new aspects of existence were. By that time, things would also progress for those who had just entered the infinite hyperversal haven, as the path for them would also bloom the dungeon system of extremity and its pivotal role in allowing for the usage, refinement, and the elevation of the current existential extremity authorities fully unfolding then. Noah's eyes closed as they radiated a profound cerulean brilliance, his will coursing through his body and traversing across trillions of cells in the form of infinity symbols as he viewed his meridians, his reality passages, his Alethean havens, and so much more. 200 milliseconds after the reverberation of the single word "one grateful" and the subsequent cleansing across the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains. Above the lands of the Prometheus clan in the nether haven of Oceanus, idyllic islands floated in bubbles of blue seas that rotated like individual cosmos domains that used to be filled with life and grandeur as now. There was a sense of tension and urgency as extremities moved within, outside of these domains. The figures of the extremity clones of Sierra Mistress and the Avernus extremity overlord could be seen as their eyes shone brightly, their pupils coming to lock onto each other as if they faced an unprecedented opportunity. Sierra Mistress was the one to speak as a deep smile was carved on her face, her worries finally fading after a hard few days where it seemed that the Avernus clan was on the precipice of destruction. All 7 clans were affected. Over half of all of their forces had taken the blood sources linked to Noah Osmont, with some like the Havenly Moon clan reaching over 90%. And now they have all faced Havenly retribution and perished as their lands, domains, and deep history. Sierra Mistress didn't need to continue. The idea she placed towards was a profound one as from their perspective, the 7 clans were cleansed out of existence along with the major inheritances of extremity that were connected to Noah, and it was only the remaining members of the Avernus clan who were enemies with him that were spared. She could locate any traces of the major existences within the 7 clans in the Vitalis annals of extremity, as the only conclusion to this was their deaths through the Havenly retribution observed across the domains. Hearing her words, the Avernus extremity overlord smiled with regality and power as he gave an order: assemble our remaining forces. Even we shall move ourselves as the goal. Is to eat up any remnant forces of the 7 clans and major inheritances of extremity. Have them swear an oath of extremity to be wholly loyal to the Avernus clan, as only in death can they depart from it. His gaze was a ferocious one of a mad emperor. This whole time, he had been suppressed time after time by a being he hadn't even known about weeks ago. And finally, it is time for us to change the history of the 7 havens. There shall no longer be 7 clans and major inheritances of extremity. Only the Avernus clan taking reins of the nether havens of extremity. 7 nether havens, under one Avernus clan, boom. Crack. His words were ecstatic as the moment they finished, the blue starry space above their extremity clones here and even their main bodies in the supernal havens of extremity. The space above cracked open as massive milky white circles of light appeared. Heavy existential extremity authority pulsed from the intricate makeup of rune scriptures as its appearance instantly caused Sierra Mistress and the Avernus extremity overlord to turn fearful. Were they about to face Havenly retribution as well? This thought was a shocking one, as they were unwilling, but could do nothing as tendrils of thick milky white light instantly shot down and came to bathe their existence, and Sierra Mistress and the Avernus extremity overlord still felt their existence. They didn't just feel their existence, they felt a profound and shocking elevation of it as extremely pure existential extremity authority flowed into and propped their concepts of extremity, their souls also beginning to see the formation of a dense number of polychrome hyperversal Havenly extremity rune scriptures as the level of their existence rapidly began to rise. They were utterly shocked and exuberant at such a scene. They felt their stagnant status within the gradations of extremity begin to move as around them. Vitalis' hyperversal authority turned into a dense sea that surged into them. In 10 milliseconds, they jumped from the 4th gradation of extremity and came upon a heavy door that should have taken them a great deal of years, but, crack, as if the bottleneck never existed, it broke as their existence ascended upwards, into the 5th gradation of extremity. The seer of Avernus laughed wildly amidst the storm of Vitalis around them. How quickly things changed, how shocking the paths that opened up could be. She didn't fully understand why, but due to their animosity with Noah Osmont, they were receiving a baptism of power that they had never read about across recorded history as their might rose to shocking levels. Was it just their reward, or did it mean something else? Why would the ones above extremity do this for them? What benefits did they gain? Could it mean that Osmond was not fully eradicated, and they were planning on using those he held animosity with as conduits to track and bring him into their grasp? Chapter 28-22 Eons of Change. 2. Multiple theories flowed in the mind of Sierra Mestres as she didn't know the right answer, whether it was just a reward they received, or whether there were many strings attached to it. Did not matter. We have received a heavenly mandate. A mandate. Our thoughts are not wrong, her voice echoed out grandly as beside her, the figure of the Avernus Extremity Overlord felt the overflowing power at the fifth gradation of extremity that continued to rise as his pupils radiated purple-white flames of majesty and regality. 7 Nether Havens. 1 Avernus Clan, WAA, an unexpected elevation bloomed in this region and continued, the landscape of the 7 Havens about to change greatly due to it, away from this region, in the supernal havens of extremity within the extremity vein, in the skies where the obsidian Sauriskian archipelago used to be. A visage of a shockingly beautiful woman filled with a sense of wildness and craziness could be seen, tendrils of lunacy vibrating around her as she was starting. At the destruction of the land she was near of when it was smited out of existence, but now, she stared above as thick snake-like tendrils of milky white Vitalis hyperversal authority cascaded down and came to bathe her body. Her unstable realm at the 4th gradation of extremity that she had just stepped into beginning to rise, she didn't understand why, but she didn't have to. She held her obsession with the man who had infected her soul with variants that nearly cost her life. Inside lunacy, this obsession didn't die, it also meant that Noah Osmond did not die. After hearing his adulations and honorariums of his name ring out across the Vitalis hyperversal domains, her pride and honor had been shaken as. Lunacy went even crazier at the fact that she may not be powerful enough to take care of her obsession, but now, tendrils of white grandeur surrounded her as polychrome hyperversal heavenly extremity rune scriptures of Vitalis bloomed in her soul. Awakenings beginning to unfold one after another as she went towards a grand destination. Little Osmond, I know you're still alive. Come out, maddening waves of lunacy echoed out as even more changes occurred here, in another region, in the isolated domain where the Bard of Vitalis used to be, and where dozens of terrifying entities at the 6th gradation of extremity or higher had appeared momentarily milliseconds ago. The main body of the Prime Devourer stood alone in this region, still in shock at how things had played out as one way or another. He had actually succeeded in his goal, but in his puzzlement and wonder, boom. Crack, his soul shuddered as he felt the appearance of an obsidian cluster of unidentifiable rune scriptures above, followed by tendrils of pristine obsidian light smashing into him as he blinked in shock and alarm as he felt his stagnant progression at the 5th gradation of extremity shoot up indiscriminately, coming to arrive at the uncrossable gates of the 6th gradation of extremity as in the milliseconds that followed. The gates holding him back from a shocking power began to break. It was a shocking scene reminiscent of what was occurring in the Vitalis hyperversal domains. It was hard to accurately say why it was happening, or what the true intent for those behind these actions were, but undoubtedly, it ushered in an era of change as after all of this, things would never be the same. Far away from the Vitalis hyperversal domains, an even grander scene was playing out within the vacuous hyperversal domains. In a corner of the haven of perdition, seas of obsidian perdition rose and fell chaotically as the aura of vacuous hyperversal authority was particularly potent, the whole haven seeming like a domain devoid of reality and time, in a space surrounded by tendrils of perdition. Everything moving in its chaotic manner when suddenly, tendrils of deeply cerulean light suddenly emerged. These tendrils of light covered by a silent power and authority as within moments, it transformed into an illusory figure of a handsome young emperor. He gazed around carefully with eyes burning with tendrils of blue light as he spoke with a hint of caution and serenity. Are you able to feel me? His gaze turned up as if he was speaking to the space around him, and yet there was no answer. The blue light within his eyes became even more concentrated as the longer he waited and heard no reply. His lips began to curve into a devilish smile as he was ever so certain that he had succeeded. Good. You came for me, so I'll be coming for you now. WAA. With a flicker of cerulean grandeur, the illusory figure of the great usurper disappeared almost as if he were melting into the reality around him. Rumors and whispers of his death were greatly exaggerated. He returned from a perilous point in his life once more as this time he would ensure such a type of peril never presented itself again. Inside the infinite hyperversal haven, the Sumerian architect felt the new existential extremity authority flowing within her as she was comparing it to vacuous hyperversal authority. Vacuous always held a cold regality and power as with it, one could power and expand upon the state of non-existence, non-reality, and the absence of time and space. When she felt the endless blue light of infinity coursing through her, she could sense an overabundance of existence that seemed to be coursing endlessly. As with it, she could sense the possibilities of endless time and space, of possible realities that stretched out with no end. It gave her the illusion that she could continue following infinity endlessly. That even if she somehow reached the 9th gradation of extremity, she could still go further on an endless path of power. She let out a light gasp and came back to herself as she stepped out of the stage of rich infinity. The feeling she just had felt like an illusion, and yet real at the same time, as it caused the Sumerian architect to compare infinity to vacuous hyperversal authority. If infinity was elevated greatly enough, she felt that it may actually be possible for it to overcome vacuous hyperversal authority. This possibility alarmed her as before she could think any further, the space around her warped as with a cerulean flash. She disappeared. When she came to again, the scene around her was a glorious one as she was surrounded by intensely burning authorities that caused her heart to palpitate. Her eyes flashed as she turned her gaze ahead, where she felt a heart-shaking aura, expecting to see the visage of the man responsible for all this, a visage of Noah Osmont, and yet her pupils dilated at the scene of a woman covered by waves of multicolored light similar to the massive haven she had seen in the domain she was just in. She sat on a glorious blue throne taking the form of an infinity symbol, with her gaze cold and callous as if she never held a trace of emotion in all her life. This was not Noah Osmont. End of chapter - error of repeated chapter. Will seek Webnoble's help in fixing - multiple theories flowed in the mind of Sierra Mistress as she didn't know the right answer, whether it was just a reward they received, or whether there were many strings attached to it. Did not matter. We have received a heavenly mandate. A mandate. Our thoughts are not wrong. Her voice echoed out grandly as beside her, the figure of the Avernus Extremity Overlord felt the overflowing power at the 5th gradation of extremity that continued to rise as his pupils radiated purple-white flames of majesty and regality. 7 Nether Havens. 1 Avernus Clan, WAA, an unexpected elevation bloomed in this region and continued, the landscape of the 7 Havens about to change greatly due to it. Away from this region, in the supernal havens of extremity within the extremity vein, in the skies where the obsidian Sarischian archipelago used to be, a visage of a shockingly beautiful woman filled with a sense of wildness and craziness could be seen, tendrils of lunacy vibrating around her as she was starting at the destruction of the land she was near to when it was smitten out of existence. But now, she stared above as thick snake-like tendrils of milky white Vitalis hyperversal authority cascaded down and came to bathe her body, her unstable realm at the 4th gradation of extremity that she had just stepped into beginning to rise. She didn't understand why, but she didn't have to. She held her obsession with the man who had infected her soul with variants that nearly cost her life. Inside lunacy, this obsession didn't die. It also meant that Noah Osmont did not die. After hearing his adulations and honorariums of his name ring out across the Vitalis hyperversal domains, her pride and honor had been shaken as lunacy went even crazier at the fact that she may not be powerful enough to take care of her obsession. But now, tendrils of white grandeur surrounded her as polychrome hyperversal heavenly extremity rune scriptures of Vitalis bloomed in her soul, awakenings beginning to unfold one after another as she went towards a grand destination. Little Osmont, I know you're still alive. Come out, come out. Maddening waves of lunacy echoed out as even more changes occurred here, in another region, in the isolated domain where the Bard of Vitalis used to be, and where dozens of terrifying entities at the 6th gradation of extremity or higher had appeared momentarily milliseconds ago. The main body of the Prime Devourer stood alone in this region, still in shock at how things had played out as one way or another. He had actually succeeded in his goal, but in his puzzlement and wonder, crack, his soul shuddered as he felt the appearance of an obsidian cluster of unidentifiable rune scriptures above, followed by tendrils of pristine obsidian light smashing into him as he blinked in shock and alarm as he felt his stagnant progression at the 5th gradation of extremity shoot up indiscriminately, coming to arrive at the uncrossable gates of the 6th gradation of extremity as in the milliseconds that followed. The gates holding him back from a shocking power began to break. It was a shocking scene reminiscent of what was occurring in the Vitalis hyperversal domains. It was hard to accurately say why it was happening, or what the true intent of those behind these actions was, but undoubtedly, it ushered in an era of change as after all of this, things would never be the same. Far away from the Vitalis hyperversal domains, an even grander scene was playing out within the vacuous hyperversal domains. In a corner of the Haven of Perdition, seas of obsidian perdition rose and fell chaotically as the aura of vacuous hyperversal authority was particularly potent. the whole haven seeming like a domain devoid of reality and time, in a space surrounded by tendrils of perdition, everything moving in its chaotic manner when suddenly, tendrils of deeply cerulean light suddenly emerged. These tendrils of light covered by a silent power and authority as within moments, it transformed into an illusory figure of a handsome young emperor. He gazed around carefully with eyes burning with tendrils of blue light as he spoke with a hint of caution and serenity. Are you able to feel me? His gaze turned up as if he was speaking to the space around him, and yet there was no answer. The blue light within his eyes became even more concentrated as the longer he waited and heard no reply. His lips began to curve into a devilish smile as he was ever so certain that he had succeeded. Good Dutch, you came for me, so I'll be coming for you now. With a flicker of cerulean grandeur, the illusory figure of the great usurper disappeared almost as if he were melding into the reality around him. Rumors and whispers of his death were greatly exaggerated. He returned from a perilous point in his life once more, as this time he would ensure such a type of peril never presented itself again. Inside the infinite hyperversal haven, the Sumerian architect felt the new existential extremity authority flowing within her as she was comparing it to vacuous hyperversal authority. Vacuous always held a cold regality and power, as with it, one could power and expand upon the state of non-existence, non-reality, and the absence of time and space. When she felt the endless blue light of infinity coursing through her, she could sense an overabundance of existence that seemed to be coursing endlessly. As with it, she could sense the possibilities of endless time and space, of possible realities that stretched out with no end. It gave her the illusion that she could continue following infinity endlessly. That even if she somehow reached the 9th gradation of extremity, she could still go further on an endless path of power. She let out a light gasp and came back to herself as she stepped out of the stage of rich infinity. The feeling she just had felt like an illusion, and yet real at the same time, as it caused the Sumerian architect to compare infinity to vacuous hyperversal authority. If infinity was elevated greatly enough, she felt that it may actually be possible for it to overcome vacuous hyperversal authority. This possibility alarmed her as before she could think any further, the space around her warped as with a cerulean flash. She disappeared. When she came to again, the scene around her was a glorious one as she was surrounded by intensely burning authorities that caused her heart to palpitate. Her eyes flashed as she turned her gaze ahead, where she felt a heart-shaking aura, expecting to see the visage of the man responsible for all this. Chapter 28-23 The Dungeon System of Extremity. It was not Noah Osmont. Around her throne, made from a curved infinity symbol, authorities of mana dynamics, entropy, continuity, gravitation, polarity, and all other natural laws swirled along with dreams, Avalon, Elysium, and other decreta. She was adorned in a dress that was half colorless and half radiating pure blue light, her facial features hazy, but they still gave the Sumerian architect the thought that the beauty was one even she was slightly lesser in comparison to. And in the next moment, her authority reverberated out as her words made it seem like her authority was undeniable. You have information regarding my enemies, The voice gave the Sumerian architect goosebumps as simultaneously the same words appeared as prompts in front of her face, prompts she had been seeing rising and falling this whole time as she received a great shock. She pointed towards the entity on the throne as she continued, you are the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven? The quintessential annals of extremity. The Sumerian architect couldn't believe it. The very domain she was in had such versatility and capability of independence? As if to ascertain her words, even more set of prompts bloomed in first of her eyes. An astounding achievement. You have gained the honor of gazing at the infinite hyperversal haven. If you can prove your usefulness before her, you will climb ever higher on the banner of quintessence. The eyes of the Sumerian architect became sharp. The entity on the throne didn't open her mouth, and yet she answered her at the same time. The Sumerian architect felt like she was facing a heavy and sacred entity. As with sharp eyes, she spoke lightly, the ones above extremity. We have records of them dating back eons and eons of recorded history, from the changing tides of the heavenly lineages and clans within the Vitalis domains, to the infernal lineages and factions within the vacuous domains. There have been times where they freely showed themselves before, whether by chance or in passing in front of primogenitors or honored ones, and there have been eons where no traces of them were found. As she spoke, the Sumerian architect seemed to be recalling heavy details of an ancient past, the entity before her listening silently. The time that showed off their power the most was in front of an honored one who was discussing with his longtime friend about the possibility of reaching the 8th gradation of extremity, and how after rising to such a stage, he may just be able to instantly elevate his main concept to an existential level while having enough power to separate himself from vacuous and Vitalis. That there may actually be another path for all of them. And do you know what his dear friend said? Trepidation danced in her eyes as he continued. His longtime friend looked at him and smiled while stating, "Well, we can't have that, can we?" The WA. Such a statement shook the honored one to his very core as an instant later, all the records in the surroundings shook as the wills of many distinguished primogenitors were pulled to that domain, and they were forced to observe as an entity about to grasp the 8th gradation of extremity fell to his knees from a single tap of the entity he had been sharing records with for eons. With a single tap, he was brought to his knees. With another tap, his records and very being were entirely erased. The gazes of primogenitors and other honored ones were drawn there purposefully to observe such a scene, as if they were being given a blatant warning not to reach out where they shouldn't. Thereafter, that entity disappeared before all eyes there and never reappeared again throughout the eons that followed, only leaving behind the sense of awe and fear of the ones above extremity. As after that day, even the discussion of existential extremity authorities apart from vacuous and vitalis were taboo. And from then on, others did their best to move outside of the influence of the ones above extremity, to not be under their gaze as much as possible. At this flow of information, the will of the infinite hyperversal haven radiated glory on the throne as she spoke a singular word, records, HUUM. Her eyes shone brightly while stating this as the Sumerian architect nodded with surprise while continuing, yes, many left the vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains and shifted their domains towards records. They set up shop in recorded or unrecorded histories for those who are truly powerful, as even though the gaze of the ones above extremity may still penetrate through, but it is not as present as within the havens filled with vacuous and vitalis. Within recorded or unrecorded histories themselves, the things one does or speaks about aren't as easily recorded, as one is already living inside records of records. The less of a footprint they leave behind, the more they can move around. The more powerful beings made their homes in records that had occurred eons ago, or in unrecorded histories of events that had yet to even occur. Why was it that no primogenitors could be seen freely within clans or inheritances? Why did entities like the Extremity of Steel or the Hero of Vacuous make their legends within the vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains before they disappeared? They simply did not want to have such a large footprint of records left behind in the eons that followed, of course, creating a brand new database of records before enacting an existential extremity authority. What Osmont managed BZZT, the authorities in the surroundings raged madly as the Sumerian architect felt a heavy sense of oppression and suffocation all around her. The gaze of the entity of the throne became sharp as the Sumerian architect couldn't help but curse, "Fucking hell." The extremity of infinity. What the extremity of infinity managed to do is something no others have done. And thus, we are where we are today. Since he was being cleansed out of the vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains, if he wants to appear within them again, it may only be feasible through recorded or unrecorded histories. The surroundings calmed as the Sumerian architect silently cursed. She couldn't refer to the emperor of these lands with his name anymore, lest this will before her become displeased. Chapter 28-24 The Dungeon System of Extremity. 2. One woman looked at another. One was a manifestation of a shocking and unfathomable construct, as the other was merely an entity seeking change and truth. The Sumerian architect had said that if Noah wanted to appear outside of the infinite hyperversal haven, it may only be possible within records where the gaze of the ones above extremity wasn't as pervasive. Of course, his cleansing today should have also been one that was used as a warning. I heard the word "one grateful" resound across records in the domain we were in, so solace can be taken that the most recent honored one was likely used as an example and deterrent for others to not even think of doing the same thing. So it may be hard to rally any support from the powerful primogenitors if the extremity of infinity starts wading through records, as if he nears anyone. They may just expose him, as nobody wants to be cleansed out of existence next. We are all seeking ways to overcome the ones above extremity, but when an entity like your master comes along, it is hard to say if he will gain any support from the primogenitors and honored ones who have managed to remain alive in the 7th or 8th gradation of extremity this whole time. And without the support of others who had been trying to fight for eons, I truly don't know how all of this will pan out. The gaze of the Sumerian architect was difficult. She was trying to see a path forward, how an entity that had managed to expand existential extremity authorities at the 5th gradation of extremity could somehow manage to overcome those who had exceeded the 9th gradation of extremity, entities who were literally named the ones above extremity. What exactly was above extremity? The moment her words finished, her surroundings began to buzz again as the Sumerian architect cursed, wondering what the hell happened now. On the blue throne of infinity, the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven gazed forward with indomitable splendor as a resolute voice echoed out, "The extremity of tyranny issuing an existential declaration of war was not putting into account any aid or help from other primogenitors or honored ones. Our victory is not dependent on any others who have been making records for eons without affecting an iota of change. Our victory will be carved into existence with our own means. With the inhabitants of these great lands working to make it into a pristine reality. The moment she finished speaking, she raised her hands up as the whole space became bathed in a shocking amalgamation of light, the Sumerian architect finding herself thrown out while she cursed as she continued to hear the authoritative voice along with its prompts booming all around her. Quintessence and infinity will pave the way. Across the 9 gradations of extremity for those who seek brilliance, the extremity of systems expresses its authority and brings to light the dungeon system of extremity as the pathway of the quickest and most efficient tool to traverse across the gradations of extremity. The Sumerian architect found herself thrown back right where she was initially at as before her eyes and the eyes of trillions of entities across the infinite hyperversal haven. Such prompts appeared as their eyes were drawn towards the center of these unfathomable lands and havens, near the intersection of the blazing lines of the extremity vein of the infinite hyperversal haven. Elodie. The Sumerian architect felt her soul buzz as the figure that had been veiled in blinding lights. This whole time could be seen by all of them. His eyes held 9 pupils that swirled with trillions of infinity symbols. His hair was dark, and yet every strand coursed and flashed with a cerulean light of infinity ever so often. His fair skin glowed with stellar might as his face was sharp and filled with devilish handsomeness. A royal purple robe draped over him like a grand emperor from ancient times as around him 9 massive wheels of terrifying light swirled with utmost majesty. Some flashed with a gorgeous cerulean hue, others with a colorless light of quintessence, and others with a blaring amethyst light of tyranny. His mere presence and figure felt suffocating for others to even stare at as at this moment. His gaze seemed to be sweeping across the infinite hyperversal haven, and everywhere it passed, others inextricably felt their eyes lower just slightly, those from the 7 clans and major inheritances. The Sumerian architect in Solarium, Aurelia, Orion, Maximilian, and those of the Lernian lineage, Barbados, Athena, Henry, and the Emperor Penguin, Dr. Hall, Lilith, and Xiaomi, with the eyes of these beings and trillions more staring towards him, the entity bathed in light moved his hands as the very makeup of reality seemed to be moving and affected by his mere movements. And he tapped the space before him. Boom, the extremity of systems opens the existential raid rift system. Space splintered and cracked open as a massive cerulean rift portal far exceeding the cerulean instance dungeon portals of infinity in size bloomed. It was so massive that it seemed similar to the size of one of the havens within the infinite hyperversal haven. Inhabitants of the infinite hyperversal haven can challenge the existential raid rift in varying levels of difficulty for the sake of elevating their power across and into the gradations of extremity. True death is not possible within the existential raid rift, as any entities on their last vitality values will face a false death that disallows them from stepping into any rifts of the dungeon system of extremity for the next 12 hours, for those who manage to overcome and defeat the most powerful challengers within. They will be rewarded with armaments of extremity, planolith crystallos, existential skill books, and varieties of loot that will rapidly elevate one across the gradations of extremity and earn them honorariums to be on the banner of quintessence. Shocking prompts came as the hearts of the watching entities beat ever faster. They looked at the massive blue rift as its darkness fluctuated to reveal light. Within the existential raid rift, a shocking scene could be seen, stretching out for light years and standing atop stellar multicolored floating landmasses. Millions upon millions of titanic enders of extremity in the forms of majestic beasts could be seen: dragons, phoenixes, serpents, cheilants, winged tigers. Or combinations of such entities. All of them were coursing with 1 or 2 authorities of extremity that correlated with past natural laws or decreta. All were on the first gradation of extremity or higher. Towards the very forefront of these endless legions of enders of extremity, the massive visage of none other than Hyperion could be seen. His body was far faster than all others there, his size exceeding a cosmos as his figure coursed with mana dynamics, entropy, continuity, dreams, Elysium, and multiple other concepts burning brightly. He was already emanating an aura grandly at the 4th gradation of extremity, and it seemed to still be rising and nearing the 5th gradation of extremity. Even now, his draconic elephantine form full of majesty and valor gazed out from the existential raid rift and onto the masses, and his trunk raised to bellow out as a crimson gold prompt bloomed before their eyes. The existential raid boss Hyperion welcomes the challenge of those wishing to traverse across quintessence and infinity. For the sake of elevating the power of Noah's existential extremity authorities, for the sake of strengthening themselves against enemies that were currently far more powerful than them, a portion of the capabilities of the dungeon system of Extremity were unveiled. Chapter 28-25 The Dungeon System of Extremity. 3. A chance for the inhabitants of the infinite hyperversal haven to elevate their existence, a chance for them to attain glory and honor within the existential raid rift as it served multiple purposes all at once. The extremity of loot relishes in the forging of the dungeon system of Extremity, loot caches shall flow in overabundance for those worthy. The scene expressed within the massive rift the size of a haven flashed as above the figures of millions of enders of Extremity. Golden, obsidian, and resplendent crimson-colored treasure chests and treasure caches appeared. They gave off an enticing look as the very souls of entities quivered when they looked at them. Thereafter, the scene within the existential raid rift disappeared as a cerulean radiance bathed everything, its interior a mystery until those who sought to enter approached it. The extremity of quintessence expresses that there is no need to worry about any forces outside of the infinite hyperversal haven. Their influence cannot reach here. Focus on seeking greater power and glory of your existence. Focus on Extremity. And everything else will follow. They had no need to worry about vacuous or vitalis malignancies entering this domain and causing any wars, no distinction of clans or inheritances, no worry of the ones above Extremity. There was only the search for Extremity. The millions of extremities from different factions looked at each other with heavy breaths at such a scene. Each one held their own thoughts as at this moment, their souls were pulling them towards the dazzling cerulean existential raid rift. In a corner of the infinite hyperversal haven, the visage of Lilith had left the cerulean instance dungeon portal of infinity as she gazed at other portals and the even more massive existential raid rift. There were many choices to choose from, but her soul told her that undoubtedly, the existential raid rift would have the most rewards, with its size being akin to that of a haven. Anyone could be near its light and majesty. Lilith only floated close to it before a cerulean bordered box rose in front of her eyes. You can now enter the first existential raid rift of the infinite hyperversal haven. The difficulties available to select are golden difficulty, obsidian difficulty, crimson difficulty, and tyrannical difficulty. The glimmering test box in front of her was a dazzling one as just for the sake of seeing more about this system, Lilith went ahead and selected the tyrannical difficulty. You have selected the tyrannical difficulty. A minimum of 9,999,999 participants are required for entry into the mode of tyrannical difficulty, or one can bypass this by expressing power equivalent to the 6th gradation of Extremity and test the might of their concepts by going solo. Possible loot that can be obtained in the mode of tyrannical difficulty, Zenith middle grade armament of Extremity. Middle grade quintessence planolith crystallos, middle grade infinity planolith crystallos 3 volumes of the quintessential breath of Extremity modus operandi, quintessential set middle grade armaments, infinity set middle grade armaments, tyrannical set middle grade armaments. Based on your existence, it is recommended for you to start on the mode of golden difficulty. The chances of meeting a false death within 1 millisecond in the mode of tyrannical difficulty are 99.99%. You can join the queue if you still wish to participate in the mode of tyrannical difficulty. Current queue, 0/9999999. Lilith was speechless at the prompts before her as she gritted her teeth before selecting the golden difficulty. A minimum of 9 participants, up to a maximum of 9,999 participants are required for entry into the mode of golden difficulty, or one can bypass this by expressing power equivalent to the 3rd gradation of Extremity and test the might of their concepts by going solo. Possible loot that can be obtained in the mode of golden difficulty, 10% chance of a low-grade armament of Extremity, 10% chance of a low-grade loot planolith crystallos, 10% chance of a low-grade protagonist planolith crystallos, 10% chance of a quintessential set low-grade armament, early entry pass, current queue, 6 ninths, 999, 3 ninths, 999, 1 ninth, 999. The possibilities of loot were endless, and it seemed like one had to successfully enter, clear, and repeat this raid rift difficulty multiple times in order to gain the truly precious things it offered. With a more powerful party, Lilith gritted her teeth at this as she joined the randomized K. Connections were a form of strength, and she had not forged any. She couldn't be a part of a powerful party with entities like Barbados, Kazuhiko, or the Emperor Penguin that were always close to the side of the extremity of quintessence, but she could still try and see how far she could rise. With her eyes blazing with flames of hatred, she began a new queue as the party leader as she would decide how many random entities joined in before she began the raid. Realities like this began to play out all across the infinite hyperversal haven as nobody wanted to be the last. Those who understood things a little bit more knew that for the greatest achievements, they had to be first. Let's go. In a certain region, the sun of the extremity of quintessence came to bathe in the light of the existential raid rift as behind him stretched out hundreds of the core powerhouses of the infinite hyperversal haven. RAA, a bellow of pride came from the Emperor Penguin as Kazuhiko, the Kraken, Sword Emperor, Guinevere, and many others followed behind him. He knew his own limits and the limits of those who followed him as the Son of Destiny chose the mode of obsidian difficulty. A minimum of 99 participants, up to a maximum of 99,999 participants are required for entry into the mode of obsidian difficulty. Or one can bypass this by expressing power equivalent to the fourth gradation of extremity and test the might of their concepts by going solo. Possible loot that can be obtained in the mode of obsidian difficulty, 50% chance of a low-grade armament of extremity, 50% chance of a low-grade apocalypse planolith crystallos, 50% chance of a low-grade harems planolith crystallos, 50% chance of a quintessential set low-grade armament, 10x early entry pass. This information flashed in the mind of Henry and those that followed him as, you are the leader of a preformed party of 588 participants, you have met the minimum requirement to enter, HUUM. The eyes of the extremity of destiny flashed brightly as with a daring glimmer. He made the decision for all those behind him. Enter. A blinding flash of light boomed out, and a party exceeding 500 entities delved into the obsidian difficulty of the existential raid rift. Chapter 28-26 The Dungeon System of Extremity. 4. Reality warped and twisted around them as they entered the obsidian difficulty of the existential raid rift and found themselves teleported into a vast and ancient record. Around them, shattered royal Elysium cosmos floated all around as in the distance, a golden sea seethed with glory. Atop this sea, the auras of hundreds of enders of extremity at the first and second gradations of extremity could be seen, with there being dozens of enders at the third gradation of extremity that uniquely took on the forms of the reality Ursity, infinite willow trees, dragon phoenix, and the astral race, and at the forefront of these enders at the third gradation of extremity, there was actually a man that currently seemed to be steeped in darkness as his hair flowed with an obsidian light, and his eyes shone with a resplendent golden hue of destiny. His stature was made to be larger than even the enders of extremity themselves, as he was a few thousand miles in size, being equivalent to a small world in stature. When Henry, Kazuhiko, Emperor Penguin, and others saw him, their gazes changed to ones of shock as they remembered the extremely handsome face of this entity. They had even hunted down this entity before. How befitting for you to be the first one I come across. O Son of Destiny, the voice of this entity echoed out resoundingly as it ridiculously stood at the fourth gradation of extremity. The extremity of prana flowed across his veins as with any raid boss. His vitality values were greatly inflated as killing him would require blood, sweat, and tears. Tendrils of destiny swirled around him as seeing the shock of his opponents. This entity continued, I am despondent and even more surprised than you all are. I came back merely as a record of my old self. A glimpse of what I used to be after my greatest enemy yet. Merely sent his son to kill me as he couldn't even be bothered. He had grown so powerful that even if I considered him a great enemy, to him I was merely an extra. And now, I truly am a quintessential extra that has merely taken the place of an ender of extremity. But even though I am not truly me. Even though I am merely a collection of records, the extremity of destiny courses through and resonated with me. HUUM, as the man spoke, the golden seas below him seethed as the enders of extremity behind him roared. His gaze came to lock onto the Son of Destiny in the distance as a massive golden spear appeared in his hands. I never reached the extremity of destiny, but it flows across every single part of my record due to the will of infinite hyperversal haven, due to your father's will. And I wish to see whether I truly deserve to be killed by you. I wish to see whether you have simply been riding on the destiny of the one responsible for all of this, or if you can actually forge your own. His presence was massive and oppressive as nobody had expected to ever see this being again, nor in such a position of power, even if he was just a record and not the past being himself. This was still the past true emperor that had reigned in the age of destiny. The past true emperor of destiny, the Emperor Deceiver, Oppenheimer, HUUM. Infused with the authority of an ender of nature, 3 natural laws and 3 decreta flowed through him as at this moment, a heavy prompt rose, prove your concepts of extremity and take down the obsidian raid boss Oppenheimer. Failure to do so will result in a complete wipeout and restriction of using the existential raid rift for 12 hours. Henry gazed at this prompt as he felt his blood burn. He felt as if his father knew. He felt as if the very infinite hyperversal haven was testing him. After all, this couldn't be random, and if this was a test, it wasn't one that he could fail on me. He bellowed out commandingly as those behind him erupted with auroras and blazing auras that glimmered with quintessence or infinity. Ra, an emperor penguin enlarged as with a bellow, it and many others followed the lead of the Son of Destiny and charged towards a golden sea filled with enders of extremity and a supercharged Oppenheimer in the lead. This dot was the inside of one version 1 record of an obsidian difficulty. One by one, other parties had begun to enter the golden difficulty as they tested their own power and luck as at this moment. The usage, refinement, and elevation of the existential extremity authorities under Noah began in full swing. The means of the extremity of systems were shown to be terrifying as it worked intricately with the infinite hyperversal haven to show off a glimpse of its current power. It's shocking. Means regarding alchemy and blacksmithing weren't even unveiled as currently, just its sheer capability of producing terrifying enders of extremity advanced in the gradations of extremity through its infusion of natural laws and decreta. This alone was enough to make any construct terrifying, but the infinite hyperversal haven wasn't any construct. It was something supported by an extremity vein choir, literally with the shape of an infinity symbol as its pillars of support that were the natural laws and decreta. Were all pulled towards extremity, all at the level of quintessential zenith. It then held existential extremity authorities flowing through it and constantly altering its very existence. It then had the quintessential annals of extremity basking it and elevating it to an even greater level. Its origin was a mere spiritual land, yes. But currently, it was something that even Noah may have not yet fully ascertained as what it could currently do was already obscene to ridiculous margins. And in the midst of all of this, MacGuffin rises from its slumber, outside of the existential rate rift he had just called out. Noah saw this prompt appearing as he felt a part of himself behind to pulse wildly. The extremity of MacGuffin has made its choice. The dungeon system of extremity shall be the first idea, the first construct that future plot will revolve around. The first MacGuffin was chosen in such a shocking manner as even though this was his own will, even Noah was surprised, but in the next moment, even more concepts of extremity surged to support the dungeon system of extremity, the extremity of conquest, plot, apocalypse, devouring, gluttony, Armageddon, wrath, and many others infused their extremity authority into the dungeon system of extremity, WAA. The methodology of stripping away the authority of the vacuous and vitalis hyperversal domains begins to unveil itself. The existential dungeon apocalypse feature is coming to fruition. Chapter 28-27 The Dungeon System of Extremity. The feature of existential dungeon apocalypse, such a resonant prompt buzzed within Noah's mind as multiple of his concepts of extremity surged into the dungeon system of extremity that was deemed a MacGuffin. Its usage was already prominent and of insurmountable importance as the elevation of the existential extremity authorities was planned to occur through it, allowing the inhabitants of the infinite hyperversal haven to go higher and higher with this tool. But now, its importance and relevance to the unfolding reality and unrecorded history was about to become even grander to the extent that it would even be capable of affecting the vacuous and vitalis hyperversal domains. The extremity of quintessence, infinity, and tyranny imposed themselves deeply to allow for the function of the existential dungeon apocalypse to come to fruition. The extremity of paradox overlaps its will to reduce improbabilities and mask any possible understanding. The extremity of systems pulsed with fortitude and guide all incoming authorities forward. Parts of him, his will, each of them moved in sequence as no part of his soul moved unless he willed it. And his concepts of extremity that made up who he was all moved like a well-oiled machine in order to achieve the most stupendous results. The change was hard to see as it was a conceptual one, but Noah felt it within the depths of his soul. He felt it with his connection to the infinite hyperversal haven, as what his concepts sought to do right now was something utterly grand. The cost for it would be a heavy one. The stable extremity vein of the infinite hyperversal haven seethed. As the existential extremity authority of infinity within it surged to be used as the source of power, an endless source of power, quintessence, and tyranny layered themselves thereafter to see if the conceptual theory of the existential dungeon apocalypse would be fully realized. It was the 900 milliseconds since Noah had begun to stretch his records towards infinity. This single stretch of a second would very soon come to an end as the things that were accomplished within it were of insurmountable wonder and honor. Boom, seas of providence and destiny seethed as crimson hyperversal extremity rune scriptures bathed in a golden color mixed and clashed. The obsidian difficulty of the existential raid rift was not an easy one, the enders of extremity taking on the forms of infinite willow trees, reality ursity, dragon phoenix, and the astral race were terrifying enough as what the Emperor Penguin, Kazuhiko, Sword Emperor and many others among the hundreds in the party of the Son of Destiny came to realize. They could not get through their defenses, their bodies coursed with multiple types of past natural laws and decreta. They were representative of the concepts of the extremity of quintessence. A single ender of extremity carrying the decretum of prana was akin to a fortress who received all attacks with ease, and no ender of extremity held just a single concept as most held two or three coursing across their existence. Most of the few hundred entrants coming in with Henry were the finest entities originally in the infinite hyperversal haven before the inclusion of those from the seven clans and major inheritances of extremity, and the vast majority were just on the upper tier of the first gradation of extremity, with less than 25% reaching the second gradation of extremity, along with their bodies being filled with the lineage of the tyrannical quintessential hyperversal emperor. A semblance of quintessence, infinity, and tyranny flowed through them as this granted them a powerful edge. Those at the first gradation could release power equivalent to the second gradation. Those at the second gradation could match average tier 3 entities on the scale of the vacuous or vitalis domains, but their enemies this time were those stemming from the very depths of the infinite hyperversal haven, bred by the very land that gave them power, RAA. The Emperor Penguin roared out in shock as while exhibiting rotating obsidian hyperversal extremity rune scriptures of pride that put him on the early steps of the third gradation of extremity, a type of power only possible with the first quintessential awakening, allowing for the rapid proliferation of his rune scriptures. He found himself pushed back by a massive reality ursity pulsing with droves of entropy. His circling rune scriptures of pride were shattering and being eroded by the crimson hyperversal rune scriptures of entropy. His very pride dot was quite literally being put to the test. Boom, and towards the fire area of the battle in the center of the raging golden sea of destiny and providence, a massive figure of Oppenheimer the size of a small world stood tall above the halcyon sea as his massive golden spear dripped of crimson gold blood. Ahead of him, the son of destiny lay with his chest split open, his handsome expression dazed as his strands of dark blue hair were stained with blood. His crimson hyperversal rune scriptures of destiny were pierced through, with the golden ziston of Oppenheimer swirling with thousands of rune scriptures of providence and destiny. He couldn't stop the strike of this raid boss who stood powerfully at the fourth gradation of extremity. The gaze of the raid boss Oppenheimer was a calm one as he spoke out. I am merely a record that has a semblance of the authorities of the extremity of quintessence flowing through me. A semblance of your father's destiny, and you cannot even compare to this mere semblance. What use are you? Why were you destined to share such a connection with a being like him? It would be best if you simply cut yourself off of him as the way you are now. It is a shame to consider you his only progeny. Utterly cold words echoed out. Words that were followed by a horrific action as the golden spear in the hands of the despondently handsome Oppenheimer began to spin providence, destiny, and metadynamics, having their rune scriptures swirl and rotate as a blinding blue and gold light struck down to utterly end the life of the son of destiny and wipe out his whole party from this raid. Chapter 28 The Dungeon System of Extremity. 6. The words of Oppenheimer buzzed in Henry's mind as the spinning spear filled with vibrant crimson rune scriptures only caused his eyes to tremble, his eyes that turned unyielding, his eyes that began to burn with a semblance of tyranny. With his figure nearly split in half, he bellowed out while activating a single feature, quintessential entity I form. Unlike many others, he had an overabundance of quintessence flowing through him due to the pureness of his lineage. He called out to it, a form that only those who had undergone the second quintessential awakening could adopt, a form that only he had access to as at this point in time, all other extremities with the tyrannical quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage had only undergone their first quintessential or infinity awakenings. The number of rune scriptures flowing across your existence have been momentarily tripled. The purity of your tyrannical quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage is extremely high. All rune scriptures momentarily gain the authority of colorless hyperversal quintessential extremity rune scriptures. If your vitality values ever drop below 10% while in this form, you will undergo a quintessential rebirth that returns your existence to its prime state for a maximum of 3 times. The length of time you can maintain the quintessential entity I form will depend on the purity of your lineage. His body shone with glorious splendor before a stellar form of an entity as vast as thousands of miles emerged, his form humanoid and filled with a crystalline colorless light as his hand reached out to stop the advancement of the roaring spear within the hand of Oppenheimer. An aurora of colorless wings expanded behind his back as they buzzed like a celestial engine. His visage became visible as his skin pulsed with an otherworldly crystalline colorless light, his head cosmic as it only held a pair of eyes that held 9 pupils spinning gloriously with a multicolored light. Thousands of colorless hyperversal quintessential extremity rune scriptures of destiny began to swirl around his body. He stared at the raid boss ahead of him as with simmering emotions. Henry uttered out, "Interminable destiny, HUUM." Behind him, endless rivers of destiny began to manifest and buzz with an interminable light of power, their brilliance now backed by colorless hyperversal quintessential extremity rune scriptures. As like rivers of reality intent on establishing the hegemony of the Son of Destiny, they thundered down unto the raid boss Oppenheimer. At such a show of power, Oppenheimer's gaze was cold as tens of thousands of colorless hyperversal quintessential extremity rune scriptures began to gather around him as well. During the rise of my past self in the desolate mausoleum, I targeted one dimension in particular the most. Do you know which one this was? Sandy gold light began to buzz around Oppenheimer. In addition to golden seas of destiny and providence, an authority that could turn dreams into a reality. A dangerous thing that I sought to snip off quickly. And now, through the grace of your Father, it flows through me, in opposition to the interminable rivers of destiny cascading down from the attack of Henry. Miniaturized cosmos filled with the colorless hyperversal quintessential extremity rune scriptures of dreams supported by destiny and providence began to manifest gloriously around Oppenheimer, their number ballooning up to hundreds as they entirely covered the halcyon skies of this domain. In the distance, the figures of the Emperor Penguin, Kazuhiko, and others who were already struggling in the hands of the terrifying enders of extremity were forced to look up as the scope of this attack was so wide that when it thundered down, it would very likely encompass them as well. Conjuring an ultimate skill, the raid boss Oppenheimer emanated an aristocratic light of grace and majesty as his will bore down. The purpose of this record of mine here is to test you. But I plan to bury your destiny in a haze of dreams so deep that it will never rise out of its slumber. WAA, with indomitable might, the ultimate skill of the raid boss Oppenheimer thundered down as an area of attack that covered the whole expanse of the domain. It was a light that brought shock and disbelief at the unbelievable level of power displayed by the raid boss of the obsidian difficulty. It was a light that would result in the wipeout of the party of hundreds that followed the Son of Destiny. It was a reality check that unless they advanced and attained means that were truly quintessential, they would not be able to stand proudly in the wake of what was to come. Outside of this challenge of the obsidian difficulty of the existential raid rift, in a domain inaccessible by the masses, with entry allowed only to those granted in one entity who could freely go in and out, seas of the past natural laws and decretas seethed with power and pulsed with more authority every passing millisecond, and a cerulean throne in the shape of a curved infinity symbol could be seen as atop it, a manifestation shrouded in waves of colorless, cerulean, and amethyst. Tendrils of power sat down serenely, her gaze was a calm and calculating one as all around the current throne, illusory screens depicting the scenes occurring across multiple records entrenched within the quintessential annals of extremity were playing out. One illusory screen showed the terrifying screen of the party that the Son of Destiny had entered with be entirely wiped out, his figure being the only one remaining as he underwent a quintessential rebirth 2 times over at this point. The manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven was calm at this scene as she watched it with impartiality. What she wanted to do was to cultivate existences worthy of the Master's path and concepts, existences who could innovate on their own and not simply rely on what he could grant them. At this moment in time, they were all still subpar. None would come to be as bright as the Master, but they at least needed to show their own unique brilliance. Otherwise, they would only be left behind. So she watched on calmly as the Son of Destiny radiated waves of power, seeking his best to prevent it, but even his third quintessential rebirth was used up as ultimately, he also faced a false death. The first challenged existential raid rift of the obsidian difficulty failed. It was within the expectations of the infinite hyperversal haven. If others truly wanted to gain exponential power, they would have to grind from lower difficulty raid rifts over and over again, accumulate caches of loot to elevate their existence, and only then could they think of overcoming the enders of extremity that held in the existence, quintessential zenith concepts of extremity. Ones that were dead paths to expand for others, ones that the extremity of quintessence brought to their current stage. Did they truly expect to defeat such concepts with 2 or 3 of their own that had attained extremity? The eyes of the manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven were bright as at this moment, her voice echoed out, "You will preside as the raid boss of the tyrannical difficulty." Her voice was a commanding one. She wasn't alone currently in this domain, as another figure radiating shocking authority was behind her throne. The figure was silent at the command of the infinite hyperversal haven as a hint of defiance and power could be seen in their eyes. But eventually they gave a nod nonetheless as waves of crimson gold light pulsed with majesty. Understood. Chapter 28-29 The Existential Dungeon Apocalypse. The manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven spoke in a commanding tone towards an entity floating behind her throne. As this entity nodded with a hint of understanding and defiance. She was currently here as her own manifestation, her true body being located in the very depths of the infinite forge of the eternity of extremity. Her true body that had undergone such tremendous levels of transformations as currently existential extremity authorities were branded onto her very being. She wasn't the ruined blade any longer. She was the existential sword of quintessence ruination. Her hair burned with a crimson gold light as a fiery red dress draped over her manifestation, her pupils radiating a colorless light as the rims of her eyes pulsed with blue. Her skin was tinged with runic lines all around that radiated a royal purple light, a light of tyranny that supported her defiance towards the infinite hyperversal haven she had completed with long ago, but at this moment in time, ruination could no longer deny that she had lost in that completion. The infinite hyperversal haven had grown to the extent that it was indispensable to the master, after its connection and enactment of the quintessential annals of extremity. And the lead role it was currently taking to support the master. The result was a clear one, but she still held her own uses and capabilities of great impact in what was to come. As the existential sword of quintessence, her capabilities to multiply loot had grown to a terrifying level that at this moment she affirmed the reality that as a zenith quintessential middle-grade armament of extremity, she could multiply middle-grade armaments of extremity and middle-grade planolith crystallos. This was just one of her capabilities, as when it came to the loot to be utilized as rewards for the existential raid rifts and for the empowerment of their master, she would also be indispensable. When she thought of this subject, her fiery eyes gazed at the throne before her as she asked calmly, "Have you begun to produce the armaments of extremity and planolith crystallos? The first set of beings to clear an existential raid rift may appear soon. The loot for the beings who were powerful and intuitive enough to actually kill a raid boss had to be there for them, and the infinite hyperversal haven seemed to have planned for everything." As she nodded without an ounce of emotion, "The quintessential dowager is overseeing the production of planolith crystallos in the existential extremity alchemy hall. I am taking the lead in the production of everything else within the existential extremity blacksmith's forge. All products will be funneled to you here to be multiplied." The quintessential dowager, the mother of the extremity of quintessence, ruination, heard these words as she nodded, different parts of her existence going to different domains at this moment as she accepted the boons that came with taking on the role of the raid boss of the tyrannical difficulty. For those who would face her, she could only utter prayers for them. For they would be facing a part of the strength of the very extremity of quintessence. In a region of the infinite hyperversal haven, the Sumerian architect gazed at the dazzling blue rift portal as she uttered out with sharp eyes, a means to elevate and challenge those encompassed by the existential extremity authorities. Without resorting to endless cycles of war, she thought of the endless wars between the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains. One side killed another constantly as through the fires of war, powerful entities rose and fell, but at the end of it all, it was only Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authorities that benefited. The extremity of quintessence went a different direction and designed a construct that did not jeopardize the records of those involved, and they could choose to enter or not, as their path was in their own hands. The Sumerian architect loved to make comparisons, as so far, this entity she didn't fully understand seemed to be going in a unique direction, while she perused the information herself. A voice perked up behind her. "Do you want to try the crimson difficulty of the existential raid rift together?" Beside her, Extremity Solarium voiced out calmly as Elodie blinked her eyes while turning towards her. This entity was one she was fighting with hundreds of milliseconds ago, and yet now there was no distinction between them. Their vacuous or Vitalis origins did not matter in these new lands, as Solarium knew this well, and whether she was forcing herself or not, she reached out towards the Sumerian architect calmly. A moment later, Elodie shook her head with a smile. "That big draconic elephantine entity is likely in there, with the more hidden records I can peruse also showing the appearance of some Arch-Lich? My intuition tells me a dozen or more tier 5s will be needed to possibly clear it. I can't even guess what lies at the tyrannical difficulty, but that should be fun when you step into the 6th gradation of extremity, or if you have hundreds of tier 5s with you. WAA." The words of the Sumerian architect were shocking ones, as this was only her intuition and may not be fully accurate, but she always trusted it for the most part. As a moment later, she chose a difficulty herself and disappeared right after. She went solo. Her reality flashed as she felt herself crossing records, and a moment later, she stood in a domain above a halcyon sea seething with power, fractured golden cosmos floating all around as a huge legion of enders of extremity lay ahead of her. And at the forefront was a regal aristocratic man the size of a world that gazed forth coldly. You have chosen the solo mode of the existential raid rift. If the raid is cleared, rewards will be even more substantial. Prove your concepts of extremity and take down the obsidian raid boss Oppenheimer. Failure to do so will result in a complete wipeout and restriction of using the existential raid rift for 12 hours. The Sumerian architect, an entity at the 5th gradation of extremity, and one who was particularly powerful in this stage, chose to go solo on the obsidian difficulty that held a raid boss at the peak of the 4th gradation of extremity. Chapter 2830, The Existential Dungeon Apocalypse. 2. Elodie's face was filled with seriousness as she felt the vibrant concepts of the extremity of quintessence coursing through the large raid boss in the distance as she took it very seriously. She knew that in this new landscape, she had to quickly claim position and power if she wished to climb through the ranks and fully utilize the existential extremity authorities enacted by the extremity of quintessence. A great chance and opportunity lay here, something beside vacuous and Vitalis. And she had joined its camp as she didn't just need to hold a high position within these lands, she also had to make sure the bid to overturn Vacuous and Vitalis would succeed. It was a daunting task when she thought of going against the ones above extremity, but someone had to. She may as well make the stand. Let's go. Boom, a heavy and ecstatic battle began, in another record. Within a record of the golden difficulty, shattered clocks the size of cosmos were stretched out in a stellar domain as purple rivers of time flowed chaotically all around. In the flat surface of one titanic purple clock, a few thousand entities at the 1st and 2nd gradations of extremity were clustered as they stared ahead at a shrouded force of thousands of enders of extremity. At the lead of this party of 9,999 was none other than Lilith, even though she didn't have any strong connections. There were many others like her in these new lands as her queue had filled up rapidly, and she waited for the maximum number of participants to fill up before she entered the golden difficulty of the existential raid rift. There were many foreign entities that she didn't know all around her, and above her figure the banner of the party leader shone brightly as she radiated a commanding air. She was a dimensional Hellion ruler in the past. She had led vast armies and commanded powerful entities of her time. The air of a commander never left her as she looked at her forces and tried to do what every commander did: pick out the talents and who would be of greatest use in battle. Her extremity of hatred selected multiple people in her line of sight. As her eyes squinted when not too far behind her left side, she saw an exceedingly beautiful young woman with a crimson gold horn on her forehead and a fiery gold armament. The power she emanated was unique as she even held a sense of fanaticism when she looked around her. You are? Her words reached the young woman and shook her out of her focus as she replied calmly, I am, of the infinite extra dash, I am cut. Herself often didn't finish her words. She was no longer I am of the infinite extremity. As she felt the traces of genuine infinity flowing through her, she fully affirmed her new path and belonging as she utterly firmly just I am. WAA, she could read records intricately as when she saw the rewards of the existential raid rift laid out, she knew that the contribution and effort that a being out would be reflected in its rewards. If she remained anchored into the 3rd and 4th gradation extremities of the past infinite extremity that had arrived in these new lands with her, she would simply be riding their coattails and not obtain genuine power and rewards herself. So she expanded her breath and joined a random queue of the golden difficulty, and now, here she was. She gazed at the party leader named Lilith and nodded towards her as before their eyes a prompt rose: prove your concepts of extremity and take down the golden raid boss Devilish Time Unveiler. Failure to do so will result in a complete wipeout and restriction of using the existential raid rift for 12 hours. The shrouded legions became clear. Thousands of massive enders of extremity were revealed. They ranged from pristine dragons, white tigers, and phoenixes at the 1st and 2nd gradations of extremity, with the raid boss of this record being a titanic entity who was in the form of an emaciated skeleton and adorned in a purple robe radiating the vicissitudes of time. As his aged face showed shrewdness and might, his hands grasped a buzzing armament of extremity in the form of a purple and golden dagger reminiscent of the dagger of time that Noah fought the Devilish Time Unveiler for in the past. Rune scriptures of time, chronos, and continuity flowed around the massive body of the Devilish Time Unveiler as he grasped the dagger of time and smiled with longing, his voice echoing out grandly, stop, the same word he heard the extremity of quintessence utter before his records came to a complete halt what seemed like ages ago. He uttered it once more as a purple gold light erupted out, reality being brought to a halt in this whole domain as though the challengers would have to struggle to even move in an area of stop time. In the distance, the gaze of the daughter of hatred was cold as the air of a commander radiated around her. On me, WAA, in this record as well. A hectic battle began with a bang. It was now the 999th millisecond after Noah stretched out his records towards infinity. The quintessential annals of extremity have reached a profound culmination and successfully forged into existence, an achievement that can only be termed quintessential. Within a second of infinity, you have made achievements others could not make for eons. The existential extremity authority of infinity has been greatly elevated. The existential extremity authority of quintessence has been greatly elevated. The existential extremity authority of tyranny has been greatly elevated. An array of prompts cascaded over Noah's eyes as within a second. He underwent so many shocking changes that other beings could not even imagine. The authority of existential dungeon apocalypse, supported by 3 existential extremity authorities and other concepts of quintessential designation, has fully come to fruition with limitations and rulings that allow for the possibility of a truly quintessential future. The effects of the 17th boundary layer of infinity have come to an end. 1000 milliseconds had passed since Noah had stretched his records towards infinity. Chapter 28:31 The Existential Dungeon Apocalypse. 3. The effects of the 17th boundary layer of infinity came to an end. It was a layer that enacted something which brought about heavy consequences and sets of choices for a period of 1 second. And in that passage of 1000 millisecond, reality had so drastically changed that Noah went from being a resident of the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains to being cleansed out of it, attaining extremity. Separating the infinite hyperversal haven from the records of the Ionic annals of extremity is due to the quintessential annals of extremity. It now sat in a state of existence and non-existence. Too many things had happened in this 1 second. But even with all of this, Noah was just getting started. Over 50% of all operational costs of the existential extremity authorities of quintessence, infinity, and tyranny will have to be directed towards the feature of existential dungeon apocalypse to allow what it seeks to be actualized in reality. The feature of existential dungeon apocalypse seeks to cause the emergence of existential dungeons in the domains of other existential hyperversal domains. At the time of emergence and thereafter, an absolute existential authority and limitation will be enacted. The first absolute existential authority and limitation is that the native existential hyperversal authority and invading existential hyperversal authority will have no effect on the emerging existential dungeon. The second absolute existential authority and limitation is that the primogenitors, controllers, originators, influencers of the native existential hyperversal authority and the primogenitors, controllers, originators, influencers of the invading existential hyperversal authority will not be capable of entering the existential dungeons. The third absolute existential authority and limitation is that only the inhabitants of the native existential hyperversal domains and invading existential hyperversal domains can fight for hegemony and dominion of an existential dungeon. Once an existential dungeon emerges, it will devour and assimilate the surrounding authorities, existences, and reality. If the native existential hyperversal domains wish to stop this process, their inhabitants will have to enter the existential dungeon and eliminate all entities within that contain a signature of the existential dungeon. After a sufficient time passes without all invading entities within the existential dungeon are destroyed, a dungeon break will occur and release an explosion of authority that devours all records of existence of 1/100th of the invaded existential hyperversal domain, a heavy set of rules and limitations. But it was the only way Noah and the concepts supporting him could see to achieve a realistic and achievable purpose of the existential dungeon apocalypse. The first point was to make it so that after its emergence, Noah's quintessence, infinity, and tyranny could not have any effect on the existential dungeons, and this same limitation was applied to the vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal authorities, as no dazzling scripture or thundering light would be capable of destroying a recently appearing existential dungeon. This was Noah and the infinite hyperversal haven delving into one of the true usages of existential extremity authorities, absolute existential authorities, absolute existential limitations. For one to have an astounding authority, they could place upon themselves an equally astounding limitation. For the absolute existential authorities and limitations that should make the feature of existential dungeon apocalypse possible, this was why over 50% of all operational costs of Noah's existential extremity authorities were required, but what it could achieve was something stupendous. Noah himself, as the originator of his existential extremity authorities, would not be able to descend within an existential dungeon. And nor would any of the originators or controllers of the vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal authorities. So who would fight on Noah's behalf? And who would fight on the behalf of the ones above extremity? The amount of power both sides could unleash would be dependent on just how strong the existential extremity authorities of their domains were and how powerful the inhabitants within would be. This was Noah's design. this was his construct. Soon enough, he would have to see just how it would unfold when it was applied and laid out in reality, but before that, he had many things he needed to do to prepare. One was to wait for the inhabitants of the infinite hyperversal haven to acclimate and grow much stronger through the existential ray drifts. And the other was Noah himself, understanding and quantifying the current state of his body, origin, and soul, rising as high as he could across the gradations of extremity and continuing to elevate quintessence, infinity, and tyranny, and of course the convergence of his concepts that had now reached extremity into profound dynamis of extremity. What would indefatigable be after the influence of vacuous hyperversal authority was removed? Where would Lotra, Thanatos, or Oraculum now be at? All of these things were under his consideration as at this moment in time, a second after he had stretched out his records towards infinity, he gazed out at the vast infinite hyperversal haven around him. Its current Alethian havens that were elevating in grandeur and majesty even now, the buzzing extremity vein causing all havens to rotate as if they were mere constellations, the cerulean instance dungeon portals of infinity, the massive existential raid rift, all of these things were his accomplishments as he was truly just getting started. As his gaze passed over everything, his eyes twinkled as he came upon the figures of Barbados, Adelaide, and a few others who were nearing the light of the massive existential raid rift. When it came to the progress and workings of this construct that would yield his existential extremity authorities, no one knew the infinite hyperversal haven was more than enough as through their connection. He already knew of every single happening within it, the loss his son and some of his closest vassals faced, the past members of the 7 clans and major inheritances as they acclimated to this new reality, and now there were beings like Barbados, Adelaide, and Athena, those affected by the extremity of harems as their power was greatly inflated to be a portion of Noah's. With all of this power, what exactly would they be able to achieve? Chapter 2832 The Existential Dungeon Apocalypse. 4. In the rims of the light of the existential raid rift, the figure of Barbados was pulling Adelaide along, the frozen queen sighing as the necromancer of chaos wasn't taking no for an answer. Sis Adelaide, we may not be able to do it if you don't come as well. And isn't it fun to play with reality shaking power every now and then? Since we have it now, we can't just sit idle. Barbados' gorgeously small but blessed figure spoke with strength as for this occasion. She made sure to have even the frozen queen who didn't care much about power participate. She was adorned in a dazzling black dress while Adelaide had a snowy blue relic wrapped around her, their figures followed by Caitlin, Athena, Shami, Ioan, Tiamat, Anna, Halcyon, and Valentina. They were the entity who were closest to the extremity of quintessence, and those chosen by the extremity of harems to exhibit 50% of his power. At the words of Barbados, Adelaide gave in with a smile while looking at the massive raid rift ahead of them, her red lips parting to reply, "Since you collected all of us here, I can only think that you're about to do something crazy like choose the highest difficulty." The frozen queen knew the women around her well as the moment her words finished, the figure of Barbados patted her blessed chest with pride. "Isn't it going to be fun? It feels like we're given a huge cheat compared to others as if we successfully clear it. All names below little fish will be ours." Tempting words left her mouth as the women behind him turned contemplative, with Ioan rising her brows as her sandy gold hair flowed with majesty. "And if we fail in the highest difficulty?" a valid question was asked, and the figure of Barbados harumphed as she replied while communicating with the light of the existential raid rift, "Humph, you think little fish would actually allow it for us to die? Even if it's facing a false death. Humph, if he allows it, he won't be getting any from me for at least 12 hours. Barbados spoke strongly as she clenched her fist with determination. She turned around to the women behind her who were rolling their eyes as she continued, "That goes for you all too. If little fish somehow allows for us to be killed, hold out for at least half a day." The necromancer of chaos made her position be known as, "Let's just enter and see what we're facing." Sis Barbados, the war princess, Athena, spoke out with blinding battle intent as she wanted to see just how tremendous was the power of the man they relied on. She wanted to know. Around her and all others, 9 illusory wheels of light circled them as her body felt like it was coursing with endless power. She always aspired to understand the depth of power of the man she had given her heart to as now that she wanted to let loose. Barbados smiled gleefully at her reply as after ascertaining the gazes of all others, she made her selection as their figures became wrapped in a grand purple light of tyranny. The tyrannical difficulty of the existential raid rift has been chosen. This booming prompt echoed out across the infinite hyperversal haven as the wills of many entities or their extremity clones that had not entered the existential raid rift gazed upwards. Around the same time, the figure of Henry, Kazuhiko, Emperor Penguin, and others who had faced defeat in the obsidian difficulty were thrown out of the rift with dazed looks. Their defeat eyes also rising and seeing the massive prompt changing to form an illusory screen as massive as the existential raid rift below it. On this screen, fiery crimson red light flashed as a scene was shown within for all others to witness, atop a massive crimson infinity symbol the size of a large world. The figures of Barbados, Adelaide, Athena, Ioan, Xiaomi, Caitlin, Elena, Tiamat, Anna, Halcyon, and Valentina appeared. Around them, different colored dignity symbols of the same size and stature floated grandly as they looked like stellar bodies in a starry space, and far, far ahead of them, on top of an even bigger royal purple infinity symbol. There was the visage of a woman adorned in a crimson and gold battle armament that gave off a feel of an oppressive middle-grade armament of extremity. But if one were to look closer, it wasn't that what she wore was giving off the pressure of such an armament, but it was her whole body that was emanating such a feeling. She was the entity who had been within a core area of the extremity of quintessence while he underwent his transformations. The relic that began all of this was she was just a ruination core, the extremity of ruination, the existential sword of quintessence, the zenith quintessential middle grade armament of extremity, the raid boss of the tyrannical difficulty of the existential raid rift ruination. Her gaze was cold as she looked at the distant infinity symbol that four women stood on. There were no enders of extremity around her as in this domain. She was a lone boss. In the distance, the figures of Barbados and others had their gazes change as they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure pressing down onto their existence, all of them recognizing the distant figure of ruination as Noah's weapon as at this moment. Her gaze became interlocked with all of theirs. The existential sword of quintessence looked at the harem of the extremity of quintessence, her lips opening with calmness and serenity as she uttered out, "Are you worthy?" Huum, 3 words, a simple question, but it was one that boomed in the souls of the harem of the extremity of quintessence as they heard many different things from these words. Are you worthy of his grace? Are you worthy of being beside him? Are you worthy to stand on the precipice of power in the infinite hyperversal haven? These were the words they heard in their hearts as collectively, all of their eyes turned fiery. At such words, Adelaide floated to the forefront as her blue eyes burned with determination. Colorless hyperversal quintessential extremity rune scriptures beginning to swirl around her as the extremity of plot was activated. I was always worthy. Boom, ecstatic power emerged an instant later as a blue light flashed, glaciers erupting in front of her along with a storm of snow and ice that carried destructive extremity rune scriptures forward. Chapter 2833 The Tyrannical Difficulty. She was always worthy. Adelaide stated these words powerfully as in the frozen lands of her home. Noah discovered the spiritual lands. This was where everything began. She had been with him side by side as she didn't wish for any honor or power, just eons of happiness and companionship. Was she worthy? She was always worthy. Boom. With her bidding, cerulean hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures flourished and caused glaciers of unfathomable proportions to form and proliferate outwards, turning into malleable waves of cold light that barreled to surge and overwhelm the lone figure of ruination, a figure that gazed at the incoming surge of power calmly as her hand pointed out, and her finger tapped. Thousands of colorless hyperversal quintessential extremity rune scriptures flashed as a crimson light of ruination bloomed. The incoming glaciers of frozen might were stopped in their place before they soon began to shatter, destructive might washing over them as everything that Adelaide had thrown out was negated right away. You may be worthy, but you know nothing of hardship. Nothing of the power you hold in your hands. Huum. The voice of ruination was cold as she snapped her fingers thereafter, her body beginning to course with existential extremity authorities as all around her dozens of massive illusory armaments of extremity began to appear. They continued to proliferate until they reached a full 100. And each one emanated a genuine aura of a middle-grade armament of extremity, massive swords, hammers, scythes, flails, spears, bows, shields, bats, and rifles radiated their own light of power as a single feature of ruination was activated, a feature that was simply known as Existential Armament Armory. Moving autonomously, the 100 illusory middle-grade armaments of extremity pulsed and shot out from the infinity symbol ruination, stood on surging towards their targets who were spurred by the words and actions of ruination. Barbados bellowed out with blazing eyes as the space behind her split to release the blazing auras of 3 titanic undead that each emanated auras at the 5th gradation of extremity, with a bony throne forming behind her as necromancy was unveiled with grandeur. Ioan breathed out as a sandy gold light of dreams covered her, chains of dreams blooming with her at the center and striking out. Athena grasped the spear in her hands as the war princess felt the many authorities flowing in her and called out to a single one. The spear in my hand has always been a middle-grade armament of extremity. The extremity of plot was activated. A blaring illusory light of a middle-grade armament of extremity emerged from the spear in the hands of the war princess as she grasped it tightly before shooting out towards the descending legion of armaments. The visage of Caitlin was calm as the light of endless mirrors was reflected in her glazed pupils. Her calculating eyes flashed as her body buzzed with the extremity of plagiarism, shocking words leaving her mouth. Why is my weapon over there? WAA, reality bent and distorted. A moment later, an illusory middle-grade armament of extremity in the form of a sniper rifle appeared in front of her and altered its size. She grasped it naturally as if it was always hers, her pupil lining up with the scope as she pulled the trigger and caused a beam of extremity rune scriptures to shoot out like a cosmic cannon of light. Each woman tried to familiarize themselves with the unique power flowing through them and utilize it to bring about an ecstatic result. The extremity of harem watches with reserved expectations. Above all of this shocking reality playing out, a concept watched what was unfolding as a great battle that would showcase the power of terrifying concepts of extremity bloomed. It was being broadcasted above the massive cerulean existential raid rift as many eyes were drawn to it, power they hadn't yet thought possible being unveiled before them. In another part of the infinite hyperversal haven, a golden construct with archways and pillars lining it could be seen floating serenely, rivers of quintessence, tyranny, and infinity flowing around it and surging every now and then as within the depths of the many tall golden pillars supporting this construct. Astounding things were occurring. The figure of a beautiful middle-aged woman could be seen within as she stood in front of multicolored cauldrons by the dozens, cauldrons that were systematically drawing in their own unique authorities. This figure was none other than the quintessential dowager as she oversaw the progression of the alchemy hall and its current task of producing planolith crystallos. Refined, an extremely pure version of compressed extremity authority that when devoured it could aid one in the progression of the gradations of extremity. Amelia Osmond smiled as she came in front of one cauldron that radiated golden-colored light, her hands waving forth and causing the lid of the cauldron to fly out as from within. 9 golden pills of light spotless arose as they emanated profound waves of providence. She blinked with a sense of awe as one of them fell in her hands. 9 low-grade providence planolith crystal los. Are you sure this is fair to others? How does the production of planolith crystallos actually go for those within the vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains? Her focus was serene and calm as she asked, and in the next moment, a respectful voice of the infinite hyperversal haven cascaded down from above as there was a reply. From records glimpsed before, entities at the 5th or 6th gradation are the ones who gain enough capability to begin undergoing planolith crystallos refinement. Tremendous concentration is required along with the subtle refinement as it can fail at any time. Amelia Osmond heard this as she couldn't help but smile. She looked at the hundreds of dazzling cauldrons within the alchemy hall as she shook her head with a smile. And yet my son has you capable of forging the planolith crystallos of dozens of extremity authorities all at once. With 9 low-grade planolith crystallos being produced on the low end as for some HUUM, she waved her hands towards a nearby cauldron that was radiating a particularly profound royal purple light, its lid flying off as from within. 3 dazzling iridescent amethyst middle-grade tyranny planolith crystallos bloomed. Chapter 2834 Love that cannot be repaid. The quintessential dowager gazed at the 3 dazzling royal purple-colored middle-grade tyranny planolith crystallos as her eyes were filled with a sense of brilliance. The best possibility is even something as great as this, low-grade planolith crystallos could be forged en masse. When she saw such a scene and was also exposed to records of how other entities had to refine things like this, Amelia Osmond couldn't help but feel her heart overflowing with pride. The one who made all of this responsible was none other than her son. She gazed at the many dazzling cauldrons constantly drawing in authority as she asked to the open space around her, "Do you think he knows? How proud I am of him." The quintessential dowager said such words as her eyes were full of contentment for how far her son had come, yet her words were so striking that even the infinite hyperversal haven didn't reply right away, its voice only coming out milliseconds later. "I'm sure he knows, but it would not hurt to tell him." The pride of a mother seeing their child do so exceedingly well. The impossible mission of a son to pay back all the grace from their parents for raising them. Amelia Osmond had toiled for months while the extremity of quintessence was in her belly. She went through the difficulty of childbirth with the technology of their time as after that, she raised him from a little baby that couldn't even protect itself, the late nights of picking up night shifts to support her family, hoping that his father would not be drunk enough to not even be capable of looking after him while she was at work just until she came back. When she did come back from her shifts as the sun rose, the yelling she had to endure as her husband told her how Noah's crying had kept him up all night. How she had to feed him, change him, and cover his ears to not hear the yelling and arguments constantly occurring around him, making sure to always show a smile on her face even as tears trickled down her face. She had to show her son a trace of happiness even if there wasn't any. This was a mother's love and it could never be repaid. Amelia Osmond shook her head as the memories of her past faded in the back of her mind. Her son had come far, but she was still his mother. So she replied to the advice of the infinite hyperversal haven, "I'll be sure to tell him then." A moment after, she waved her hands towards the two empty cauldrons and spoke out, "Let's have quintessence and infinity." The cauldrons buzzed with power as wisps of colorless and cerulean light began to flow into them, their lids closing as another round of planolith crystallos refinement began in these vibrant constructs. Behind the dazzling figure of the quintessential dowager, a mountain of planolith crystallos was already beginning to form as by the time that ruination multiplied them. Utter brilliance was occurring in this space, and this was only the alchemy hall, in an entirely separate space. The blacksmith's forge shone with an even more astounding radiance as low-grade and middle-grade armaments of extremity were designed and forged quintessentially. All of this happened in the background. All of this occurred and came to fruition because of a single being, and currently, this being sought to attain even greater heights of power as the further he went, the grander all authorities within the infinite hyperversal haven became. So at this moment in time, the will of the extremity of quintessence buzzed as its vision shifted to the murky waters of the gradations of extremity. Currently, he withstood a heavy pressure and might at the very zenith of the murky layer of the fourth gradation of extremity. The absence of any changes within these murky waters told Noah many things as he looked around. He had established the quintessential annals of extremity, broken off from Vitalis and Vacuous, and had the whole infinite hyperversal haven in a state of existence and non-existence. And yet no changes had occurred within the murky waters of the gradations of extremity, as if Noah's quintessential annals, Vitalis and Vacuous annals. As if none of these affected the gradations of extremity. The only change Noah had seen so far was what had already occurred since he attained existential extremity authorities, the fact that he didn't have the overabundance of chains holding him down and making his progress across the gradations so extremely slow. It may mean that if there were any primogenitors or controllers of other existential extremity authorities, they may be capable of the same versatility and movement across the gradations of extremity as Noah. This thought also caused him to be even more careful as all this time, he was able to gaze at trillions of others from the first gradation of extremity until now. But what if in these murky waters he met another entity who could freely move and be cognizant like him? What if he came across the ones above extremity in these murky waters of the gradations of extremity? The thought caused his will to spread it all around him as the dazzling colors of light around his body retreated. His colorless hyperversal existential and quintessential extremity rune scriptures pulsing with authority as around his body. Illusory chains appeared all around him. From illusory, they gradually became real as if he was chained in these murky waters of gradations of extremity like all others. And he then gazed at the demarcation of the fourth and fifth gradations of extremity as the extremity of cultivation proceeds forward without issues, the extremity of ascendancy seeks even more transformations. His existence had grown enough and been refined enough by the pressure in the surroundings to the extent it now felt weak to him, and his body warped as a moment later, he disappeared without any fluctuations and reappeared above within the entry of the murky waters of the fifth gradation of extremity, ever clearer, slightly less murky. His surroundings didn't buzz as everything was concealed, but waves of authority and pressure were surging into him from all around as his existence refined it. His extremity rune scriptures increased by the thousands, and his soul ascended ever higher. This time, he wanted to see just how far his extremity authorities could take him. He wanted to see what gradation he would manage to reach with the terrifying concepts he held. Chapter 28:35 Quintessential Ascension. The waters of the fifth gradation of extremity, they were filled with much more clarity as if the further up one went, the clearer it would become. At the lowest rungs, Noah's powerful will could see the figures of entities around him still. They were sparse and spread out, but they were there, around their bodies. There were significantly fewer chains compared to those below them in the gradations of extremity. And yet, they were still bound by chains. Their expressions were stern with their eyes closed as if they sought to understand more about extremity. With their bodies fluctuating as ever so slowly, they tried to inch upwards, but their movement was abysmally slow, as if they may just be inching upwards for all their lifetimes before the concepts supporting their souls waned and ever so slowly lost their extremes, their very existence beginning to break down in time, unless they could reach a higher level, unless they stayed true to the extremes of the concepts that took them here. For Noah, it was entirely different. His concepts burned brightly as they were backed by the might of three existential extremity authorities. and over 100 other concepts that had reached terrifying extremes all surged within his existence as he had no chains holding him down. Within a few milliseconds, he acclimated to the tremendous pressure bearing down all around the early stages of the fifth gradation of extremity. His existence acclimated and became strong enough to beat it, and then tens of thousands of his colorless, cerulean, and amethyst hyperversal existential and quintessential extremity rune scriptures began to circle around his body. For any others watching, they saw no fluctuations as they could only observe Noah's figure to have illusory chains like everyone else, but Noah could see a vastly different sight as for him. Everything was full of brilliance and colors as a moment later he took a step, his existence buzzed as he instantly disappeared from the early waters of the fifth gradation of extremity and shockingly his figure appeared at its middle point, boom, and the pressure of the waters around him were 10 times as heavier as before, but they only caused quintessence, infinity, and tyranny to buzz as Noah still resisted a ascendancy pulsing and devouring the seething tendrils of the waters. Nearby into Noah's existence as once more, his existence underwent refinement and elevation, his consciousness expanded wildly again as here, his will was drawn to a far distant location as there was a connection there. When his eyes opened to the far distant location, he could see the chained figure of Extremity Solarium. Her figure was bathed with a thin film of light as many crimson hyperversal extremity rune scriptures swirled around her, and yet even she was proceeding forward slowly. Noah only glanced in her direction as thereafter he focused on the elevation of his own existence and the rapid production of rune scriptures of his concepts. At this point, he reached 250,000 rune scriptures as thereafter, his body effortlessly acclimated to this middle region. 600 milliseconds had passed since he arrived here as thereafter, he took another step, and he once more covered great distances in a short period of time. His quintessential ascent only being stopped as the waters of the gradations of extremity became ever heavier and more intricate to pass, but he arrived at the furthest waters of the fifth gradation of extremity. Pressure barreled down from all around and threatened lead to crush Noah, and yet his tens of thousands of rune scriptures swirling as his concepts withstood every single ounce of force. Your existential extremity authorities forcefully withstood and crossed distances that took others years or eons to cross, a quintessential achievement. He was cutting through everything with great force due to his concepts, but as he went further, he came to realize that the waters of the gradations of extremity were truly not so simple as even though his concepts withstood the pressure. His swirling extremity rune creaked and shuddered as he approached the demarcation between the fifth and the sixth gradation of extremity. Even though he was withstanding the pressure and making progress within milliseconds where others would take years, his rune scriptures still trembled at the immensity all around them. The extremity of cultivation seeks to better understand this conceptualization of the gradations of extremity. The extremity of tyranny states why seek to understand. When its rules can just be abolished and remade anew, the extremity of infinity sees an endless path ahead that can be scaled and traversed. The extremity of quintessence proceeds forward with caution. For others, it took years. For the one who brought to fruition the existential extremity authorities of quintessence, infinity, and tyranny, the line between the fifth and sixth gradation of extremity stands tall. As profound and hard to scale this line is, since the extremity of cultivation has reached it has become a wall that can be scaled. He breathed steadily. No wall could not be scaled so long as he was capable of reaching it. Crack, as tremendous night pressed on Noah all around, a fissure opened up on the line of demarcation right in front of him. The moment this fissure appeared, Noah's concepts buzzed and began to emerge rapidly, their numbers increasing by tens of thousands as with a surge of brilliance. Noah slid through the fissure and into an entirely new realm. No murkiness could be seen, the waters were supremely clear as the chains crossing throughout were filled with a transparent light, the sixth gradation of extremity. The moment Noah arrived, his gaze changed as he felt a great strain on his very existence, all of his concepts supporting him as from all around, heavy and thick transparent chains battled towards him. It was the job of his concepts of his extremity rune scriptures to oppose these chains as they swirled around him powerfully, expressing their shocking might as many of them were dead paths, powerful concepts of extremity others couldn't even fathom. Because of this, he had used brute force with them to go from the first gradation of extremity to the sixth gradation of extremity within a few seconds. Chapter 2836 Quintessential Ascension 2. He had used brute force to very quickly cross into the sixth gradation of extremity, an achievement that even the Sumerian architect nor Extremity Solarium had made over the years as he achieved it within seconds. This was the obscene testament to his ridiculous quintessential zenith concepts. This was his shocking privilege and power as the primogenitor of three existential extremity authorities. Which other entity could say that as soon as they attained extremity and stepped into the first gradation of extremity, they could ascend to the sixth gradation seconds later? Nobody could, nobody but the extremity of quintessence, but the sixth gradation of extremity seemed to be inherently different, as even though Noah felt an even more fearsome pressure descended as his concepts withstand it, the pressure still crashed through his extremity scripture and crushed into him like waves that began to cause injuries to his existence. The shocking pressure acted as fuel, causing his extremity rune scriptures to jump by the hundreds of thousands. His existential extremity authorities became even more refined and even more grandiose, and yet he was also feeling his existence continuing to be injured. The extremity of quintessence shines illustriously and sees through all pretenses. The extremity of cultivation nods at the assertions of quintessence grimly. Noah's mind buzzed as he saw, even as his extremity rune scriptures exploded past 600,000 and rapidly continued upwards, their swirling around him withstood the pressure of this gradation he had arrived into. But the waves always passed through the gaps of his extremity rune scriptures and crashed into his existence, hounding him and threatening to push him down constantly. Why was this? His existence buzzed as he found that even though he was withstanding the pressure, because waves continued to drag through his rune scriptures and smash into his existence, he couldn't climb any higher, ever so slightly. He was even being pushed down as he only maintained his current position through the sheer power of his existential extremity rune scriptures. In such a moment, his will spread out as he looked around this gradation of extremity. Others may not be cognizant, but since he was, he could see and understand more, and near him, he saw the visage of an old man. His back was hunched as his face contained traces of age and vicissitude, with clear transparent chains entrenched into his existence and causing his progression to be so immensely slow. And yet this being stood stably in his position within the sixth gradation of extremity, as his will that was in a unique state of existence saw this. His soul buzzed a moment later as he spoke out. I see the reason why, even though his concepts were powerful, the terrifying clear waters of the sixth gradation of extremity still posed a tremendous challenge as they bypassed his extremity rune scriptures and constantly smashed into his existence. On the body of the hunched old man at the sixth gradation of extremity, Noah could see that his crimson hyperversal heavenly extremity rune scriptures were not just swirling around his body, they held a flow, yes, a flow, and not just any flow, but his extremity rune scriptures held a sense of interconnectedness as he eliminated many possible gaps that the crushing waves of the sixth gradation of extremity could squeeze into, with only a few areas of his body still having gaps left behind. As the clear waves entered through them and caused his figure to be stopped in place, when Noah saw this scene, he instantly understood the intricacies of the sixth gradation of extremity. He looked at his own extremity rune scriptures that were swirling around him haphazardly. They felt no flow, no sequence. They were powerful, yes, but they were each on their own. Each one radiated a terrifying authority as each rune scripture held its own halo of light, none intermixing with each other, as of course, this created many gaps that the terrifying pressure of the sixth gradation of extremity crashed into and caused his body to remain in place. He may have even been knocked down if it weren't for his colorless hyperversal existential and quintessential extremity rune scriptures that, due to the quality of quintessence, they shared the same color and standing as their glow, did not repel as much. But for Noah to have his own flow of the hundreds of thousands of extremity rune scriptures and close the gaps of authority due to them proudly standing in what their own extremes signifies, he had to converge them. The myriad of different concepts of extremity has to achieve a profound convergence and resonance, their light no longer repelling each other as they would meld together seamlessly and birth a unique flow, a convergence of multiple concepts that had escaped their own extremes, something known as data dynamis of extremity, His existence pulsed gloriously as he instantly brought quintessence forward, those who had already converged their concepts into dynamis before they reached extremity would have an easier time in doing so again, since these concepts were already interlinked before. Noah started with quintessence as it held the colorless light that had even affected all of his other concepts apart from tyranny and infinity. And it would be substantially easier to converge other concepts under the same light, so his existence buzzed with understanding as he sought to withstand the crushing waves of the sixth gradation of extremity by doing something all others had to do before or after they arrived here. He had to bring together the flow of multiple extremes. As for this, Noah began with quintessence. Its profound colorless light recalled all the concepts it had converged to before attaining extremity. As an instant after, its colorless light pulled upon providence, and the tens of thousands of extremity rune scriptures of providence flowed from different parts of Noah's existence and began to attach their colorless light onto quintessence. a blinding light bloomed as a hue of gold ever so slowly emerged. A few gaps were closed off as the moment Noah did this. He began to feel a shocking sense of power begin to rise. After providence, destiny, karma, fate, and fortune followed as a flow of golden light melded even more gaps. The new sensation Noah was feeling becoming even more pronounced as his soul buzzed. His soul buzzed as what it could see. Was gradually changing. It was as if a brand new reality was unfolding before him, as if his vision was being altered to see something he couldn't see before. Chapter 28:37 What is extremity? It was unique. Noah's vision always saw more things than others, and this was elevated to a ridiculous level when he was capable of attaining the state of quintessential unity of existence. His existential extremity authorities also quite literally allowed him to see and be cognizant of the gradations of extremity. Now, he came to the realization that from the first gradation and through the fifth gradation of extremity, one could barrel through them so long as they held enough quantity or quality of concepts of extremity, but when stepping into the sixth gradation of extremity, this wasn't enough. Just a swirling mess of extremity rune scriptures was not enough, as one had to make sure their extremes were intricately flowing across their existence. So theoretically, someone like Noah who held over 100 extremes in his body would have an extremely difficult time to bring them all together. And an entity who only pursed a single concept to extremity may be able to attain a unique flow that didn't allow for any gaps around their existence. But would a single concept be strong enough to take them across the initial gradations or even simply withstand the pressure of the sixth gradation? The answer was likely no. Thus, entities pursued extremity in multiple fields, and they then sought to converge their extremes into dynamies of extremity. Noah already had a skeleton of convergence of his concepts before they reached their extremes, as now he only had to bring it all together. His first convergence, though, ended up involving an existential concept as the very first one. Who in the vitalis and vacuous hyperversal domains could say their dynamies of extremity held an existential concept of extremity and multiple quintessential zenith concepts alongside it? The answer was no one, and this first convergence caused his vision to see something else as for the first time, oraculum was truly coming to fruition. After quintessence began everything: providence, destiny, karma, fate, fortune, elysium, wisdom, dreams, and multiple more concepts of extremity that had their scriptures affected by the colorless light of quintessence all began to flow in together. And the scene Noah saw wasn't just the fact that above him, the gaps were becoming slowly covered as singular circles of rune scriptures began melding into each other. He could see at the very center of the flow that had begun to form the concepts themselves, extremity itself. It seemed to be an ability of the forming oraculum, but it caused his mind to enter a daze as if he was looking at his very own concepts for the first time. It wasn't just that he could see them more clearly, but he saw that even though their rune scriptures were affected by quintessence and made colorless, at their core each of his concepts of extremity held their own color, their own identity, their own emotion, desire, longing, weaving, and intent. Weaving, intent, what their extremes stood for and sought to do. Noah saw that even though they were majorly affected by quintessence, each concept of extremity held its own profound longing and intent, and once Noah fully realized the intent of the concepts of extremity, he shockingly found that he wasn't just able to see their current flow but illusory golden pathways of where they were intending to go. This scene caused his mind to buzz and illuminate as among the melding concepts entering under the umbrella of oraculum, he came to focus on the concepts of the remaining 9 decreta as he grasped onto their intent there. Very sources entrenched in his soul. And he pulled them towards the flow quintessence controlled as he altered their current pathway and flow to match the other concepts already converged into oraculum. And all remaining concepts relating to decretas seamlessly joined the flow as over 25% of his body was now entirely covered by a colorless light with absolutely no gaps. His body stabilized in the 6th gradation of extremity. He saw the source of ascendancy blare with a deeply hidden golden light as the clear waters of the 6th gradation of extremity burned and turned into flows of authority that came to further elevate his existence and caused the propagation of even more extremity rune scriptures. But Noah wasn't fully paying attention to this as his very existence was still stuck on the new vision he could see concepts of extremity in, his soul feeling as if he was on the cusp of grasping something extremely critical, and that it was just outside of his grasp. At this moment, his vision saw the amethyst color among the many sources flowing within him shine brightly. He felt what this brightening of color wanted to do as he understood it even before. The extremity of tyranny urges you to focus on your current feeling and sensation. Even before the prompt came, he foresaw and understood what the concept of tyranny wanted to portray: thump. His existence felt a metaphorical heartbeat as everything Within him told him to test what he was currently seeing. He had to better understand and fully cement the epiphany of the vision brought by oraculum. He needed to see and affirm whether what he saw for himself was something he could see on all others. What if he could read and understand the sources, the very desires of the extremes of other entities? This thought caused a major part of his vision to redirect from the clear waters of the sixth gradation of extremity. As the eyes of his main body opened wide, he needed to test something, and naturally for this, he needed a test subject. But there were abysmally few who could even match him at this moment, as he quickly locked onto a possibility, and the figure of his main body disappeared inside of a record. Within the obsidian difficulty of the existential raid rift, boom, a cataclysmic light smashed into the figure of the obsidian raid boss Oppenheimer. Around him, records of enders of extremity lay defeated as he alone, unfettered and filled with the extremes of the extremity of quintessence, he faced the terrifying entity who was known as the Sumerian architect. Chapter 28:38. What is extremity? 2. It was an experience that the Sumerian architect would never forget, as truly, even though she stood at the fifth gradation of extremity, the raid boss she faced, who was designated to be at the peak of the fourth gradation of extremity, was matching her power. By challenging the obsidian difficulty solo, she had taken care of all other enders, as the only enemy left was Oppenheimer. And even though she had the upper hand, the massive body of this raid boss seemed to have the vitality of multiple entities at the fifth gradation of extremity, as the extremes of prana and life coursed through him, which, when supported by the existential light of quintessence, allowed him to survive the relentless attacks of someone as powerful as the Sumerian architect. But soon enough, she would grind his vitality values out entirely, as her intuition told her that the rewards would be grand. They may even be enough to stabilize and propel her towards a distant but close sixth gradation of extremity. BZZT. Her words came to a halt as the massive figure of Oppenheimer also came to a stop. Because in front of their eyes, a terrifying authority bloomed, as shockingly the extremity of quintessence himself appeared within this record. When he did, the eyes of the raid boss Oppenheimer flickered brightly as he bowed down and kneeled, while the Sumerian architect, I know I didn't fucking challenge the tyrannical difficulty. Come on. She felt exasperated at the unfolding reality as towards her words, the extremity of quintessence had his eyes shining brilliantly as his voice was resolute. Just a minor interference for me to test something. Attack me. Think of it as a spar. She felt his gaze lock onto her as her eyes became somber. A spar. She had fought in just seconds ago in a battle with other entities at the fifth gradation of extremity, before they were all almost smitten out of existence. At that time, she could somewhat match his power. This was before he had fully undergone his changes as the primogenitor of multiple existential extremity authorities. So where would he be now? And how close could she match him when she herself had quintessence coursing through her? Her soul buzzed, and her concepts followed as she laid the groundwork with the extremity rune scriptures of intuition, and her very existence was alarmed a moment later as the moment she made the extremity of quintessence her target, an unbelievable sense of danger and oppression was transmitted from intuition. The Sumerian architect felt this sensation, and then there was Noah. What he was seeing was an entirely new reality. The moment his words had finished, he saw the few 100,000 extremity rune scriptures swirling around the existence that was the Sumerian architect. In the past, she was someone who controlled polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of vacuous. Her power was profound, and yet at this moment, Noah very clearly saw the extremes of her concepts, their intent, purpose, weaving and longing, and he saw how they looked in comparison to his own extremes, like flickering stars holding their own dim glow in the form of extremity rune scriptures. They exerted their extremes. His concepts looked different. They looked like weavings of dazzling suns that shone with a blinding radiance, while when he gazed at the concepts of the Sumerian architects, they looked like dim stars. As he saw this and compared the two, the forming oraculum seemed to bloom with information as he instantly understood why. The image of his concepts as blinding suns showed their endless radiance to eventually have the capability to light up and become something even more, something existential. His concepts were dead paths, and thus, they looked different. His other concepts that weren't initially dead paths, they also held similar blinding radiances as after being taken to the height of quintessential zenith concepts, their difficulty in attaining extremity and traversing across the gradations was just as high, but their brightness left open a possibility for advancement as it seemed. A dead path was one of the pathways to turn a concept into something existential. Did this mean vitalis and vacuous were dead paths, or did they take other routes to become existential? Or were they always existential to begin with and they were never even dead paths? This question buzzed in Noah's mind as he came to gaze upon quintessence, infinity, and tyranny. their colorless, cerulean, and amethyst colors were not mere blinding suns within Noah's body, but each one held a dazzling iridescent glow that covered his whole existence entirely. He could now see the pristinely circular auras of colorless, cerulean, and amethyst layered over his body, over his very existence as their brilliance stretched out for light years. Their brilliance went on to cover everything round him. Stretching out all the way across the very infinite hyperversal haven, they affected everything. They held an intricate balance over his existence that currently seemed to be capable of supporting these three fairly new existential extremity authorities. As their authorities grew, the breadth of his existence had to also grow alongside them. As if he wasn't strong enough, they could not progress forward. This also brought into question whether he could elevate more concepts into the existential level and still support them with his existence. It felt like there would be a limit, but he didn't know what this limit currently was. 1 more? 3 more? 6 more, he couldn't tell. But currently, he began to he felt the sensation and the very intent of the extremes of the Sumerian architect before she even activated her rune scriptures to channel their authority. As at this moment, he came to focus on the foremost authority she put forward, intuition. In his vision, it flickered with a white light as tens of thousands of rune scriptures holding a portion of its source were going to light up in order to read the current reality and upcoming reality before it. Sent this feedback into the mind of its master, the Sumerian architect. But since Noah could see what this extreme intended to do even before it did so, the amethyst glow of tyranny that was circling around him but also had its light illuminating light years all around. He manipulated its intent and obscured the extremity of intuition from exerting its authority, and the eyes of the Sumerian architect became alarmed and somber as she found out intuition could not reach much about what was coming, and due to such a shocking phenomenon, it only warned her of immense danger, as if the enemy she faced was not that could be understood by even the extreme of intuition. The extremity of a concept. What exactly was the extremity of something, the furthest point of something? The utmost limit there could be. The apex, pinnacle, or the very zenith of what that thing was. At this moment, when Noah observed the extreme of the concept of intuition swirling around the Sumerian architect, he felt its intent and weaving clearly as if he were looking at a clear formula. He felt its longing and emotion as this concept sought foreknowledge. It sought to understand things before they unfolded, and it longed for nothing more than to understand even without understanding. To act on instinct. The moment Noah was able to read its longing like this, you have grasped the weaving of intuition. His own existence blinked as an instant later, he saw a colorless hyperversal quintessential extremity rune scripture of intuition form in front of him. Since he was able to gaze at and see the intent of this extreme, its longing and desires, naturally, he was able to attain its extremity after understanding its desires. And under him, this extreme could be elevated to an even grander level. His existence buzzed. The emerging existential dynamics has allowed you to begin understanding the weaving of extremity. You are at a point of unfathomable brilliance. Chapter 2839, The Weaving of Extremity. He was standing at a point of unimaginable brilliance. The rims of his pupils were now burning with golden flames as he looked at the Sumerian architect. Her eyes showed tremendous somberness as after intuition only told her of danger, she mobilized the extremity of epic to buy herself more time, and yet under Noah's gaze, he was able to clearly see the intent of this concept even before it bloomed. He was able to see its weaving before it even exerted its extreme. He saw the flow of the extremity rune scriptures as before it could assemble its authority and express it outwardly. Noah now understood that he could disrupt its flow. The easiest way to do so was just like how he had disrupted the flow of intuition with tyranny a moment ago. This was because tyranny, quintessence, and infinity were pervasive and all around his domains and records. He could mobilize them anywhere within the infinite hyperversal haven. But even if he didn't use these, he mobilized the intent of plot. At this moment, he could better understand the extreme of plot as while grasping its longing. The speed at which it could erupt was that much grander as its colorless light warped from him and instantly appeared near the body of the Sumerian architect, and it went on to wrap around the flow of the rune scriptures of epic as before they could express their extreme. They were overcome, suppressed, oppressed. It was such a stifling thing that twice in a row now, the Sumerian architect had simply tried to do what she always did and mobilize her concepts of extremity, and yet she came to find none of them could even activate and express their extremity. When this reality dawned on her, her eyes trembled with utter disbelief and shock as such a sensation was not entirely foreign to her. She had felt something similar when she sparred against the only two beings she cared for in the vacuous hyperversal domains, entities at the sixth gradation of extremity, but even what they could do, was not as disastrous as what she was facing now. As against them, she could at least activate her concepts of extremity, as only thereafter did she realize they could easily counter her concepts and stop them. This was the gulf she always faced when she gazed at the sixth gradation of extremity. But why did this unfathomable entity in front of her seem so much more terrifying? Why, at such an instance, she bellowed out, her existence didn't like this sense of pressure and oppression. So it shone brightly as epoch, time, chronology, intuition, omen, aeon, and more concepts began to weave together. In the distance, Noah saw this scene as the golden flames around his pupils became ever brighter. He saw more than 10 concepts surrounding the Sumerian architect begin to resonate with each other as the haphazardly swirling rune scriptures around her attained a flow. The gaps over large parts of her body became closed as he found that now it would become just slightly harder to read the weaving of the concepts resonating and converging with each other to form a flow. Harder, but for him, not impossible. He read the flow of the converging concepts of extremity as its identity emerged in his mind. Ephemeris. The pupils of the Sumerian architect trembled. She heard the name of the absolute dynamis of extremity she was just calling forth from the mouth of her current enemy. Around her, reality was about to begin distorting, with the domain of her dynamis about to be expanded as in it. Vicissitude in age would scream grandly as under its authority. She could express the most terrifying extremes of her concepts, and yet, Noah's burning eyes read the flow of the forming dynamis. He saw the mixing of emotions and desires within it as a moment later, he mobilized the intent of quintessence around the Sumerian architect. He saw the blinding radiance representing quintessence listen to his directions as he had it insert itself into the forming flow around the Sumerian architect. And he disrupted this flow. An ancient hazy purple light of eons in age that was about to form was halted in its place as shockingly, the dynamis never truly formed to express its authority. The eyes of the Sumerian architect felt what occurred around her with a dazed expression. It was only after a few milliseconds passed that her dazed expression left her face, her intent for battle entirely fading away as she brought her hands down. Fuck, she cursed out as she didn't attack any longer. She didn't need to. She understood that the being in front of her had somehow, in the span of seconds since he attained extremity, grown so much that he could not stop her very concepts of extremity from even expressing their authority. Why the hell would she even think of fighting such a being? As for Noah himself, he saw the dismantling of the dynamis of Ephemeris as the longer he saw the parts it was made of, the more he understood the intent and longing of the extremes that were trying to make it. As you have grasped the weaving of epoch, you have grasped the weaving of chronology, you have grasped the weaving of aeon. He came to understand the extremes of another entity seamlessly, even without plundering and plagiarizing them as brand new colorless rune scriptures formed around his body. This was the result of the profound state he was in as oraculum formed and generated this shocking new viewpoint for him. He wanted to explore it more and understand the weaving of his own concepts and other concepts of extremity as his gaze locked onto the visage of the Sumerian architect while he spoke out. You mentioned powerful entities in the higher gradations of extremity or primogenitors making their abodes deep within recorded or unrecorded histories. Do you have the coordinates of such histories? His words emanated shocking battle intent as the Sumerian architect could see Noah wanted to find other targets to bully, those who may be even stronger than her, as he wanted to test himself. Chapter 2840 The Weaving of Extremity. 2. He wanted to test himself. As for this, they may have to go the depths of the Ionic annals of extremity, where the gazes of the ones above extremity may not be as pervasive. Their gazes could reach there, but they may have some more time before these entities took action. But even if their gazes were pervasive, there was Noah's own capabilities, as he held the distinction of an indeterminate quintessential existence. He was in a constant paradoxical state of uncertainty, of existence and non-existence as apart from the quintessential annals of extremity. It was nearly impossible for other entities, authorities, or annals of extremity to perceive him. This state he attained wrapped around his entire existence, as at this moment, he could also wrap it around another existence easily akin to the expansion of a domain. So he gazed at the Sumerian architect, whose eyes flickered with many emotions in a short period of time before she sighed. I know some, but I do not want to implicate them in all this. If any records of me or you discussing or talking with them are established, they will likely be targeted by Vacuus and Vitalis as well. And unlike me, I don't know if they will make the same choice just as quickly before everything is too late. A solid reasoning in reply, but Noah simply waved his hands at it as he spoke powerfully. I won't appear there for a discussion, and my existence will not even be perceived by the ones above extremity. As he spoke, Noah's body flickered to release hundreds of colorless hyperversal quintessential extremity rune scriptures of intuition that had rapidly begun to propagate They were made visible to the Sumerian architect as they flowed to instantly appear in front of her, with Noah expressing their extremes into the Sumerian architect as when she saw the rune scriptures of what used to be just her concept expressed by him to show her his intention. Fuck, she cursed exasperatedly again before sighing and throwing out a bundle of light towards Noah's figure. I won't go. Just don't go too hard on them, and if possible, see if they can make their entry into your lands. The bundle of light contained information of histories that had occurred eons ago, histories of events that had long come and gone in the river of time. As for any lesser being, even getting such information would mean nothing to them, as how can they traverse across the eonic annals of extremity? But for Noah? It was only simplicity. He grasped the bundle of information as his eyes burned with even grander golden flames, his figure dividing into two as both of his parts disappeared an instant later. All that he left behind was an exasperated Sumerian architect and a kneeling raid boss who now rose calmly. The Sumerian architect ground her teeth as after Noah left, the dynamis of ephemeris began to circle around her once more. I've got some anger and frustrations to release, big guy, you ready? WAA, reality pulsed and distorted as if an eon full of age and time was being brought out. At such a scene, Oppenheimer's figure only began to buzz with pristine waves of destiny and providence supported by existential extremity authorities as he replied in kind. You are lucky to have met the current me before my authority was elevated to match the current authority of the concepts the Master has achieved. You are even luckier for not witnessing and facing the advent of the raid boss Commander Foam. But of course, luck is also part of your strength. So let us continue. The rune scriptures of the raid boss began to move. When the extremity of quintessence grew more powerful, so would the things enacted by him. This wouldn't occur right away, as it would be a gradual change, but even this was bound to be drastic. At this moment, the rune scriptures of the raid boss Oppenheimer began to have their own flow, and opposite him. The Sumerian architect bellowed out in frustration as she sought to be the first to clear a raid rift, but she was not the only one. In another record, inside a golden difficulty existential raid rift, burning flames of hatred pushed away the distortion of spacetime as Lilith took on a devilish form, horns rising on her head as she bellowed out powerfully, cut through it, I am. Her voice called out to the past scion of infinite extremity as from her, immense heat formed into a pillar that tried to pierce through the barrier of time in front of them that was covering the devilish time unveiler. Only a few hundred of their party members remained as the rest had faced false deaths, with their consciousness remaining in the raid rift as mere observers to see how their remaining party members would perform. So long as they cleared the raid rift, all of them would gain the rewards. RIP, like a veil, the barrier of time around the devilish time unveiler tore from the immense heat that was now backed by genuine infinity, and Lilith instantly took this chance to pass through it as in front of her a trident of molten Apollyon formed with hellish flames of hatred to sink into the chest of the raid boss, yet her soul shuddered as on the devilish time unveiler, she saw a cruel smile forming even as the vitality values of this entity neared the bottom. He grasped his dagger of time as the curvature of spacetime twisted. Lilith's figure beginning to move in reverse as its vitality values were slowly returning to their state moments ago. No, she couldn't allow this to happen. If he recovered here, they wouldn't be able to get near him again with the few remaining forces they had. But how? Lilith's eyes widened as she saw a path. She was already within his domain. She just had to make sure it remained pierced and that he didn't recover. But for her current power to achieve that, she could only do it one way. She closed her eyes as she uttered out, heart of hatred, Her heart stopped beating. It then burst in a painful sequence and became a shocking force as a moment later, all of her existence began to burn with terrifying extremes of hatred as from her body the illusion of a radiant burning heart formed. The will of Lilith gazed behind her as she sent her thoughts to the only other person more powerful enough to finish things off, finish it off. Please, she wanted to have the glory, but she had to take this path in order to give others a chance. Behind her, Iam's eyes shook as she saw the resolve of this being who burned her very existence, and a moment later, boom, hellish flames exploded out with such hatred that the reversal of time around the devilish time unveiler was stopped. The extremes of hatred. They burned with great emotion and longing as the barrier around the raid boss became even more torn. Who, I am, breathed out while watching such a scene as she pulled every ounce of the aspect of infinity from her existence. Blue flames rising around her as she locked onto the shocked figure of the devilish time unveiler whose hands were forced to part with the dagger of time. Her figure then turned into a singularity of blue flames as she struck out while carrying the will of the daughter of hatred who had burned herself. Chapter 2841 The Weaving of Extremity 3. Lilith watched the scene with a sharp gaze. Never before would she ever think of letting someone else have the spotlight, but in this past moment, she made a surprising choice, as even though she wouldn't be the one to claim the glory of victory, her efforts had led to it. Those who had faced false death would be allowed to watch the rest of the raid. At this moment, Lilith watched the blazing figure of Iam scorch everything within infinite heat, sinking into the very existence that was the devilish time unveiler, as the last vestiges of his authority that were ground down by thousands of entities finally depleted. It was a surreal result. The space they were in trembled and shook as Iam's figure rematerialized at the spot where the devilish time unveiler exploded into a bundle of quintessential light. Thereafter, a resplendent golden light shone out as a symphony of grandness bloomed. Thereafter, Lilith felt her awareness collected and returned into her body once more, as in the spot she faced false death, she once more returned. Due to clearing the golden difficulty existential raid rift, the penalty of the false death has been cleared, an astounding achievement. WAA, a celestial golden light flourished as the 9,999 participants of this rift all rose once more, their gazes rising up as there, in the space above the domain they were in, golden clouds formed, as above these clouds, massive multicolored treasure chests opened with glorious light. Within them, immense honor and loot seemed to be contained. Lilith gazed at it as before her eyes and the eyes of many others. Dazzling golden prompts rose, but the prompts every person saw were different. The party you led is the first to clear an existential raid rift in the infinite hyperversal haven. An achievement worthy of being recorded in the quintessential annals of extremity. Your contribution in the clearing of this existential rift has been calculated. You hold the highest contribution in the clearing of this existential rift, due to this distinction and being the first raid rift to be cleared. The chances to obtain the highest quality loot have increased quintessentially. You have obtained the low-grade Infinity Planolith Crystallos, you have obtained the Zenith low-grade Armament of Extremity Banner of the Disbeliever, you have obtained 9x early entry passes. Her eyes trembled. The highest possible quality loot within this raid rift. She actually attained a Planolith Crystallos of Infinity. Above her, a radiant crystal and crystalloid that shone like a blinding blue sun came down. In addition to a crimson-red banner and 9 rectangular-looking talismans, she was barely able to blink to see that above the visage of Iam beside her, a similar cerulean crystalline star descended, along with a flaming sword. Apart from them, no others had such dazzling loot. At most, all 9,999 entrants apart from them had some sort of a Planolith Crystallos descending above them, but none were as bright as the ones above Lilith and Iam. None contained the right for them to embark on an existential concept of extremity. Seeing such a shocking prize before her, Lilith reached out and grasped onto it tightly, bringing it to her blessed chest. As for her, the blinding blue light seemed like an endlessly shining star of hope that finally affirmed for her that she could truly rise to a shocking height of power from here on out. With a glimmer of light, she accepted her loot and was escorted out of the raid rift along with all others. After a mere blink of an eye, they found themselves within the infinite hyperversal haven, and all around them, fanfare still continued as their figures were shown a spotlight on, many eyes turning towards them briefly and looking away from the events on a shocking illusory screen that showed a terrifying battle of the tyrannical difficulty. Lilith cared not for the gazes as she began to absorb the Infinity Planolith Crystallos right away, while Iam. Her reappearance caused the eyes of a few being to lock onto her as one after another. They made their way over to her. Iam. You went ahead of me this time and attained something good, it seems. The figure of Erickson appeared. His tan skin shone with valiant radiance as he seemed like a prince originating from far lands, his slippers throwing off this glorious image as after him, pink flowers bloomed as a young man in a white robe holding a pink sword appeared. It was Atlas of the past, plum sword of extremity. Following him was another young scion who had sculptures shining with a powerful light at his heel. It was Lodovico of the past, sculptors of extremity. One way or another, all had taken the widely spread blood source and were transported into the infinite hyperversal haven before being smitten out of existence as now. These past scions who completed with each other met once more in a land of profound opportunities. But at this moment, one scion was particularly in the lead, as in her hands, Iam grasped something that would actually get her started on a concept of extremity that would push her power to a fantastical level. The methodology of refining and elevating the power of Noah's existential extremity authorities with the infinite hyperversal haven as a whole had begun smoothly as the first party cleared an existential raid rift. Noah was doing his part in this larger picture as after ascending into the 6th gradation of extremity, he was able to begin the conference of oraculum that allowed for a stupendous capability to come to fruition, the capability to begin understanding the weaving of extremity. Initially, Noah had many theories when it came to just when he would grow capable enough to expand the extremity of extremity. As he now arrived on the precipice of this grand capability of understanding the weaving of extremity, he came to realize that this far-off dream may actually be possible at the end of this path. Chapter 28:42 The Weaving of Extremity. For this was Noah's strong belief as he began to gain a deeper understanding of extremes. The more he delved into it, the more he understood their emotions and longings. The more he understood that the very concept of the extremity of extremity was not something to be taken lightly, not something that could be achieved so simply. He had initially thought that maybe after reaching the 9th gradation of extremity, this theory could be made into a reality, but he now understood that even if he had reached that height, it may have not been enough. The key lay in understanding extremity itself. The key lay in understanding its weaving, why and how the extremes of many concepts moved the way they did, and so, he set out to understand this by observing his own extremes and comparing other extremes. He sent out a part of himself in the form of a clone. As at this moment, he stepped outside of the infinite hyperversal haven and into the quintessential annals of extremity, into a construct of records upon records that were in a constant flux of existence and non-existence, his will passing through it quickly as with his eyes burning with golden flames. He traced the records that the Sumerian architect had given him as within moments. He was within the Ionic annals of extremity, more specifically, in the vacuous annals of extremity. As like a fish in water, he swam across a myriad of records as he didn't hold an ounce of fear on whether he could be discovered. The extremity of tyranny burns with ambition, his power was affirmed. His distinction as an indeterminate quintessential I existence remained true as in his constant state of uncertainty. The gazes of the ones above extremity were that much further from him, especially so within these layers of records. He crossed through them seamlessly as in time, as if he were tearing apart a veil. As if he tore open the pages of an ancient book that recorded eons of history, he arrived in a domain. It was serene and quiet, with its reality feeling a sense of a distortion as if the record was recently altered. This wasn't the state it was in before as currently. The skies burned with a hazy glow of white flames of anarchos, the land below being a sea of liquefied anarchos as atop them. A forge in a hall radiating an air of refinement could be seen in front of these two buildings. The majestic auras of two entities could be seen as currently they were adorned in white robes and sitting on the liquefied sea of anarchos while silently gazing at what could only be described as an obsidian coffin. A tomb that within it, Noah could feel traces of records and memories of none other than those of the Sumerian architect. These two entities were actually in mourning. They had altered this record and painted it white with anarchos as while adorned in white robes. They were actually mourning the Sumerian architect as for them. She was thoroughly and undeniably dead. At this scene, Noah shook his head while sighing. How quaint. Even though he had arrived in this record some time ago, his two words were the only indication that he was here. As an instant later, boom, the burly man that was sitting down rose with terrifying authority as he came to lock onto Noah. The woman beside him gazing up with cold eyes and doing the same. As even with this, Noah also confirmed something. Even entities at the 6th gradation of extremity could not sense his presence easily in his state of existence and non-existence. Even as these powerful entities rose, Noah felt his own existence pulse with brightness as his extremes radiated their longing. They began to weave as he tuned his senses and allowed them to run free. The extremity of paradox pulls upon the existential extremity authorities of quintessence, infinity, and tyranny. Schrodinger's quintessential domain of indeterminacy has been laid down in the surrounding records. A mixture of colorless cerulean and amethyst lights flashed as Noah felt they weaving together under the banner of paradox, their authority instantly altering the surroundings records and placing everything within it in a state of existence and non-existence. This was only Noah being more careful, as now, nothing within this domain would fall under the gazes of others. He did this for this purpose, but of course, when the powerful entities at the 6th gradation of extremity saw him do this, their extremes blared. As they treated him like a powerful enemy, Noah smiled at this as any misunderstandings could be cleared later. At this point in time, he just wanted to see more extremes and understand their intent. Their weaving, I asked. The burly man waved his hands back majestically as from his forge, an obsidian gold full-body armament radiating the aura of multiple pieces with the power of middle-grade armaments of extremity descended unto his body gloriously, along with a fiery obsidian white hammer that blared with perdition and anarchos. Beside him, the woman he sat with rose as a battle armament shimmering with an obsidian hue covered her gorgeous visage, a radiant white bow appearing in her hands as she aimed it towards Noah with blazing intent. All of this occurred as during it, Noah was reading the intent of the extremes of these two beings. The weaving of their extremes told Noah many things. As first and foremost, The anvil of Anarchos Sargon, the purifier of alchemy Ishtar. Their identities became clear to Noah, Sargon, and Ishtar, those who shared an intricate connection to the Sumerian architect. At this moment, Noah saw that their bodies held not a single gap. Their extremity rune scriptures had a fantastical flow that pushed and pulled on each other, swirling around their existence as if they were dancing. As if they were enduring a performance across eons. It was why, even though he could read their flow, their extremes were still able to exert their authority rapidly, much faster than reality is within an instant. The reality before Noah had a blazing white arrow shimmering with cataclysm near him, while an illusory hammer swung from below, intent of splintering everything above it. A battle with entities at the sixth gradation of extremity. Began like this. Chapter 2843. The weaving of extremity. Those in the sixth gradation of extremity seemed to be much more adept at expressing the intent of their extremes, as they were even faster. Around the existence of Sargon and Ishtar, the anvil of Anarchos and the purifier of alchemy, Noah saw that the first attacks they sent out were mere expressions of their power. As before these attacks even arrived, they followed up with their true power. The flow around their body moved in a beautiful melody, and at the forefront were the spinning polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of vacuous. They converged tighter and led the flow of multiple other concepts of extremity into the serendipity of a dynamis of a type of power that caused the very records they were in to tremble and begin to shatter. As this dynamis brought forth the extremes of non-existence to a shocking level, vacuity, the anvil of Anarchos called out coldly, vacuity. A term connected to vacuous, it meant empty space, a space of utmost nothingness and non-existence. And this was the absolute dynamis of extremity that he put forth as his flow dictated that everything before him be erased. These were his converged extremes. They were so potent that the purifier of alchemy had no need to release any other authority, as even it would be swallowed up in the emptiness about to ensue. But when Noah saw the weaving of the many extremes, including vacuous, around the anvil of Anarchos and the subsequent expressions of their extremes, he actually smiled. Against all incoming attacks, he actually didn't urge any of his own extremes to retaliate, as his eyes burning with golden flames could see many things right now. And while the illusory hammer and massive flaming white arrow smashing towards him arrived first, he remained utterly as the moment they came to have an impact with his figure. No sound occurred, no horrific blast of impact. The massive hammer and flaming white arrow of Anarchos passed through him as if he didn't exist. At such a scene, the eyes of the anvil of Anarchos and the purifier of alchemy shone powerfully, with the extremes of the dynamis of vacuity coming right after. Wherever this authority passed, the very records were erased into a blank whiteness, as this whole landscape was being changed. And yet against Noah, he smiled ever brighter, as at this moment, oraculum truly showed its majesty. He read the weaving of the extremes contained in vacuity, and after he did so, his soul buzzed in joy as he felt like he didn't need to oppose the extremes of these concepts. They each held desires they wanted to express, and he wondered whether he had to always cancel out the extremes of other beings with his own that were more powerful. At this moment, he went a different route. He didn't deny the oncoming extremes that were erasing everything out of existence. He understood their intent as his figure stayed utterly still, the endless white nothingness coming to envelop him as he went with its flow. His extremity rune scriptures of quintessence, infinity, and tyranny simply imitated the flow of the extremes of multiple authorities, as they gave him an instant of a buffer, and thereafter his very existence followed the weaving of the concepts contained in the absolute dynamis of vacuity. You are actively breaking down a dynamis containing more than 9 concepts of extremity. Vacuous has been excluded due to its unknown nature. You have grasped the weaving of nihility, you have grasped the weaving of the void, you have grasped the weaving of resiliency. You have grasped the weaving of the rancor. One after another, the concepts within the dynamis were broken down as Noah grasped their intent and understood their extremes to the extent that rune scriptures of these concepts blossomed all around him. Your understanding of the weaving of extremity has quintessentially been elevated. He performed a shocking fear. As for him, it was just that. For others, the faces of the anvil of Anarchos and the purifier of alchemy turned somber as in their vision. Noah's figure didn't even make a move. A dynamis with polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures at its forefront had descended to erase everything, and half of this current record was now gone due to it. But this entity did not even make a move. He didn't mobilize any authority to cancel theirs. At this moment, he was the only thing standing serenely in the field of white emptiness, as if the extremes of their concepts would simply not work on him. When such a thought arose, the eyes of the purifier of alchemy trembled subtly as she thought of a possibility. Could he be? She didn't finish her thoughts. They were too disastrous to finish, but when she looked at that demeanor, at the utter confidence of their existence and power, she could only think of one type of entity a few of them had seen throughout the eons, the ones above extremity. Such a possibility arose in her mind. But this time, she didn't feel a sense of trepidation as her will gazed at the tomb behind them, thinking of the lost girl she had watched grow up who was wiped out of existence not too long ago. As anger rose in her heart, she gazed at the being standing in a field of empty whiteness as she called out with anger and pain in her heart, "You've already taken her from us, what more do you want? Us too? Will that satiate your cruelty?" The words came out rapidly as they were instantly understood by the anvil of Anarchos beside her as his gaze rapidly changed. It couldn't be, right? He gazed up at the lone figure above them that was now gazing down with a content smile as at the words of Ishtar. He blinked while his eyes pulsed with golden flames of understanding. She actually mistook him for having an identity of the ones above extremity due to the way he seamlessly handled the weaving of extremity. Chapter 2840 For the weaving of extremity. 6. She mistook his identity, but at the end of the day, her words were actually not wrong. He had taken the Sumerian architect away from them, but he didn't wipe her out of existence. His eyes pulsed with golden flames as he gazed out calmly while speaking. As interesting as the comparison is, I am someone else entirely. And Elodie, she is not gone. His eyes radiated grandeur as he spoke. He came to better see the weaving of extremity as he affirmed that his current power could seamlessly handle entities at the 6th gradation of extremity. He also understood how their manipulation of extremes was, as now, he needed to fully understand the weaving of his own concepts while continuing to ascend across the waters of the gradations of extremity. So he spoke towards these two powerful entities as now that he was here and he read an intricate connection between them and the Sumerian architect. He may as well put them to use. After all, he had the wondrous design that was the existential dungeon apocalypse that he was holding off on using until his forces acclimated to their extremes and became more powerful. But if he could put entities at the 6th gradation of extremity to use already, he could begin devouring the records and authority of Vacuus and Vitalis much earlier. Hearing his words, the anvil of Anarchos and the purifier of alchemy had their wills buzz as they looked at him sharply. They were pristine, powerful entities as their minds worked fast. The news he gave them was a shocking one, as if he truly wasn't among the ones above extremity, and he held news regarding Elodie. It had to be the last person that Elodie was fixated against. You are. Sargon grit his teeth while glaring towards Noah with blazing white flames. Could he be the most recent honored one that should be entirely dead? If this were true, they were in as much danger as before when they thought he was among the ones above extremity, as wherever he went and whoever he associated with may just be smitten out of existence. Noah saw their many expressions and reactions as he spoke calmly while conjuring two colorless instance dungeon portals halfway between them. Listen to the weaving of your extremes and make a choice. Enter through these and your records will be purged and baptized of anything to do with Vacuus and Vitalis, and you will escape the gazes of the ones above extremity while getting to see Elodie once more. But make that choice quickly, as even I don't fully know just how long and to what extent I can obscure the gazes of the ones above extremity. As he spoke, Noah's visage began to disappear. He left behind a shocking proposition that angered Ishtar and Sargon, as his presence alone could show a sort of link between them. And who knew how far-reaching the gazes of the ones above extremity were? After all, they held polychrome hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of Vacuus in their existence. They had this existential authority flowing through them, as just how much could its gaze be obscured? Ishtar grit her teeth fiercely while glaring at Noah's fading figure, her own body turning into a dazzling stream of light as she bellowed out, "Explain yourself, SHAA," she shot out as Noah disappeared. With a glimmer of light, her eyes burning with waves of power before she turned towards the two colorless portals floating amidst the empty whiteness and disappeared into them. Ishtar. Sargon watched such a scene while his eyes danced with hesitation, but when he saw Ishtar sink into the portal seamlessly, he also grit his teeth and shot out. It was a surreal scene. When the purifier of alchemy first stepped into the portal, she felt a powerful existential extremity authority swarm in on all sides, as if she wished she could put up a fight and resist it. But she remembered the words of the entity that had just appeared as when she listened to the extremity of premonition. Her eyes formed a steely resolve as her uniquely flowing scriptures let down their defenses, and then she felt the existential extremity authority of Vacuus within her body and soul begin to burn as it rapidly began to be scorched out of existence. In the infinite hyperversal haven, the banner of quintessence flashed with brilliance as names constantly kept changing on it. A new name rising to the top 10 as it was none other than Elodie, the Sumerian architect. Within a blinding flash of light, she returned victoriously from soloing an obsidian difficulty existential raid rift. This was the highest difficulty of a rift to be cleared, and it was done so by a single entity without a party. Her figure was surrounded by brilliance as 9 treasure chests rotated around her, 8 of them containing vibrant planolith crystallos, as the last one held a crimson gold battledress emanating the aura of a middle-grade armament of extremity. The eyes of the Sumerian architect curved into a smile and seemed refreshed as she spoke while taking stock of what she had attained. That's a good fucking victory. And all of this is loot. Dazzling colorless quintessence planolith crystallos fell in her fair hands as her smile became ever brighter, another existential extremity authority to replace the loss of vacuous hyperversal authority, and the brilliance of this one seemed to be that much more enticing as she laughed powerfully while putting the treasure chests away. At this same moment in time, space warped a light year away as with it, a terrifying aura silently spread out to observe its surroundings, as the eyes of this entity began to open wide with shock and disbelief. Her powerful will covered nearby hundreds of light years as she managed to observe many beings. Along with one with a refined and powerful aura who was laughing powerfully right now, the one she had thought to be forever scorched out of existence. She was actually, her body trembled with a mixture of emotions as ultimately, her booming voice echoed out only in the direction of the Sumerian architect. "You're here fucking laughing as we remain in mourning this whole time?" The words caused the expression of the distant Sumerian architect to quickly change as she recognized this voice of anger across eons of records. Her will buzzed and quickly located the fiery and gorgeous figure of the purifier of alchemy, whose hair danced around madly as she barreled towards her like an explosive keg. She was coming right at her with the power of someone at the 6th gradation of extremity as the expression of the Sumerian architect rapidly became stern as she called out, "Ishtar, wait!" Boom, boom. Heavy bursts of authority exploded out as at this moment, new entrants of much greater quality began to appear in the infinite hyperversal haven. Chapter 2845 The Weaving of Extremity. 7. Her body was reforged with quintessence as vacuous hyperversal authority was scorched out of her existence. After her transformation, strands of dark and white hair flowed to her shoulders as her fair skin glimmered with brilliance, her eyes holding 3 pupils within that glowed white, black, and gold. The purifier of alchemy in all her glory looked this pristine as currently, multiple extremes that she controlled weaved together into a flow that bombarded itself into the Sumerian architect. Selfish, boom. Her body was still adorned in a white morning dress as her power at the 6th gradation of extremity caused the Sumerian architect to feel like a heavy weight was constantly pressing down on her. Light years away in the far distance, Sargon appeared after Ishtar arrived. To see this scene as his will spread around with disbelief. The new lands he was in needed to be ascertained, yes, but he felt like a massive weight had been lifted off his shoulders when he saw the Sumerian architect alive and well. He sat down on the space he was floating in and materialized a golden cup that came to be filled with a red liquid, his dark hair messily falling on his burly and muscular figure that was forged from ironworking as he tipped the drink in his hands forward. "I did not fail you, my friend." His gaze was deep. He thought of the dying woman on the 7th gradation of extremity who was on the cusp of achieving the 8th gradation, and yet she came to him dying while holding the tiny hands of a small girl. He remembered the words she said to him even now, her name is Elodie. "Please, take care of her." She entrusted this girl to him and Ishtar, who just happened to be at the time as they competed in forging and alchemy. That time he questioned how an entity of the 7th gradation of extremity could be dying, how the many concepts of extremity she held and all that power flowing in her existence, how could she possibly be withering away while her existence faded? In her final moments, the dying woman had smiled with reluctance as if she didn't want to die, gazing deeply at the young girl she was leaving behind as her very existence began to splinter. The eyes of the young girl she had brought were hazy and blank as if she couldn't see the scene in front of her, and she was only standing as a mute that would continue to do for 1,000 years from this point. But right before the dying woman perished, she spoke the words that told Ishtar and Sargon who they needed to keep away from, and who had caused someone of such a height of power like her to be dying as if she were a mere mortal entity that hadn't even grasped the flow of mana, the ones of above extremity. Her final words. She then looked lovingly at the young girl she left behind as her body collapsed and began folding into itself, her extremes waning and dying as Sargon and Ishtar watched extremity rune scriptures dim and die. Right in front of their eyes. This was how they came across Elodie, and they watched her grow up to who she was up until moments ago when he really thought he had failed his dying friend's last wishes. And what was more vile was that the daughter she entrusted them with had also perished at the hands of the same entities as her mother. But no, there she was, Ishtar. Boom, you never fucking listen. The purifier of alchemy was cursing while dishing out a loving punishment, which also showed where the Sumerian architect got her foul mouth from. As Sargon watched the scene, he sighed with relief and contentment while speaking out, his voice only echoing around him. "Am I correct to assume you to be Noah Osmont?" the most recent honored one, he spoke into the surroundings as if he knew there was a powerful will that may be listening. After all, with his eyes at the 6th gradation of extremity, he could see some things, and currently, he saw the brilliance of more than 2 existential extremity authorities serenely floating across every nook and cranny of these new lands he was in. You would be correct. Whap, his surroundings fluctuated as a celestial man adorned in a royal purple robe appeared, his stature tall and standing above many others as his devilishly handsome looks and demeanor instantly caused all Will's light years nearby to halt and come to stare at him. In the distance, even the visage of Ishtar stopped as Elodie finally had the chance to breathe, her figure warping and slipping away as she actually came to float behind Noah's recently appearing figure. Fuck. You would have warned me that you brought them over. Her disheveled appearance still showed pristine beauty as her forehead glimmered with a dazzling scripture. She breathed heavily while gazing with defiance towards the faraway Ishtar and looking cautiously at the nearby Sargon. At this scene, Noah's eyes still burning with golden flames saw something unique. He saw the flow of quintessence, infinity, and tyranny all around him. Yes, but in addition to this, he was also seeing the flow of plot, the extremity of plot. Currently, its weaving was gleeful as its flow could be seen wrapping around himself, and then onto the many beings around him. Plot. Noah came to understand this extreme more as it was silently allowing itself to flow into the reality around it, ever so subtly moving the unrecorded history towards a direction it considered ideal. The authority it was expressing bordered on the same stage of not more than paradox, and its weaving was growing ever more powerful as it may just be the next one to elevate itself forward. But then, Noah also saw the golden intent of something that wasn't as visible as all the others, but when he focused on its weaving, he found it focused on himself the most with astonishing brilliance. It was the extreme of the protagonist, like a silent king overseeing all others. It now bid its time tightly around Noah as its extreme. Was Noah himself, the extremity of the protagonist. Its intent was Noah. Its weaving was Noah. Noah was the very extreme of the protagonist. Chapter 2846, ushering apocalypse unto Vitalis in vacuous domains. Noah's surroundings buzzed as the flow of extremes around him became even more intense, Sargon and Elodie quieting down and gazing towards him sharply. He was wrong. Plot may not be the next one to advance after all, as the protagonist that had its weaving become so intricately connected to Noah himself may just be the next one to take this step. After all, the weaving it was trying to achieve was too grand. Its weaving was to make Noah the leading figure, the main character of not just the infinite hyperversal haven, but of the eons of records that existed outside of it. For that to happen, reality would distort and fold to his will, as the implications of the weaving of the protagonist were too grand in the large scheme of things. Noah gazed at its silent royal grandeur as he committed himself to understand the weaving of extremity more and more in the days and weeks to come. He came to the conclusion that if he truly understood it at its zenith, doing something like expanding the extremity of extremity would be as easy as raising a hand. And when that day came, woe to his enemies and any who stood against him. And when that day came, woe to his enemies and any who stood against him, the most recent honored one. You must have brought us here for a reason. In the eons of records I've seen and lived, I've never met a saint. Even the ones trying to depict themselves as saints have never been saints. So why are we here? A distance from him, Sargon, the anvil of anarchos, asked lightly while trying to grasp the unfathomable authority of this being. In the far distance, the record of Tatiana Nikolaevna, who had been silently waiting for orders this whole time, rose as she heard these words. The visage of Extremity Solarium also raised her head as her golden hair burned with brilliance, her eyes filled with emotions as she had an idea for the answer to this question. At an even further distance, the intense aura of the 4th gradation of extremity pulsed around Svetlana as she also gazed forth towards the figure that seemed to be at the center of everything here. Many eyes were on him, as even his son currently had a gaze of extreme determination, as if he had undergone a great internal change. Why were they here? Why were any of them here? It was truly an existential question, as before Noah could reply, "I'll take this one." While gazing with defiance at the figure of Ishtar, Elodie harumphed while beginning to speak serenely. We're all here because we were nearly scorched out of existence by the ones above extremity, and if we want the freedom to pursue extremity or what may be above it, we can't be so damn fearful and weak in front of these fuckers sitting above extremity, right? The Sumerian architect could see a tiny, small semblance of the weaving of extremity as she spoke out with ingenuity. She was jumping on Noah's camp as after the burst of loot she just received. She was much more of a believer. In the distance, the figure of Ishtar began to burn with anger again while flying closer as her words through gritted teeth could be heard. Why are you inserting your stash? And Yet, the Sumerian architect didn't give her a chance as she actually came to float directly behind Noah, akin to standing behind an immovable shield as Ishtar had to come to a stop in front of him, and, in order to do that, we have to grasp the existential extremity authorities around us as. Do you all see that over there? Elodie pointed towards the massive illusory screen depicting the shocking battle and the tyrannical difficulty, the figures of Barbados, Adelaide, and other valiant women filled with Noah's power could be seen raging against Ruination, who was seemingly growing even faster in strength than them. The extremes they expressed being shocking to look at. Battle power like that should be a minimum. Grasping quintessence or infinity like that. Should be the basics. Thereafter, Vacuous and Vitalis have to slowly get their authorities ground down and weakened. As for this, Elodie breathed out as her fair hand pointed to the tremendous back of the entity she stood behind. This was as far as intuition could take her, and intuition told her to stop there. The Sumerian architect had set the stage. In front of her, Noah smiled calmly as like a regal emperor addressing his people. His voice echoed out across the infinite hyperversal haven. The means to elevate yourselves in existential extremity authorities are already there in the form of existential raid rifts. Now, to weaken the threat hanging above, the existential dungeon apocalypse shall open in a limited fashion. WAA. As he spoke, space began to twist and distort as in front of the massive cerulean existential raid rift portal, a blaring light of purple bloomed as an amethyst existential dungeon apocalypse rift portal began to bloom, a light of tyranny, a light of glory. A light of the conquest of the extremity of quintessence as he waged war not on the ones above extremity. But the very existential extremity authorities they held coursing across existence and non-existence. The existential dungeon apocalypse rift will grant twice the loot of the existential raid rift, and only extremity clones of those at the third gradation of extremity and higher are allowed entry in. The eyes of many watching and listening entities shone at such words. The visage of the Sumerian architect stared at the massive blooming purple rift with scrutiny as her intuition buzzed. The purifier of alchemy and the anvil of anarchos were silent as they took everything in a limited fashion. Noah had said he was moving with caution for the existential dungeon apocalypse, as the first ones would have tier 5s and tier 6 hyperversal extremities in the lead, akin to what had happened to his homeworld where massive dungeon monoliths descended and brought down apocalypse. In this stage of extremity of his life, he would be the one to send down dungeons to spread an existential apocalypse that planned to conquer Vitalis and Vacuous, and Noah knew that the moment this began, there would be no way back, as whatever enemies there were would become much more apparent, their numbers, their power, their might. For this, Noah had to watch and understand carefully, but at this point in time, he was ready to give an initial run of the feature of existential dungeon apocalypse, chapter 2847, ushering apocalypse unto Vitalis and Vacuous domains. 2. Within the infinite hyperversal haven, there were now two massive rift portals, one cerulean and one blazing with a tyrannical royal purple light at the very center as around them. An even more titanic extremity vein in the form of an infinity symbol has multiple Alathian havens drifting in its celestial system. The many entities within, whether they be from the past 7 clans or inheritances of Vitalis and Vacuous hyperversal domains, they all gazed towards the two portals with scrutiny as at this moment a bundle of light fell above the head of each entity at the third gradation of extremity or higher, containing information on the newly introduced existential dungeon apocalypse and what it would entail. The figure of Henry, bathed in tendrils of liquid gold light, also felt the bundle of information fall in his head as he looked towards his father, who was surrounded by entities at the 5th and 6th gradation of extremity. He then gazed at the massive illusory screen that showed his own mother and the other queens of the infinite hyperversal haven fighting against a powerful foe. He thought of his loss at the hands of Oppenheimer. He gazed behind him and saw the fractured pride of the Emperor Penguin, the visage of Kazuhiko stroking his katana while sighing deeply, the figure of the Oathkeeper with a grim expression, and the Kraken with eyes of blazing wrath. Each of them were their own people as they held their own hopes and dreams, and he had let them down. They followed him, and he let them down. He reflected on himself as he felt every single cell within him holding the highest purity of his father's lineage. He felt the particles of quintessence, infinity, and tyranny flowing within him. He then felt his own dazzling destiny as it coursed through his heart and very being. In this state of reflection and despondency, Henry Osmond entered a unique state of mind. Who was he? For the past weeks and months since his conception, he was always trying to forge his own path and live up to the vast and endless shadow of his father. Forge his own path. But why? Why did he try to forge his own path? He was the son of the extremity of quintessence, the son of the ruler of the infinite hyperversal haven. He was his only progeny. Is this distinction? Was it not a part of him? The extremity of harem smiles with a guiding light. Why did he try to forge his own path and deny a part of his existence? Why could his unique and only position as the son of the extremity of quintessence not be a part of his strength? Henry's body began to radiate a terrifying colorless light as quintessence rose. His bloodline woke up with ferocity as it was crying out, as if asking why it had taken him this long. Page. Colorless hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures of quintessence began to flow around him, and as his existence buzzed under this shocking epiphany, he borrowed the power of quintessence and pulled out his power that he had unconsciously suppressed this whole time, and shocking prompts began to bloom before his eyes. The extremity of cheats makes the incoming alteration and distortion of reality flow with ease. In a unique state of quintessential unity of existence borrowed from your lineage, you have grasped onto some of the capabilities of your father. You have embarked on the path of the extremity of nepotism. You have embarked on the path of the extremity of the chable. You have embarked on the path of the extremity of progeny. You have embarked on the path of the extremity of bloodlines. You have embarked on the path of the extremity of royalty. You have embarked on the path of the extremity of science. His body shone with a blinding authority as a dense cluster of colorless hyperversal quintessential extremity rune scriptures began to swirl around him, each one brimming with its own intent and emotion. As the son of the extremity of quintessence fully accepted his position, he accepted who he was, and he then took this to its extreme. The 12-hour penalty for a false death has been erased under the extremity of nepotism. The amount of loot you can gain from all existential raid rifts is now tripled. The extremity of bloodlines allows your already pure lineage to attain a profound closeness and purity to the extremity of quintessence. The aura Henry radiated quickly exceeded the third gradation of extremity as he fully stepped on the fourth gradation, his visage shining with a blinding golden light as he began his own ascension upwards. The son of the extremity of quintessence would be capable of forging his path with power from this moment on, as he relied on who he was to an alarming degree. In the distance, Noah looked at this and smiled silently as his gaze came to focus on Ishtar and Sargon. His mere gaze spoke louder than words as these two entities looked at each other, their bodies radiating a blinding light. A moment later, as identical forms of themselves appeared beside them, it was two extremity clones of the tier 6 anvil of Anarchos and the purifier of alchemy. Ishtar's gaze was cloudy as she looked sharply at the figure of the Sumerian architect floating regally behind Noah, her eyes flickering and locking with Sargon a moment later as she sent him a mental message. A chance to get back at them for what they did to Arienes was not even a possibility before. With this, there actually may be a way to stand against them. Within the span of a nanosecond, they began to share mental messages with each other as Sargon's eyes held deep mysteries and understanding. Maybe. But missing an existential extremity authority within me feels slightly hollow. I won't be able to fight as per normal. Premonition tells me he'll take care of that. Before he could finish his words, Ishtar replied to him while nodding towards Noah, who held a smile of understanding towards them, amongst those who had achieved their stage of power and could begin reading the intent of extremes. Understanding came easy as after ascertaining the intent of the extremity of quintessence, the clones of Ishtar and Sargon made a beeline towards the royal purple existential dungeon apocalypse rift portal and disappeared with a flicker of brilliance. Chapter 2848, ushering apocalypse unto Vitalis and vacuous domains. 3. When Sargon came to once more, he found himself transported to an entirely new domain, seemingly enclosed in the depths of a celestial star. A domain as big as a large world filled with walls glimmering with hazy purple crystals could be seen. As one went towards its center, the purple crystalline earth rose up akin to a mountain as at its peak, a grand throne radiating the grandeur of tyranny stood empty. But in front of it, 3 blinding planolith crystallos floated serenely. You have arrived in the raid boss throne room. The extremity of systems affirms your distinction as the first existential dungeon raid boss and asks you to choose between the 3 existential extremity authorities to traverse. Sargon's eyes flickered as he remembered Ishtar's words, Noah Osmont, the most recent honored one. It seemed they had much to learn about this being as freely he was able to produce 3 middle-grade planolith crystallos of 3 different existential extremity authorities. Sargon's burly figure, forged by years of smithing, rose towards the peak of the crystalline mountain as he gazed at the 3 dazzling circular crystallos. He tried to read what their extremes stood for, he tried to understand them, but they were too complex for him to grasp the intent of, so he listened to his existence and reached out towards the dazzling amethyst planolith crystallos. He chose tyranny as the moment he grasped it. A blinding light shone that caused the other crystallos to disappear, and Sargon took his seat on the purple throne gloriously while he began to absorb the middle-grade tyranny planolith crystallos. You are Embarking on the path of the extremity of tyranny, the first existential dungeon raid boss appeared and took his place as in another domain within the records of the feature of existential dungeon apocalypse. Ishtar also sat on her throne as a blinding light of infinity was grasped in her hands. They were the first two entrants. Back in the infinite hyperversal haven, the Sumerian architect calculated and deduced as an extremity clone of hers formed soon enough, surging into the purple rift of light as her main body still remained close to Noah, a clone in the existential dungeon raid, and the main body grinding the existential raid rift to all collect enough crystallos to break through the 6 gradation soon enough. Her eyes shone with brilliance as she planned ahead, around her, and across the vast infinite hyperversal haven. Many extremity clones of entities at the 3rd gradation of extremity and higher were formed as they all quickly entered the massive purple portal. The seer of Sema shook her head while the extremity of foundation stood beside her, her cane currently buzzing with power as she also formed a clone. Alright, let's hope this existential war is the war to end all wars. Otherwise, I really will just retire. She spoke as if she was an aged old lady, even though her existence was more powerful than any common Tier 4 hyperversal extremity. With a flash of light, she and tens of thousands of other extremities were wrapped by the purple light of tyranny as they joined a path of profound conquest. At the same time, Noah and the infinite hyperversal haven were monitoring everything to ensure the construct enacted would work as planned. With Noah making the definitive command at this moment as his will echoed out silently at this moment, let 2 existential dungeon monoliths descend. 1 in vacuous hyperversal domains, and 1 in Vitali's hyperversal domains. Tyranny blared madly within his heart. The extremity of apocalypse cheers on with indeterminate glee. The extremity of entropy is enthralled by the ensuing chaos and disorder. The extremity of paradox is eagerly interested in seeing the results to unfold. The extremity of systems watches its design closely. The extremity of quintessence fearlessly pushes the gears forward and commences the feature of the existential dungeon apocalypse. HUUM. A blinding royal purple light of tyranny shone, the purple existential dungeon rift portal causing a shocking pulling force that seemingly grabbed a tremendous amount of authority from the infinite hyperversal haven, the titanic extremity vein coursing with authorities visibly showing tendrils of such pristine waves of energy surging from it and into the purple rift, and with a flash of brilliance, an irreversible step was taken. The weaving of extremity entered a new stage, a new form of warfare was unveiled. The extremity of quintessence observed closely as at this moment, he could feel 2 monoliths crossing existence and non-existence, crossing myriads of recorded and unrecorded histories as their destination. Were 2 domains. Within the haven of Anarchos, a sea of white flames churned chaotically as the head of a huge white serpent could be seen swimming serenely, its power at the 1st gradation of extremity prevalent as all around it. The sea stretched out for light years. It was known as a 3-eyed light flame serpent. Its eyes gave off a look of magnificence and power as this area was its domain, and it boom. Its thoughts came to a halt as the reality light years above it seethed. The pride and magnificence in the eyes of the light flame serpent fading to be replaced with terror as reality above became torn. From the torn reality, records seemed to be spilling out as a massive purple monolith the size of a cosmos descended its mere existence, radiating a shocking amount of power that caused anything near it to feel a sense of suffocation. The moment it appeared, its royal purple light began to spread with a terrific pulling force as it seemed like the very surrounding reality was being drawn into it, but not a nanosecond since an appearance. Rumble, the space above and around it shook heavily, and an instant later, terrifying tendrils of vacuous extremity authority converged and thundered down ragefully onto the massive purple monolith. Boom! Boom! Within the flaming white sea, the body of the light flame serpent trembled in fear at this scene as it stood anchored in its position, being the only entity privy to what happened next, as even with the heavy and terrifying thundering of obsidian tendrils of vacuous hyperversal authority, the massive purple monolith remained untouched, its spreading purple light remained unfettered. A millisecond passed as just as quickly as the terrifying obsidian tendrils of light had descended, they faded, and thereafter, whap, space tore open once more as if records were spilling out into the open, and a figure that nearly caused the soul of the light flame serpent in the far distant sea to shatter just by being somewhat near in proximity appeared. Chapter 2849, Ushering Apocalypse. Unto Vitali's and vacuous domains. 4. Within the existential dungeon monolith that had made its descent in the haven of Anarchos, inside pockets of records and enfoldings of reality, the raid boss throne room stood strong as in this one. dazzling cerulean miniature dwarf stars flowed gorgeously all around in starry rivers, a cluster of them forming a massive throne that Ishtar now sat on as she was halfway through absorbing an ultramarine-colored planolith crystallos. Cerulean hyperversal existential extremity rune scriptures had already begun to swirl around her as her pupils radiated a powerful blue light. Beside her throne, the figure of the extremity clone of the Sumerian architect could be seen, along with the visage of the record of the Annals Inquisitor and the Seer of Sema. All of them held gazes of slight trepidation at this moment as in front of them, blue dwarf stars clustered together to form an illusory screen that showed the region outside of the monolith they had arrived in. Anarchos, the Sumerian architect, spoke slowly the moment they arrived, as before any of them could get their bearings, their surroundings thundered with obsidian storms of vacuous hyperversal authority that caused them to feel a light of extinction from it. This was where their sense of trepidation came from. Across eons, the ones above extremity were always feared and rarely spoken about, with their power being absolute. Could the construct of the extremity of quintessence truly protect them from their terrifying might within these existential dungeons? Based on the bundles of information they shifted through, the ones above extremity themselves wouldn't even be able to enter these dungeons, much less destroy them. What a terrifying capability that was if the extremity of quintessence had truly grasped it, for him to be able to deny entry to entities either associated with or holding the identity of the ones above extremity. And at this moment, they actually bore witness to the claims of the extremity of quintessence, the terrifying tendrils of vacuous hyperversal authority that could wantonly extinguish entities on the gradations of extremity. Washed over the exterior of the massive monolith they were in as they were unaffected. The existential dungeon monolith itself remained unaffected. Fuck. The Sumerian architect breathed out a sigh as she felt her heart settling. I mean, not that I doubted him, but to be able to do this is pretty ridiculous, isn't it? She continued to speak within this isolated room as Ishtar and the others were silent with a heavy atmosphere, and before anyone could reply, boom. Whap, space twisted and ripped as an instant after the tendrils of vacuous hyperversal authority didn't work. An entity that seemed like a billowing spillage of records and ancientness stepped out. They were grand in stature as their size was akin to a tenth of a cosmos, a tenth of the size of the existential dungeon monolith that had appeared with its blazing royal purple light. Their body was a striking one to see, as even though it was humanoid in nature, it didn't hold any clothing or adornments, as their physique seemed to be made of pure dazzling obsidian light. Their very existence emanated a profound symphony of nothing else other than vacuous and vacuous alone, as if with a single wave of this entity's hand, all of vacuous hyperversal authority could be mobilized. On their back, a pair of blazing obsidian wings closely resembling those of ionic butterflies stretched out majestically, each of them having a white eye at their very center that seemed capable of distorting existence itself. Their body seemed like a systemic engine of vacuous extremity authority as it constantly glowed with authority that traveled upwards to their face. Their face that held no mouth or nose, only a single fiery serpentine eye whose pupil blazed with black flames. Intricate horns rose above their ancient head as a similar, single eye with just as much power and majesty could be seen on their chest, its brilliance and serpentine glare being just as stunning. Their appearance caused a sense of trepidation in those within the raid boss throne room as everyone was somber. This was because none of them could gauge what stage in the gradations of extremity this being was in. Yet in front of this entity they saw on the illusory screen that displayed the surroundings of the monolith, all of them felt as small as ants, as if this entity could just step on .bzzt. When they just had this thought, they shockingly saw the right leg of this entity rise up and strike down as if they were swinging their perception, not fully capturing it, as an instant later, a massive tenebrous foot materialized with raging extremes of nothingness, being 10 times as massive as the cosmic-sized monolith. The extremities within the bodies of all those in the raid boss throne room pulsed and activated as if they felt their very existence was in danger. The massive foot stomping into the monolith as if it were stepping on mere ants before it, but bzzt, there seemed to be a terrifying force that denied the intricate weaving of droves of innumerable existential extremity rune scriptures stacked on top of each other. The massive and intricate layering of existential extremity rune scriptures of vacuous was repulsed without smashing into the monolith due to an undeniable force that placed constraints on both sides equally. It was the force of absolute existential authorities and limitations. For a particular existential authority, one could place upon themselves an equally existential limitation. An immense amount of power was required for this shocking usage of existential extremity authorities, and over 50% of all operating costs of the infinite hyperversal haven were directed towards enforcing this. Noah himself could not be involved in the existential dungeon apocalypse. And nor could the primogenitors or controllers of the other existential extremity authority he was invading. At this moment, this ruling was upheld in a shocking show of a clash of existential extremity authorities. The entity shrouded in dazzling obsidian light stably allowed their legs to descend after this scene as their eyes blinked and became eerily sharp. They gazed at the pulsing monolith and its authority that seemed to already be slowly devouring the surrounding records silently as. Inside it, those in the raid boss throne room breathed heavily as if they were the ones just attacked, their souls buzzing in a sensation of unrealized fear. Chapter 2850 Ushering Apocalypse unto Vitalis in Vacuous Domains. Fuck, the Sumerian architect cursed out loud at the sensation of fear as she placed her hand on her chest and regulated her extremes. She felt what even Ishtar on her throne felt, that the single swing of the foot of this entity could erase them entirely out of existence effortlessly. This feeling was not a great one to have. They could not even see the depth of their enemy. They couldn't properly grasp or understand their power, but their very existence and concepts of extremity told them they couldn't stand against such an entity, and a millisecond after this entity had tried eviscerating the existential dungeon monolith out of existence and saw the resulting action, they continued to stare at it coldly as within their single serpentine pupils. One could see immense power and ancientness burning, and a moment after, RIP records toward to the left and right of this entity as beings of similar stature to it appeared, similar humanoid bodies that seemed like the convergence of millions or even billions of existential extremity rune scriptures, a pair of wings that held eyes on their very center, with the eyes on the pairs of each of these entities holding variations within their pupils as undoubtedly, their faces only held a single serpentine eye and one on their chests that burned with glorious obsidian flames. The two newly appearing entities gazed at the apocalyptic monolith that had appeared silently as they turned towards the being that had appeared here first. And, the eyes on the center of their wings released unseen vibrations and intent of indiscernible extremes as these entities communicated, $hashtag added hashtag $, $hashtag $, indiscernible, something that others could not even begin to understand. In the infinite hyperversal haven, in a domain veiled upon layers and layers of records, liquefied waves of existential authority flowed as a dazzling throne in the form of an infinity symbol lay empty. The manifestation of the infinite hyperversal haven not currently situated on it as her figure could be seen floating beside the imposing visage of the extremity of quintessence. She stood to his right, as the crimson gold visage of ruination stood on Noah's left. Their surroundings roiling with starry and gorgeous existential extremity authorities as they had their gazes focused on what was ahead. Standing at the forefront, Noah gazed at the two illusory screens ahead of them that showed the unfolding reality around the two existential dungeon monoliths he had sent down. One had entities bathed in obsidian light, with butterfly-like wings and a blazing eye on their head and their chest. This was the existential dungeon monolith that arrived in Anarchos. The second existential dungeon monolith with Sargon in it at the lead had arrived in the haven of dissolution as here. They were able to see similar figures of comparative size and stature appear. The ones within the Vitalis hyperversal domains had humanoid entities of similar stature, but bathed in a holy white transparent light of Vitalis. In the haven of dissolution, two such beings appeared simultaneously and tried to eradicate the existential dungeon monolith before they stopped a moment after they affirmed the absolute existential authorities and limitations wrapping around it. At the scenes, Noah's gaze was fiery as he knew the moment he began this, he would set off a chain of events that would not be stopped. He would get a chance to see his enemies for who they truly were as when he stared at them now. What are you? Are you connected to the ones above extremity? Or are you such an entity yourself? Primogenitors? Controllers? Influencers? Which entities was he exactly looking at right now? Were they ones that stood above extremity, or were they entities still within the gradations of extremity? This he couldn't tell, but when their winds began to release indescribable vibrations, the flames within Noah's pupils buzzed as he was shocked to find out that they were communicating with none other than the intents of their extremes. Their language was one that could only be understood if one could see the weaving of their extremes. The flames around his pupils burned furiously as he found that at this moment, he couldn't grasp the weaving of the extremes around these beings as even from afar. They gave him a great sense of oppression, and this seemed like a challenge to his own existence as Oraculum began to burn ever brighter, his pupils becoming outlined with heavily burning flames as quintessence, infinity, and tyranny began to pulse heavily. He focused on the three obsidian entities as even while gazing at them, undefined existence, undefined existence, undefined existence. This was the only burst of information he could come up with. And when all three of his existential extremity authorities supported his existence as oraculum burned brightly, he tried to read the weaving of the intents of the language of these beings, at $hashtag worse hashtag dollar and at $4. At $, the first entity to appear squinted the single serpentine eye on his head as to his right. The eyes centered on the wings of the other undefined existence vibrated, at hashtag $all that hashtag un. Hashtag dollar dash hashtag hashtagged. The moment this entity finished expressing his intent, the eye on his chest turned down eerily as his dazzling hand then pointed down and beckoned towards the churning white sea of anarchos. From its depths, a terrified light flame serpent was instantly pulled up as with a flicker of the hand of the undefined existence. The massive body of this Tier 1 vacuous extremity was tossed towards the existential dungeon monolith. A flicker of purple light flashed, and the light flame serpent disappeared into it. It was a surreal scene. The butterfly-like wings of the undefined existence that had done this buzzed powerfully as they were about to release another intent when it came to a halt. The predatory eye on its head and on its chest instantly burned with the light of millions of extremity rune scriptures as they locked onto the existential dungeon monolith. It seemed to be staring straight at the monolith, but its cold and emotionless eyes currently seemed centered on the illusory screen Noah and the others were looking at, as if it could see that other parties were gazing at it. The eye on the chest of this undefined existence then pulsed and released a terrifying mass of obsidian darkness that instantly wrapped the surroundings of the massive monolith, and the clear illusory screen in front of Noah's eyes was instantly obscured with complete darkness as they could no longer see anything. At the same time, Noah felt the hands of ruination tenderly land on his face with concern as her crimson gold skin very quickly became painted with a bloody liquid gold, with Noah coming out of a trance as he realized from his burning eyes, golden blood had begun to drip down ever so slowly. This was from him analyzing his enemies and trying to grasp just their communications. This was from him coming in contact for the first time with the entities feared and made ancient stories about in the vacuous and vitalis hyperversal domains.